If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you learn?
Of Israeli law. Fuck Ben. Okay, there we go. Benny Morris lied. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Sorry, when I want ice cream, I put the white.
Yeah.
Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you laying there? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock. Oh, this is the fucking...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't do a bullet game with a real clock. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's see.
Okay.
Hurry up. What the fuck? What the okay, wow. What's he doing? He's going for a fox, mate.
A fucks mate?
Fool's mate.
I can't even see this board. This is really good.
Oh no, he's going for it. He's going for the kill shot. What the fuck? This is so funny, man. You have to do your clock, man.
Did you just fuck me?
No, you're fucking yourself by forgetting to hit your clock.
You didn't
Wow.
do your clock!
Okay, go. Alright, whatever. Alright.
Rules are being broken here.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
What are you even doing?
I'm getting desperate is what I'm getting. Oh. See, look, the problem here is that his king is in check and he's just moving anyway, trying to get me on the timer. Chaotic.
That is...
But you're in check. I don't even fucking... Okay. Did he move his pawn 3 spaces? No way. Oh well. Is what it is. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like even like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering because well, jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden.
This is how Lonerbox studies for his interviews.
Jesus.
Well, apparently there's no fucking point because I read that and then I accidentally accuse a guy of breaking the fucking law and shit. Wait, hang on. What did Mr. Morris actually say about that? Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. What you just said is probably one of the fucking stupidest things I've seen in like chat like so far. How can Destiny know how his words will affect other people? He has no control over his words and how other people read them. That is every fucking like white like you were making a white nationalist argument. How do Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks. Fuck. Okay. Got it. All right. It's imperialism's really bad when white people do it, but China is perfectly justified. Taiwan, South China Sea. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually very understandable when you consider the and oh no, the Holodomor. Yeah, like well, technically. Oh god. And also everyone who agrees with me on most things, you're just not. DGG has already basically become a cult because of Destiny's own derangement. The thing is, it has attracted some rightists, but Destiny will never be able to fully cave to the rightists, so that's his weakness. He is currently stuck in an awkward place. With the right moves, he can be easily crushed. Oh god. I'm still a thorn in their side. The final word on this. Nonsense are the biggest enemy, and yes, they rule us. Yes, they are at large. Yes, they are still hurting children, and yes, they are getting away with it. Final word. Now move on. He didn't take his own advice. Holy fuck. I'm going to start banning everyone who didn't listen. Listen, guys. We are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, one second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be Tentacular Male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in?
Putin is not a rat, and we are not children tormenting rats with sticks, or at least we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man. You know, he backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content. You know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by Chud Logic?
Like I've had
They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. Fuck. They want open port. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. Documentaries before. Okay. Are you filming now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though,
Yeah, no, follow it.
because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys.
No problem.
This is so fucking unnatural. Holy shit! You guys need to just like relax and just walk normally with me. So we're currently in Kfar Qasim, which is an Arab village in Israel, right on the edge of the Green Line. So after the 4-Year War, obviously, about 150,000 Arabs stayed in Israel's borders, but they weren't exactly treated very well. They were treated as a national threat, and for the first 18 years of Israel's existence, they lived under a kind of de facto military rule. And for this place, that meant in 1956, there was a massacre here. And a group of workers were late for a curfew that they didn't even know was in place. And the Israeli security forces ended up murdering about 49 of them. 49 if you count one of them, which was an unborn child. Most of them were women and children. Oh, sorry. And there was a trial afterwards, which found out that the troops who fired on the people were given unlawful orders. Quite a few people were sentenced to jail, but obviously, typical IDF story, the jail sentences were progressively shortened. A few people were pardoned as well. I think the longest any of them actually spent in jail was 3 years. And one of the people who died was the grandfather of Isawi Frege, the guy who we're about to meet. He was an Arab Knesset member, and actually one of the few Arabs who was in an Israeli government, in a coalition with underneath Lapid and then Bennett. He's quite an interesting guy. He's like a Meretz politician, so he believes in a two-state solution. He advocates for closing the social and economic political gaps between Jewish and Arab Israelis. He tried to negotiate with the PLO to end the Martyrs Fund contributions to people who died in terror attacks. He rejects the notion of calling Israel an apartheid state. He very much believes in cooperation and trying to reform the PLO and push towards a two-state solution where borders can be safe and secure and people can be trusted. So, looking forward to it. If I missed anything there. I love you, but you're garbage. House is very smart, and he's an asshole. Very, very smart asshole. If you're a fan of Dr. House, like Dustin, for example, then, you know, you're a fan of House, but you can't be as smart as House because he's a fictional character. So you're going to be less smart, and you might not be so sensitive to the method behind the assholeness, and you might be an asshole in unnecessary times compared to Dr. House. You'll be a bigger asshole that's not as smart. Then, if you become a follower of Dustin, you're 2 steps removed. Then you become DGG, where you're not as smart as Dustin, but you you still want to copy all his worst excesses and his easiest to emulate excesses, which is being an asshole. And you won't realize that there's some method behind Dustin's assholery, and then you become a bigger asshole. So you're 2 steps removed from a very smart asshole into being a kind of probably smart, massive asshole. This is just a theory. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is... Right. Listen, dudes. I know you all came here for video games. Okay, I know I know why you're here. I know what kind of nonsense you expect from me. But... there comes a time when we have to get political, okay? We have to. We have to talk about what's happening in the world. Oh shit. I don't, I think I've got... It's funny, I've got so many, because we've done so much Israel-Palestine stuff in the last year and a bit, that I've got so much to say about it that we speak about it on stream every now and then, obviously. We debate about it, but a funny thing happened yesterday, just as I was falling asleep, when I actually finally started like scripting a video essay in my head, which I haven't done in a while. So I think for the new year, that's probably going to be the big change I'm going to do. I'm probably going to stream maybe like 4 or 5 hours and then just write a little bit after that, because I think I know what to do with regards to editing as well, and the bits that I don't like. Yeah. I think what I want to do is, because an ADHD, the thinking be done at bedtime. No, it's, yeah, well, I was off my meds for like 3 days. So, no, I think the idea I've got now is that my main channel is what I've realized is going to happen is because of all the drama that's happened for the past 6 or 7 months, is that I'm probably going to end up shedding a large chunk of my video essay audience from all the tankoids and shit, which is fine. Like, I'm happy to lose them. But the problem is, like, algorithmically, if I start uploading video essays, that's going to mean that I have to be ready to take like a few bad performances before I can like try and get towards like a new audience. But the way I could do that, because I'm not really in a rush, is I might just produce like 5 or 10 videos and then just release them in quick succession, one after another, to make up for that loss. That could be a way to go. Because it's every time when I start doing video essays and I start doing all the research for it, I go through a whole bunch and then I think like this is a lot. This is like a huge task we've got here with all this footnoting and like citations and shit. And then I watch other video essays and I'm like, wait, these are so much more. Everyone is going the easy way now. Everyone's just doing kind of like, it's all like vibes based shit, or like, I think I feel like compelled to put way too much information into a single video. So thinking about that going forward as well, is there's going to be a lot more, because there are some things that like, there are some video essay ideas that I could probably crack out in like half an hour. There's one kind of like argument I've got in my head right now about why people find like the settler colonialism thing for Israel like to be like problematic. That's been in my head for a while. And that's a really easy argument to make about why people don't like why it makes sense in some ways and why it really doesn't make sense in other ones, and why looking at the conflict that way is part of the reason that Palestinian resistance like always fails. That would be a really easy one to do, but it doesn't need that much information. Like you can just kind of ramble it, vibe it. Excuse me. The reward to work ratio oh Jesus Christ, hang on. The reward to work ratio might not be as fulfilling. It is in the sense that it's nice to have something there that's self-contained. Whereas for streams, talking about something for 5 minutes and then diverting to something else and then diverting to something else, or even just delivering something like a presentation of research as a stream just feels weird. It feels like a lecture, you know? Settlers and refugees are not the same, but they can kind of overlap, right? Not every refugee tries to carve a new country out of the place they're fleeing to, right? Most of them don't do that. But they were refugees in the sense that they were not going anywhere else, right? Like I didn't know it was this bad. Like in the 30s, when fascism is like sweeping across Europe, because it wasn't just Germany, it was all over the shop. Everywhere else that wasn't Jew hating, mainly the United States, had quotas. So they had quotas to severely limit the number of Jews that could arrive there, to the point that it was like down to every country. It was in some cases it was like less than a few hundred. And there's this really interesting survey that comes out after Second World War where they're asking these DPs, who are still in camps, by the way. They're still in Buchenwald and Bergen-Belsen and all these places, even under the Allies, because they don't know what to do with these people. And they're asked, where do you want to go? Like, what country would you like to go to? And they're given a list of preferences. And I think something like 90% of them for option 1 and option 2 said Palestine. Like, almost like a protest vote. Why not upload vibes-based essays between heavy info videos? Yeah, could do that. Weren't the other fascist states way less anti-Semitic? What then? The Nazis, maybe, but like even then, that's a bit of a strange thing to say because it's not like they were way less anti-Semitic. A lot of them were eager. Like Lithuania was very eager. Poland, or not Poland, like Ukrainian leadership in some parts of it were quite eager. Yeah, lots of countries were eager to help out. Bulgaria was very eager to help out. Like you couldn't do the Holocaust without a lot of capitulation from Eastern Europe. You couldn't do that. You're not achieving that. Anyway. We should focus on misinformation by joining the side of misinformation. True. Unbelievably based. Okay. All right. I forgot to timestamp this video. Oh shit. How do I spell this guy's name? Luke Beasley. Beasley? Okay. Did you know the UN condemned Entebbe and the capturing of Eichmann? Nope. Did not know that. Shit. Is your opinion that other Eastern countries like Poland allowed the Holocaust to happen? Well, my understanding with Poland is that the government went into exile. So not so much them, but collaborators in places like Eastern Europe and especially the Baltics, yeah, they were very helpful, weren't they? Isn't that like historical consensus that you couldn't have really achieved it to the degree that they did without gleeful support from some nutters in those parts of the world? Guys, this is what I did. This is what I did in every time I'm off stream now, this is what I'm doing, okay? What is... Who did he get to film this? I hate this exercise. Side delts are fucking horrible. It just feels so nasty. It's a drone. Yes. Yeah. This is Romanian prison. It's so funny. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. That's the Muslim Christmas. Oh yeah, he's a Muslim. The fuck? Who are these people? In Western Europe, there's a coloration as well. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not like it was just a German problem. It was a European problem. And the countries that weren't doing it were closing their doors to the people who were fleeing from it. So Monkey Man, that's a 5 Australian. Got work in the morning and it's nearly 2 a.m. Am I cooked? Yeah. No, just survive, man. Just endure. Hang on, I need to make a goal. All right. All right, your mom. Okay. I fapped 4x a day. You'll never want to watch porn again after hearing my story. Isn't this just like being a teenager? What? Is that normal? Is that not normal? Dunno, man. Never really understood porn addiction. The most offensive Christmas song ever. Oh my god. Oh wait, this guy. Isn't this the guy who complains about woke? Let it snow, screw the woke. Yeah. Yeah, this is the guy who does the rap about how bad it is that people are woke, isn't it?
Well, the tide is finally turning, and Kamala's speech is slurring. Thank God we're saying bye to Joe. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke. And the main...
Okay, now just everyone take a few minutes to recover from that epic hammer stroke, okay? Just take a minute. Breathe. Kamala's slurring. Is that what she's doing? Wait. Wait, what? Where's the... Wait, I just looked something up that's not... That should be on YouTube, but it's not. What the fuck? What? Huh.
If Ted doesn't win, he voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty. Obama amnesty.
Mainstream media's dying, their viewers shaving their heads and crying. What is a woman? Well, they still don't know. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke.
Hey, whoa. Good one. What was the, There's like one for all of these. Now, I always find these guys, it's Parker or Dean, isn't it? Because they're...
All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Define a man.
XY chromosomes in a
Okay, but
adult
does God the Father have XY chromosomes
Okay.
prior to incarnation?
We-
A man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man, and he still uses preferred pronouns?
In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's
yeah.
actually genderless.
Wrong.
But in the scriptures, they use he,
One of
right?
these fucking... I thought that was my computer. This is someone doing fucking sound effects.
And they
overlays.
use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman.
But God the Father's a man, right?
Well,
Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a Trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top
So
of
why do
he.
you use he?
Well, I did not.
Oh!
The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. Again, because you have to make a choice, either him or her in the original scriptures.
Some
Happy to get into
fathers
that,
aren't men and boys?
but- So I'm
So some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry. What,
Some
what do you-
fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not-
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on. God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek
Well,
word?
from your scripture. Because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. Yet
Hold
you
on,
still
no.
use his preferred
Christ
pronouns. You still
is-
call him
oh,
a
no.
man.
Christ is a
but you
man.
don't do that with trans
this is
people
bad.
because you're transphobic.
Oh, God.
That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man.
Before
gender
incarnation, he's
of
not.
the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation,
Okay.
there's no there's no XY chromosomes, there's no
Well,
small
hold on a
gametes.
second. Let's think about it. Well,
What,
it
what
doesn't-
biology
it
does your
doesn't-
God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I
You
don't
don't
think
know?
the scriptures
So
are
you don't know what a man is?
Well,
You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video,
God-
the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views, but you don't know what a
Yes.
man is?
Okay.
They tried to stop us by taking his life, but they missed, so it's fight, fight, fight.
Wait, what? Oh, shit. They tried to stop us by... Who? What?
Stop us by taking his life. Screw the woke, screw the woke,
Who's that?
screw the
Jews kill Jesus. Okay. I got the tattoo. Okay.
woke. They tried to stop
Oh, they're talking about Trump.
us
Okay.
by taking his life, but they missed, so it's fight,
Yeah.
fight, fight. The left really thought they'd beat the right, and they fought, but they lost, thank the Lord. Now January is coming, half of Hollywood's already running. They're finding new countries to call home. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke.
Whoa. Yeah, the Republican shooter, yes. No one cares. They don't care. Does not compute.
as the drones fill up our sky, and Ukraine still wants more dough. And
Wait, are they actually drones now? Have we decided that they're not whatever the fuck UFO government spy machines? Okay.
the left tries to take our rights. They want us bending a knee, but we won't. With Diddy locked up, it's been swell. And Epstein didn't kill himself.
Hey.
Hunter smoking crack with ho-ho-hos. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke.
Damn. Okay, don't cry, guys. There's a drone carrying a nuke. True. Are there still not nukes missing? People, I know that people have lost nukes, but I think some of them have not been found. There are like missing nukes in the world. It's all a good thought. 3DS2 Max 23, thanks for the $5. Book recommendations for those essay ideas. Europe Against the Jews by Gotts Alley on Settler Colonialism by Adam Kirsch. Okay. More books. I love it. I love reading more books. Makes me so happy. Oh no.
Well, the
So when I was in Israel and Palestine, this is specifically the West Bank, one of the people who we met was this nutter settler dude. He's like a settler leader for Hebron in the West Bank. And just so you know, when we talk about settlers, if you're Israeli, you distinguish between certain kinds of settlers, okay? Because there are some who are in areas that are not really seen generally as antagonistic to peace. This would be people who live along the Green Line, in places that could be easily land swapped. Some places are actually even, they're past the Green Line, but they're on the Israeli side of the border wall because the wall is actually not exactly in line with the Green Line. So that's a lot of them. Most people don't really give as much of a fuck about them. They still shouldn't be there, but realistically, they're probably going to be land swapped for peace. They're not going to be evicting that many people. But you got the other ones, okay? You got the other ones who will fist themselves deep into the territory and fuck everything up for everyone. And Hebron is one of those places because it is a very, very tense spot between Israelis and Palestinians because it's here, right? This is not like, you're not going to connect this to this in a peace deal. Like, this is a real problem. And when Hebron was divided in the 90s, and when power was transferred over to the PA, there was two Hebrons. There was H1 and 2. One of them was for the Palestinians, the vast majority of them, and the other H2 became an Israeli settlement, which is very small. It's also quite quiet, actually. It's like it's fairly dead. And it's separate from the main Palestinian place. So the other issue with Hebron is that there's a shitload of history there. It's where the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs is, which is where like Abraham and whoever the fuck else is buried. And it's a very, very big religious site, both for Christians, Jews, and Muslims. And it used to have a large Jewish population in the up until the 1920s. And in 1929, during the anti-Zionist riots across historic Palestine in Gaza, Jaffa, Hebron was probably one of the worst ones. There was a massacre where about 69 or something like that people were killed. Most of them were Ashkenazi, but they were also generally not Zionist. The people who moved to Hebron were not really part of the Zionist movement in the same way as the people who moved to like the coastline or the parts of the Galilee, right? Because these guys were trying to establish their presence up along the coast and in the valley. But the ones who went to Hebron went there for religious reasons. And all the same, they were murdered. There was one person we met there. And then obviously in this 48 war, a bunch of Palestinians get expelled from what is now Israel. But at the same time, I think maybe 1 or 2,000 people got expelled from Jerusalem, but people also got expelled from around the West Bank. So Hebron was emptied of Jews mostly after 29. I think if any, I don't know if any remained after 29. I think they were probably evacuated, but if any did remain, they were definitely gone after that. And in 48, what went with them was the tomb, the religious sites. So in 67, when Israel occupied the West Bank after the Six-Day War, then Hebron was like seen as a really important place for some very, very messianic Zionists to reclaim. Some people actually saw themselves as returning home. So there's one woman that I met in Hebron, actually, like a fairly religious lady. She wrote a book about this. Her grandfather, I think, was rescued by an Arab in the Hebron massacre. I can't remember her exact story. Shit, I wish I had. Something like one of her family members got rescued by an Arab in one riot, but then killed by another one in another riot. So it's some shit like that. But basically, she ends up in Israel after the 48 war. And when Israel occupied the West Bank, she saw that as her opportunity to return home. So she goes back and finds roughly the same bit of land that her family lived on, maybe even the same, I don't think it was the same house, but the same bit of land, and goes and lives there. And she's lived there ever since, in obviously the settlement area. So it is a very tense area, and generally the idea of Israel keeping Hebron is a very, it's basically like the battlefield for religious Zionists and just very, very right-wing ones. And Yishai is kind of like both. When people talk about like, I think the way that a lot of Western leftists talk about Zionists and the stereotypes that they invoke, Yishai is actually, he meets a lot of those stereotypes very easily. Like he doesn't want a Palestinian state. He doesn't want to give citizenship to the people in the West Bank. He doesn't want to give up the land either. He's in this kind of like limbo where he just wants to deport the people who are, he calls them jihadists. He just wants to deport them, which I don't know how that would mean, like millions of people potentially. And the rest of them, he wants them to be residents. That's the word, residents, not citizens. So, not good at all. But he took us around, and he actually decided to upload the footage. I think this is actually, by the font, it looks like he's copy-pasted Yobel's footage and put it here. Maybe. But anyway. Yeah, it would be second-class citizens, yeah.
And these steps original stone, or
no? These are Jordanian steps.
Jordanian.
The original entrance was not through here.
Okay.
The Jordanians, when they occupied, they made this staircase. Interesting.
Didn't make it into the title. He was getting like every other question I asked him, he got really like irritated by. Because I would ask him things like, I would be like, listen, okay, I know you say that you can't make peace with the Arabs, and that's why it's dangerous to give them a state and all that. Like, I get what you're saying, but like, if you could give this up for peace, would you do it? And he just wouldn't answer the question. So I keep on trying to rephrase this question because I feel like he's just not getting it. But like, because some people are immune to hypotheticals, but no, this guy just did not want to answer the question. Yeah.
Keep one of these, and that's a very important thing because I want to stress the mothers and the fathers here. This is an ante-room built by the Muslims later on. I just want you to see one thing. This is the way it is. Okay, now look here. This is a famous statement by the sages, Jewish sages, which is 3 places in the land of Israel. The Gentiles can never say we stole because we purchased it outright according to the biblical story.
Okay.
The tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs in Hebron, the Temple Mount, and the tomb of Joseph in Nablus, Shechem. Those are 3 places that we purchased outright in biblical stories.
All from the...
Well, and the first one was the Hittites, the second one, the temple.
Can you guess why he's throwing that fact in?
Was from the Jebusites, and from the third one was from the city of the people of the city of Shechem. It's all in the Bible.
Okay.
But the reason that's important is that those 3 places are some of the most contentious: Hebron, Temple Mount, Tomb of Shechem. So it's funny is we understand it as being a place that we purchased, and yet there's still a great fight over our rights. Now as we
the way you just squeezed that in there, our rights. It's about our rights, mate. how many? It's just like the rules here are so funny. Like, imagine. It makes me wonder what the rest of the world would look like if people started trying to reclaim land based on purchases that were made 2,000 years ago. Like, it's such an obscene. It's such an obscene standard, but anyway.
We enter here, we're entering into the building, the 2,000-year-old building proper. Okay? Yes, you have no connection to Abraham stuff? Are your parents Muslim?
My dad's Maronite.
Oh, Maronite. That's Maronite Christian, that's right, yeah.
The people up there, those are religious studies, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Torah, people study Torah. There's tons and tons of Torah to study. Okay, let's just look down at this floor. This floor is original Herodian floor. This is a 2,000-year-old floor that's been walked on every day in honor of the forefathers and mothers. It has not been broken. This is the original floor of the building. That's pretty amazing. Some of these stones are many tons. Okay, and behind us is the marker for the tomb of Abraham. Marker for the tomb of Abraham. Why I say marker? Because the tombs of the forefathers and mothers are below the building.
Okay.
They're below the building. This building was established as a mausoleum.
I believe when they were looking for this tomb, they literally tied a little girl. They tied a piece of rope around a little girl and just lowered her in because no one else could fit in the hole. There's a whole thing on the wall about that.
A place to honor the forefathers and mothers. When Herod established it, he put these markers to mark Abraham. But you should ask me a question. You told me that it was forefathers and mothers, right? So come this way.
Ooh.
Okay, so we have here a room that in between them, here is the marker for the tomb of Sarah, and on the other side is the marker for the tomb of Abraham. They're buried and represented as side by side, mothers and fathers. Mothers and fathers. This is very important because this is about peoplehood. Okay?
Is there like a special ceremony or something for going in and cleaning, or does nobody?
Yeah, they do this. They do this when they.
Is there like a special
Is it praying, or it's when they do Torah? They do the Torah thing. They stem.
Ceremony or something for going in and cleaning, or does nobody?
Well, that's a whole complex thing because the cleaning.
How little did you guys care about the religious stuff? I really did not care that much. I mean, the building is kind of amazing. The fact that it's that old. But no, not really. I think looking at it now, here's why. Okay, here's why I have this thought process about religion affecting the conflict. Okay, let's say from the Islamic side, because that's what everyone likes to talk to. Is on the one hand, I think, well, because it's like outsiders coming to a land that's not really like been theirs for a good period of time. And the locals are like, well, okay, I understand why you're coming here, but like, it's not really our problem. Fuck you. And when it comes to religion, I feel like all of the things that you could ascribe to, say, the axis of resistance, the fact that they see what they're doing as like Islamic redemption, as Islam is weak, it's been undermined by great colonial powers and all that, and it needs to redeem itself. And the first way to redeem itself is to get rid of the first most obvious obstacle, which is Israel. This because it's the cancer of the region. That's what they call it, right? And Jews are obviously, they're not supposed to be defeating Islam. Jews are supposed to be weak, and they're supposed to be submitting to dhimmi status and scattered as like minorities that can't really be contiguous or can't really have any sizable level of power. Like they're supposed to be second class, right? So I get that. And that's why they refer to like Quranic shit when they're making those arguments. But so many of those arguments, I feel like, are also made by secular pan-Arab nationalists. Like, because they'll just take it, instead of Islam, they'll just say Arabs. They're like, Arabs were once the great people, like the center of civilization, and they got humiliated by conquerors in Persia, and then the Ottomans, and then the British, and then the American. So, and they need to redeem themselves, and obviously the first, most like immediate expression of that imperialism is Israel, because it's the closest thing. So I don't know. I feel like it's weird that like that pan-Arab rationale for hating Israel and also the Islamic fundamentalist one. To me, they seem very, very similar. Apart from maybe like, but even suicide bombing, because depending on the time, suicide bombing is often seen as as an affront to Islam. It's not actually generally been supported by Muslims. Like, that's like a recent thing. I don't know.
Is controlled actually by the Muslim Waqf, and they don't do such a great job of cleaning it, but they control the inner rooms, and we control these rooms, and then 10 days a year, they get full control of the site, 10 days a year, we get full control of the site, and there's a kind of deal that's been worked out. Over here,
this will be with Israel and Jordan, right? The Waqf, is that what they're talking about?
Is the doors that lead to the tomb of Isaac and Rebekah, which are on the other side, on the Muslim side.
Okay. The tombs or the markers?
The markers. All the tombs are underneath the building. Okay. But this room is very meaningful to people because it's Abraham and Sarah. So when you bring here Christians, it's like, wow, Father Abraham, this is a big deal. You bring Muslims here, Father Abraham is a big deal. Okay. So really, for billions of people around the world, Abraham. When I bring majority of people that I bring, whoever they are, they're like, wow, that they get to be close to the story of Abraham. Okay. Like your father, he may be wowed if he showed up here. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if his parents know he's here yet.
No, they do.
I'm saying if you would say, I got to be. What about your parents? Would they care?
Oh, is my mic not? I don't have my mic on for this. Why did I not
Are they
do
Catholic?
Yeah, my mom is. She has Alzheimer's disease now, so I'm not sure how much she would care. My dad follows my mom, so I'm not sure. Yeah. What is it? What does the sign here say?
It says for women. You know, usually in prayer time we separate between men and women.
Okay.
That's the main separation is in prayer time.
Okay.
Okay. Come this way.
Annoys me as a labor Zionist, the attitude of Fleischer and stuff. Yeah, I heard that from Olmert as well. Like, he would always talk about how this is like very antithetical to labor Zionism because it's not like this. It's settlement building is not really the same as working the land to claim it as your own shit. Yeah.
Okay, just to give you a sense, this is what the original building looked like. It was this mausoleum. It had these 6 markers inside. Abraham and Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Leah. Okay? Jacob's other name is?
Isaac.
Yaakov.
No, that's his father.
Yakub.
It's Israel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh.
Yes, that's right. Right? Israel is like the super name. Clark Kent, Jacob is like the Clark Kent thing. And so through here is the other side. This is the Muslim side. It's actually very big and very pretty. And over there are the tombs, the 2 markers of Isaac and Rebekah.
This was built when again?
This building was built 2,000 years ago by Herod, same guy that built Masada, same guy that built the Temple Mount, same guy that built the Herodian, and it has withstood the test of time.
Gotcha. Okay, my religious respects. Abraham was like 1,000 years before that, though, right? Or was Abraham at
Abraham's
0?
2,000 years ago. No, Abraham was 2,000 years before that.
Yeah, 2,000 years before that.
Yeah,
so how did they like move the body? Did they have like a place where he was buried before, or is it how does that?
There was a cave complex below this building. This is a big box on top of caves that are underneath the ground.
Okay, so this was built way after the caves beneath were buried.
2,000 years later.
I understand. Okay.
2,000 years later, okay, was this building built, right? So 2,000 years, huh?
That's why they call it cave.
Because there's a cave, but it's underneath the building. That's why I just call it Tomb of the Patriarchs and Matriarchs. I don't call it a cave because you're not going to see the cave.
Okay.
Noam Arnon, the guy that you met, Dr. Arnon, he's one of the people that went down into the cave complex.
Was one of the last who was allowed, I think,
yes,
right? Yeah, yeah.
Correct. Okay. He was one of the people that was really down there, so that's very special.
Oh, 6. Is that lead to the cave?
Yes. That's the cave. That's where he went down. The staircase through a corridor and through this corridor and ended up at the entrance of the cave complex below.
12-year-old went there.
Correct. Here's the story of the 12-year-old. Here she is. She went. She
Look at her. Look at her go.
She predated Noam Arnon by some.
They had to get a little fucking nipper to go.
Years, I think. Yeah, 13 years. She went down there first. Moshe Dayan sent her down there. All right.
Is there anything ornamental down in the?
Yes, there is.
Down there. Okay.
The guy seemed to be picking on you. What's your religion? Oh, because he found out I was Maronite. Israelis are really in awe of Maronites because they think that's like their Lebanese fucking brothers who will redeem who will save them from fucking Islam and shit. I don't know, some shit. I don't know what it is. It was the Israeli right wingers are really fascinated by Maronite Lebanese people.
Come.
It's also maybe in part just because they don't meet them that often. But No, there's definitely an agenda there for sure.
Moshe Dayan sent her down there, what, to make sure it wasn't destroyed or damaged or anything? Or?
No, he wanted. He was an amateur archaeologist. He wanted to explore it.
Okay.
You want to have a look?
Wait, he sent the little girl down, or he went? Well, why didn't he go down?
Lower it because it's a small well. Like a small
Oh,
hole.
okay.
All right. She's lowered into a small hole.
Because he couldn't fit.
Come closer to me. I don't want to interrupt people. Okay, people are praying here. That's what they do. They come here to pray. They come here to connect. Again, this is a religious site, but it can be seen as a secular site because it's really about Jewish peoplehood. So you could, if if you're just a group that wants to understand where we're from, who our forefathers and mothers are, you could do that here. You have here the tomb of Leah, the marker of the tomb of Leah, and across from her, Jacob, the original Israel. This is the original Israel.
Is Jacob the son of Abraham, or
the son of Isaac? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay. And do all the
right-wing Maronites are very marginal in Lebanese society. Again, I don't really know if it's the same as Palestine, but the way I hear people talk about, again, this is completely just from anecdotal experience. The way people talk about left and right in Lebanon, again, it just seems like it just depends on how you view Israel. Because you can be a Maronite and you can be celebrating when Nasrallah dies and you can hate Hezbollah and all that shit, but you can still hate Israel. And I don't know if you'd be considered right-wing for that position. Yeah.
Tribes come from those three?
All the tribes come from Jacob.
Jacob.
He had 12 sons.
Okay.
And that's the 12 tribes. Okay.
Gotcha.
Just one kind of point, which is maybe a little more esoteric. If you went today to Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Saudi Arabia, and you would see the tombs of some of the founding tribesmen, they're very, very ornate. This room needs a fixer-upper. And the reason is because of the lack of full clarity and control, it's fallen between the cracks. And yes, millions of people visit here, but it's not because the Waqf controls this and the army controls that, and it's in the middle, and therefore we do not have the full beautification that it needs to be, that the people of Israel deserve, and really anybody who loves Jacob or Abraham. When I speak to Arabs, I oftentimes say to them, let us take this building and beautify it together for our joint father Abraham, a shared father Abraham. Let's beautify it. Christians love it, Muslims love it. Let's beautify the tomb of Abraham. It's important.
So when he says this, his whole theory is that if he wants to integrate more Palestinian Muslims into Israeli society, he doesn't want them to become citizens. That's the difference.
They say no. They
don't say no. Who said they said no? But they
say.
Well,
it has happened, yeah, so I assume something.
Well, yeah, because in practice they say no because what are they going to now support the Jewish settlement in Hebron? You know?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, but and I always say to them, let's forget all that. Let's take something that we can share. As I like to say to Christians as well, I like to say,
forget about it. Again, it's like he wants to claim this land. He's like, let's forget about that. Just make the tomb look nice.
To agree. Let's agree to agree. Don't steal that line without crediting me, darn it. Okay? Let's agree to agree.
Okay.
Which is like, let's find the things that we do agree on and move that forward.
Yeah.
Do you think Hebron will eventually be fully handed over to the Palestinians? Probably not, because I don't think Palestinians would ever not in the near future. It'd be the same thing as the Temple Mount, right? I don't think they would want Israelis going there. Maybe it's different. Like I know for the wall, a lot of Palestinians have this thing where they're like, we don't want Jews going to pray at the wall. Like, they don't like that. I don't know why. They don't like it. Even as visitors. So what that means for the tomb, I don't know. But I imagine probably the fairest thing would be that if Jordan already has a stake in this place, then I'd imagine that the better solution would probably be something to do with the something that overlaps with the same solution for the Temple Mount. It's just make it an international area. But then that also means you need to have like security presence of multiple different fucking countries. So, yeah, who knows, eh? Or just give it up. Who gives a fuck? Fuck.
As opposed to constantly fixating on the things that we disagree on. That's, I think, part of the Abraham Accords, which is, okay, there's this Palestinian issue, let's skirt it. Let's go around, let's deal with things that we can bring forward. Okay, you can come closer, come look. We're doing a thing. But let's do a little selfie together right here. Let's do that. Just me and you guys.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking selfies, man.
Yeah. Good. Let's let these nice gentlemen do their thing. Good. Let's go.
Is there anything to be said for, because I don't know, for like the way that Jews would construct things traditionally in like a more simple manner rather than super ornate? Is that like part of the tradition, or is it not at all? Or
Well,
I don't know if you saw this guy. This guy is
more simple manner.
This guy's got it worked out. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at that. I don't know what rank of the religion you call this one. Oh, God. And Gandalf the White.
Rather than super
Gandalf the
ornate, is that
Blonde.
like part of the tradition, or is it not at all? Or
Well, you know, like for example, in Catholic churches, there's.
I've seen tremendous.
Yeah, we don't like that stuff.
Yeah.
We
So
like
is
to
there
keep
like,
it.
is there
like-
anything to be said for just cleaning this up and leaving it as is, or do you think there should be some kind of redesign?
It should
or-
be beautiful, but very. We want to focus on God.
Humble. Okay.
Yeah, and not the material.
Okay.
And certainly we don't have idols.
You know what? I just realized this guy has a purpose, okay?
Is there anything to be rather than super ornate? Is that like part of
Look at the way he looks up.
for like the way that Jews would construct things traditionally in like a
Right.
more simple manner rather than super
This guy is Special Forces. That's who he is. Okay, he's deaf. He's a cop. That's okay. I get it now. He's Special Forces. Okay, he's Hamas Special Forces. That's who he is. Okay, that's why he's in this area. Wants to see what people are up to. I understand now. This is like Fauda, but for Hamas. He's not Mossad. No, like why would he dress up as a Jew if he's fucking Mossad? He's Hamas, okay? This guy is a Hamas Special Forces officer, okay? He's just snooping. Making sure everything's in line.
super ornate. Is that like part of the tradition, or is it not at all? Or
Well, you know, like for example, in Catholic churches, there's.
I've seen tremendous.
Yeah, we don't like that stuff.
Yeah.
We
So
like
is
to
there
keep
like,
it.
is there
like-
anything to be said for just cleaning this up and leaving it as is, or do you think there should be some kind of redesign?
It should
or-
be beautiful, but very. We want to focus on God.
Humble. Okay.
Yeah, and not the material.
Okay.
And certainly we don't have idols, because we think idols are idolatry.
Okay. Catholics don't either.
Right. Well, whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not here to diss Catholics. The truth of the matter is, I have some wonderful. I have actually a very dear friend of mine who's a Catholic. He's a Dominican monk.
Was he saying Catholics do have idolatry or they don't like idolatry? I thought Protestants, like Irish Protestants, used to shit on Catholics for idolatry. Huh? It's like Ian Paisley rambling about the cracker. About the wafer. This wafer is round. It represents Babylonian idolatry.
Protestants always say we idolize Mary too much. I've heard that one a lot. So.
Well, when we visit, churches, we feel like there's idolatry there, and the Muslims take it even more. They're totally intense about, not having anything that even not even a picture.
Oh, you can't. Oh, yeah, true.
They're really, really intense about that.
I've learned all
okay,
about that.
we're gonna go now, but I just wanted you to come here and see it for yourself.
Yeah. Cool.
Sometimes this site is packed. Today it's calm, but it's a very special site.
This is also, I think I'm about to ask him. If you guys don't remember, this is also where Baruch Goldstein, the settler terrorist guy, walked into, I think it's that part there, the Muslim area, and just murdered, 30 people? Was it more? Hang on, I can't remember how many people he killed. As a way to sabotage the peace process. This is the guy in Ben Gvir has the picture of him on his wall, or did have the picture of him. He injured 125. How many people did he kill? 29. Yeah.
Most for really people around the world.
95.
Holy sites tend to be inhabited more on Shabbat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, Shabbat. But
No, 94.
here there'll be just in a few minutes a bus will come here and fill this place up. People come to this spot.
Okay.
Even though Hebron is dangerous, even though it's a militarized zone, even though a million things, people do come here. People do come here and connect with this spot. Not just religious people. People come here and it's an important site in Israel. That's another thing. If you want to understand Hebron, you can't understand Hebron without understanding this thing at the heart of it, which is the Tomb of the Patriarchs and Matriarchs. It's a key, it's something that you cannot easily just be well, Hebron, just cut it out, who cares? This is a key component to Jewish history, And it's, of course, in the Bible, tells the story of the purchase of this thing. So it's like a 4,000-year-old thing with a 2,000-year-old building. And you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews. It's an important site.
Okay.
Jewish and Muslim sites are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you people get hurt?
Dr. Goldstein. He didn't go to doctor school for you to call him Mr.,
Oh, God. His mood just completely shifts when I ask about Goldstein. Oh, shit.
He was, you have to understand what the situation there was. And I'm in no way am I justifying his act. We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it. That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there, there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands. And the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready. And he snapped or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim.
No, this is, again, because he was like I don't doubt that he treated Arabs, but he was pretty extreme before the killing, no? He was, how long had he, wait, hang on. How long had he been in Israel before he did because he came from America, wasn't he? He was American-Israeli. How long had he been in Israel before he did the killing? Before he did the massacre? Baruch Goldstein. In 83. Right, he'd been there for about 10 years. Oh, wait. Is this true? Is there a citation for this? Is this true? Did Yishai, wait, I don't want to go get this from Wikipedia. Hang on. Did Goldstein... LA Times profile. This is about him in 1994.
Worshipper of that year, there's terrorism. A lot of his friends died in Jews, and there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor and the milieu of what was happening there. There was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews, and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But
apparently, this is about him in 94. Healer and militant killer chose violence. Gunman, a doctor who often refused to treat Arabs. He didn't mention that to me. Often refused. So I guess he did treat some, but he often refused. Interesting. And yeah, he was in the Jewish Defense League. Was he before? He was in the Jewish Defense League before he left America. He was a Kahanist. So yeah, this idea that the terrorism like radicalized them, the terrorism might have flipped him to make the decision, but like he was always extreme. The guy always had that seed in him before he even arrived in Israel. He noted that Arabs of Israel have an average of 8 children per household, and contrasted that with an average of 2.9 per Jewish home in Israel. These rates assure Israel of an Arab majority in 70 years, unless steps are taken to prevent this from occurring. Okay. He wrote that in a letter to the New York Times before he even graduated, or just after he graduated from medical school. Huh. Yeah, this guy is, this is not like a well-meaning, peace-loving doctor who snapped because of terrorism. That's not really what happened. This guy was radical for quite a while. Okay. Hey. Whoops. Uh-oh.
But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands. And the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready. And he snapped or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers. And after that, they separated this building so that Jews and Muslims would not kind of have friction between them. Okay, and we also have a deal, as I said to you, 10 days a year they take full control, 10 days a year we get full control of the building.
I was asking because if he was using grenades, would Jewish people not have got hurt as well? I don't actually
He
know.
was not using grenades. He came early in the morning.
Yeah, I thought because I was trying to ask him just because like it's so close together. Was there not like a risk that he would hit fucking like Jews as well? But yeah, no, I thought he used grenades. He just went in with a gun and just fucking sprayed, didn't he? And I think he died because the people who survived managed to like overwhelm him and beat him up, and then he just died. Yeah, and they just beat him to death. Not a good story, man. Fuck that guy. And I'm pretty sure he like his motivation for doing it was to kill the peace process. It was the Oslo Accords. Wait, let me double check because now I don't trust my memory on any of this story. How did he die? Yeah, he was overpowered by the survivors.
And at the very early prayer, he
So he
was
died
using
there.
his gun. But I just want to tell you something about that, which is the Goldstein incident is regrettable. But I want you to know that what we also regret is that Hebron has a humongous history before Goldstein and an important history after Goldstein, and therefore we a little bit resent sometimes that it always gets painted with that brush. We are armed, we live with Arabs all the time, and yet this doesn't happen. And this is a a one-time incident. We do not encourage that kind of act or
You
thinking.
should have asked Yishai who killed Rabin. Now I know Mordecai Kedar has a theory about someone else killing Rabin, but not Yishai.
And it happened, and there's no way to deny that. And I can talk about it, but it's important for us to just say, look, that's an event, but it can't paint the whole history of this place.
This is like the whole, for like, again, how long was I with him before I asked him this question? It's like everything has to be part of the narrative, everything has to be understood as how it weaves into the narrative. It's like you can never just talk about a thing as it happened, especially for someone as ideological as Mr. Fleischer. The 10 days a year thing.
Because there are days where the Muslims want to pray big.
Loner, did it get it brought up how Destiny thinks that West Bank settlers, including this guy and his family, are game targets to be killed by the Palestinian resistance? No, I don't think that bit got brought up. No. The way I would phrase it is that that still under international law, like a settler is still a civilian, that you're not supposed to kill someone just because they're a settler. But the argument is that especially if you're like a land grabber settler, like if that's your goal, then it's like you're just gonna it's a lot more understandable if they get fucking if something bad happens. It's like, what are you expecting, with what you're doing? But no. Generally, you don't bring those things up in a country where security is tense.
Big on the Eids, on the holidays, on the festivals, and on the 4 Fridays of Ramadan. And
especially not in front of this Mossad agent here, okay? We know.
Is that we have tens of thousands.
Would you consider a land grabber settler to be a civilian? Depends what you mean by land grabber. So if you go there and you like build an outpost, that's still a civilian, unfortunately. There's a civilian who's breaking the law, and there's a civilian who, like, I wouldn't oppose someone with a gun coming up to them and telling them to fuck off, right? Because I see it as like defending, it's kind of like similar to the property defense principle. But if you're talking about But then obviously if you talk about the ones who go and burn down fields and block roads and all that, well, that's just like violence. Like they're just being violent and then they're fair game for whatever.
Thousands of people that come here and connect to this place.
When you say the Waqf, that's the same one, the Jordanian one that
It's not a
administers to
Jordanian Waqf, it's a local Hebron Waqf.
Oh, so Waqf is a general.
Waqf means holy trust.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Waqf that does the Al-Aqsa compound, the Temple Mount, is
They're
different than the
Jordanians.
Waqf.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
They're
Got
like a different branch.
Do the people here, are they nominated by the H1 Muslims? They're the ones that...
I don't know who nominates.
You know, okay.
I just don't know how it works.
Okay, just curious.
שלחתי לך משהו מעניין מג'רוזלם פוסט.
אני אראה. מה, הערבי הזה?
לא.
ערבי שהתגייר?
לא, עזוב אותי.
לא, זה סיפור מעניין.
על הסגן של חיית ויילדרס.
יפה, מי זה? בוסמן?
לא, מרקובסקי.
אני אראה את זה.
ירון, ילד
תעשה לי ככה.
שלחתי בוואטסאפ.
כן.
נולד בתל אביב, היה בישיבה, היה ראש הליכוד.
What are they saying?
בהולנד,
וואו.
ועכשיו הוא סגן.
מה אתה אומר? זה חשוב מאוד.
וכנראה הופך להיות סגן ראש ממשלת הולנד.
בעזרת השם. אני אקרא את זה.
כל הכבוד על היוטיוב, תסתכל.
ברוך השם, ברוך השם. אוקיי, guys, come on.
כמה מנות יש פה היום?
The secret about me? What did I do?
אני אפתח את זה, לא יודע.
What happened?
חם. Okay, you guys. I just want you to know that when I give this tour, it's an easy hour-and-a-half tour. There's a million things to talk about here. But okay, today we're doing the more...
Go on, quick.
Yeah. Okay, you guys have a date. I don't want you to miss it.
What? You're asking my opinion about settlers, baby settlers. What, like, where is it? God, remember when Ethan was bald? Wasn't even that long ago.
Understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we establish that. Yeah. No, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of
Bro, okay. I just thought it's good to throw in these reminders every now and then because people are trying to there's this whole thing where I don't doubt Hassan will try to do it again, is trying to shoehorn me into apparently supporting the fucking murder of children. Meanwhile, okay, dude. Sorry, little bub. You're never gonna get a clip of me saying anything like that in such a direct way. Oh God.
Is it common for Jews to make pilgrimage to any of these types of things, or is it
yes.
local Jews?
No. People from all over the country come. People from all over. This is a Sephardic tradition to keep these things. You're supposed to, make a blessing and smell it. It's a Sephardic tradition.
Okay. I'm not Sephardic, so.
Are we going to see the Shawada Street too? Is that the one with the fencing thing over it? Is that the segregated part? Where people throw trash? The apartheid street, right? So I mentioned it to him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's the one that the people always take for the propaganda stuff. Look at the segregation. I could show you. Yeah, we'll show you. Why not?" And then he never showed us. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah, he never showed us this. I asked him to show us it, and he just kind of conveniently forgot about it. Yeah. The thing about H2 as well, though, is it's so H2 is the Jewish one, right? The thing about it is it's so dead. They were talking about how much they're vitalizing the place and everything, but it's dead. There's some Arabs who live there as well as Jews, but nothing happens there. It was just really, really quiet. It wasn't like a Shabbat or a prayer day or anything. It was just dead. Which is probably, I guess, what happens when you try to artificially vitalize a place that's actually kind of militarily and politically very contentious. Did you see any acts of oppression? What do you mean? I mean, I saw the wall and I saw the checkpoints and I saw the fact that they have to store their water up on the fucking the roof of their buildings because of the limited access. I saw all that. Or do you mean like a guard like being mean to someone? No, didn't see that.
Let's do it.
Were there ever any famous battles that occurred at any historical sites? Fighting for...
Did you see any punking or spitting on? No. I think most... So, I don't know if I got this on camera, but there was one guy I was talking to when I was asking about like the occupation, like what does it mean and like what is it like? It's not really this thing that you expect, because obviously what we see is we see people getting the shit beaten out of them. We see people getting killed. We see like fires being started and gunfights and all that. For most people, that's not really the experience. The experience is more like, it's more like you're walking for hours. You're walking for hours and it's raining like very, very lightly. Like you can barely feel it. It's just raining slightly and you don't notice it at all. But then by the time you get in, you realize that you're soaked. Like that, it's like that, you know, it's like a very, that's, I think for most Palestinians, that's like the general experience. It's like a build up, like just a very all-encompassing, what do you call it? What's the word? Ubiquitous. It's just like a ubiquitous humiliation and like it's actually just being surrounded all the time by not what I'll call them microaggressions, because micro is too small. They're like mini aggressions. Yeah.
We fought, the Maccabees fought here.
Okay.
Here in Hebron. The Bar Kokhba revolt happened here before that. And of course the famous story of the liberation of this building is that when the Jews came here in 1967 with the army, then they were waving white flags, the Hebron Arabs, because they thought that we were going to do to them what they did to us in 29. So they were all waving white flags and waiting for us to do the same, but we didn't. Guys, Bar Kokhba also hid here, he fought here, everybody fought here. Hebron is like, Joshua fought here. Listen, I got to get my pistol. You guys go to our white car and we'll go.
Okay.
Sounds good?
You're gonna get your what, Bob?
Toda.
The car manufacturer. What is the S mean? That's like the S we would draw in school.
Superman. From 1 to 10, how fast has Trump gone to let Israel annex the West Bank? I don't know if you guys know, but Israel has already annexed parts of the West Bank. It's not like a binary between you annex the West Bank or it's not annexed. Like, what Israel's going to do and what they have done and what they have signal intent to do is they want to annex parts of the West Bank that are basically like, they'll start with ones that are never going back anyway. And then it's going to be parts of Area C. And then it's going to be like, yeah, it's like piecemeal. And that's already happening. It's not like it's going to happen. It's already happening, motherfucker. Like, fuck.
Wait, did you draw the S's in Canada? Did you draw the S's in Scotland?
Yeah, of course it did, yeah. Well, Dubai, so yeah. Maybe so. We also we called them chip chops. The thing that you...
The what?
Things.
Oh, yes. Like a number?
Yeah.
Like a color? Wait, what'd you call them?
Chip chops.
Chip chops. That's how we did arranged marriages in the U.S.
There you go.
Is that the lady's great-grandfather? With the hat?
Oh, him.
Oh, okay.
Where's our driver?
You redeemed
Good
yourself.
question.
Don't know if you noticed that there, but he did, in fact, find his pistol.
Okay.
There it is. Anyway. So this was just Yobel's little clips that we used. Huh. So yeah, that's Yishai Fleischer. He is probably the most... Yeah, he's probably the most politically extreme figure that we saw there. It was definitely worth asking him about Goldstein. Because the way that he answered that was very revealing, I think. Okay. That's what you're up against, though. That's what the West Bank's up against. Seems like a nice guy. I mean, you can be the nicest guy in the world, but you can also be a massive danger to the sovereignty of another people. Like, it's just... Dr. Goldstein log up. True. Facts. How is he releasing footage before you guys? That footage has already been up. Chill. Do you think under Trump, Israel will annex all of the West Bank? Probably not. I don't think Israel has any interest so far in annexing like Jenin refugee camp. You know, that's probably going to be a while. I'm also really interested to see what happens with the PA, because we know that the PA have are trying to. It feels obvious. I don't know if there's any other explanation that their the PA raids on Jenin refugee camp seem to be a signal that they are interested in trying to be more responsible governors in terms of dealing with Hamas and dealing with armed militants, probably because they want to show themselves to be a partner for governing in Gaza. But that's just a guess. I don't know. And I don't know how effective they've been in cleaning house in Jenin. Yeah, they also banned Al Jazeera Arabic. They did do that, yeah. Although, to be fair, Al Jazeera Arabic is quite mental. It's very, very insane. Anyway. They have a Hamas footage segment. I mean, Hamas's friendship with Al Jazeera Arabic is like, it's not a secret. Like, they're open about that. Okay. You thought they denied it? Oh, did they? Let's see. PA Al Jazeera Arabic. Al Jazeera can... no! Al Jazeera condemns Fatah campaign against it in West Bank. Fatah has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from the Jenin governorate. Is it just from Jenin? Ah. Controls the PA announced a ban on the operations of Al Jazeera in the Jenin governorate due to its coverage of continuing raids by PA security forces on Palestinian fighters in Jenin. The network remains a platform for the opinion and the other opinion of professional and credible coverage. It's maintained its professionalism throughout cover. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, they did do that, yeah. Damn, Mahmoud Abbas with his with his second wind as a 90-year-old, his 80th wind. 1000th wind. Photos of a young Al-Jolani. Good one. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Look up the big news from Lebanon this week. No! We're only doing a bit of news, okay? Okay. What's this? Casey Tron running a subathon on autopilot, streaming movies and looping clips of herself pretend to be live. Uh-oh.
Hey, big brother.
Oh shit, there it was.
writing.
Look.
Hey, big brother, remind me of your Christmas plans again. You know how I'm going to Colorado with Martin's family and Mom and Dad are doing that Mediterranean cruise.
People saying
Feel like you've lectured me about this already. I don't have any plans. I'm just going to be writing.
You should go home with Jolie.
What?
You know, spend Christmas in Louisiana with the Guidrys. What? You're always saying...
Can I play this? Because it's like a film? Holy shit. Well, what's the point? Did you read the New York Times piece on Israel's high tolerance of collateral damage after October 7th? Yeah, I did. It's just, is that news? Like, I thought we knew that. We knew that a long time ago, didn't we? I thought that's already been known. I mean, it's cool that the New York Times does it as well because they're generally seen as more credible than, who do you call it? 972. And they interviewed a lot of people for it. But yeah. It's not surprising. It's like their entire military objective is different from what it's been in the past. And also they were fucking very angry after October 7th. Yeah. Where's the... I spoke about it, no? Because Mehdi... Bah! To put on the north of Gaza last month, and that it seems to be that even according to the US, they have not met up to their obligations and they haven't effectively reversed that policy yet. We have whistleblowers when it comes to uses of disproportionality, of them being very, very like tolerant of high collateral damage for military targets that are generally not worth the amount of civilians that are dying. We have whistleblowers. Okay, yeah, I already knew that. Okay. We could do if the New York Times article has any like extra information, then I could maybe do it, but I didn't bother. I just skimmed it. I was like, okay, yeah, seems like that's should have been obvious. Okay. Right. Oh no. There's no way. The New York Times piece did say that sometimes the IDF was willing to endanger over 100 civilians to go after military targets. Yeah, that's quite wacky. That is it'd be very hard to find a scenario where that many civilians is justified, because most of these Israeli strikes, even the ones with 2,000-pound bombs, like you see the reporting on the strikes, it's like 80 dead maybe, or 70 or 60. Like 100 plus is just, yeah, what the fuck? No, it's not for random operatives. I know they said for 100 people, it was like high level targets. But again, it's not even like, if you're going to talk about 100 civilians, it wouldn't just be a fucking high level figure, right? It would be a high level figure, probably a bunch of soldiers around them, probably like infrastructure. It would have to be a whole bunch of things to justify 100 people, right? Like, fuck me. It can't just be one commander hanging out at the market surrounded by 100 civilians. Okay, there's no, like, that would be insane. That would be so illegal. Oh no, no way. There's no there ain't no heckin' way we're doing a Hassan hate watch. No. No. Hey, why is he too quiet?
Orientate.
Hey.
Orientate myself. I thought something could happen simply for my being perceived as Jewish without actually being Jewish. and this provided me with a window into the fear some Jews are experiencing in the streets of Britain and Europe at the moment. It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random and unprovoked. It literally is, dumbass. It is. We just...
This clip is out of context. Yeah? Show me the context, Hamid. You know what? Let's go find the context. December 15th. Okay, so it's either streamed on the 14th or the 15th. Okay. Hamid, admit that Hassan would never do this for me right now or get banned. We're just doing a good faith test, okay? And we're upping the standards. Don't just say yeah. Say, Hassan would never do this to you because he is a bad faith fuck. All right? Go on. All right. All videos. How are we going to find it? How many days ago are we talking here? Oh, God. 12 days ago. Okay. Let's try 12 and 13 days ago. Oh, there's a stream title, isn't there? Is there? No, there's not, because it's covered by the... Oh, dear. Well, oh, I thought... I thought it would stand out. I thought this section would stand out because he's on a tweet, right? The problem is, Hassan's always just looking at tweets. He's always tweeting out. There's so much Twitter here. Twitter. There's more Twitter. There's been more twit. Oh, fuck. That does not narrow it down. Okay, thanks, Hamid. Really appreciate that. Got my back. One of the bros. One of the boys. Oh, outfit. That ain't it. Wait. Why does it look like it changes? Okay, it is this one. No, is it? The fuck?
If you knew anything about...
No, it's not. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's not this one. So it's the other one. Unless that white bit on his collar just... No, okay. Try the other one. Why does he look like he's at a hairdresser? It looks like he's wearing the gown that you go get at a hairdresser. Okay, here we are. This is the stream. Okay. Ooh. Is this it? Hanukkah. Okay, wait, this sounds relevant, unless he just looks at Jew posts all day. Charlie Benty Astor? Yeah, okay, that's the person. Okay. But this looks like a different tweet. So the next one. Okay. Huh. Victim. Okay, it's this. Okay.
The people just straight up posting planes that are flying. Zoom in. Luckily, we can't see it. So.
Okay. Come on. Right. We're context broing. Why it's so quiet?
I have seen a lot of stuff about the drone stuff.
What?
That I think is really funny. Like I don't.
Hey, okay, here we are.
Like people are not being normal about this at all.
Oh yeah.
Like people are like I've seen a couple posts of people just straight up posting planes that are flying above their house or whatever, and they're like, "This is
where's
a
you
drone."
Go with the tweet?
Is
hey,
I never know which way.
All right.
Being mentally ill on the timeline, but people think it's an Iranian mothership, and I love that.
Okay.
Anyway, speaking of people being mentally ill on the timeline and getting rewarded for it, this lady or person, man, I don't know. They're British, so I never know which way British naming conventions go.
Wait, where's the?
And someone said they're a detransitioner, so I don't know.
Oh, we hate those ones.
I apologize. I'm not trying to misgender this person. But
okay, here we go. So mentally ill. Okay, good start.
Anyway, they said Jews are being targeted in the streets of Europe. This has made newspaper headlines all year. I'm not
Twitter. Okay, that's a lot of Twitter.
saying anything happened to me. I'm not saying I'm a victim of anything. The point is, for a split second before I could orientate myself, I thought something could happen simply for my being perceived as Jewish without actually being Jewish. And this provided me with a window into the fear some Jews are experiencing in the streets of Britain and Europe at the moment. It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random and unprovoked. It literally is, dumbass. It is. If you knew anything about Judaism, or if you actually had ever been around at least Orthodox Jews, you would know that, yes, this is an interaction that does occur. Okay? Like, what are we talking about? This is the one lady where you're like, don't stay outside. Yeah. Lady, go inside is right. No, you should not touch grass. Okay? You should perhaps stop touching grass.
Jeez.
This is my favorite anti-Semitic hate crime.
Okay, so we've moved. Okay.
Hi, Adam. You're
Different
right.
person now. Okay. Oh, Chelsea Clinton. Okay, so apparently 30 minutes is the context. Okay.
Congratulations, Thai Guy 2022.
So we have to go 16 minutes back for the context. I see. This better be good.
Anyway.
This better be.
Trump seems to think
in
the
14 minutes, I'm going to say some dumb shit for a laugh and see if it gets clipped. Okay. Here we go.
Drones are actually McDonald's delivery drones that are delivering drones to Chris Christie. They're delivering McDonald's to Chris Christie. Girl, the boycott is what I say.
Okay, it's coming.
People are saying, is Iranian drones coming from the mothership off the coast? Yeah.
It's soon. I'm waiting.
What is this? This is incredible. British Christian lady meets Chabadniks for the first time and thinks she's the victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime. I was walking around London last night when someone called out of the dark at me, "Are you Jew?" I froze and turned around. It was two schoolgirls. They asked again if I was a Jew. They had something in their hands. I panicked and said no. I was expecting them to launch into an angry Palestine rant and thrust a pamphlet material at me. It turns out they were handing out candles for Hanukkah. I'm not Jewish, but I shan't forget the volt of panic I felt in that moment where I realized I was being viewed as a Jew and not knowing if things would end well or badly because of it. I cannot imagine what actual Jews in London or Europe are going through at the moment. I felt paranoid for the rest of my trip. Whilst their offer of candles set my mind at rest and the world became a better place for a moment, it is easy to imagine such an interaction going in the opposite direction. That is fucking amazing. Why do people not feel embarrassed to write stuff like this out and just hit send on it?
Why is this the context? Why is this making
We've
it different?
moved on from the Jews are tired. I saw a sign that said free parking and I thought free Palestine. The Jews are tired, which is a classic banger Eve Fartlow take. To I perceived what it's like to be a victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Where do the Orthodox Jews come in here? What?
Remember, I've told you this before, but there is this attitude that Christian defenders of Israel have where they're more Jewish than actual honest to God Christians Jewish. And it's so funny. They literally behave as though
It's because they're handing out Hanukkah candles. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that someone coming up to you randomly and just asking you if you're a Jew, yeah, maybe they're doing it just to hand out Hanukkah candles, but the point is that in this environment where anti-Semitic hate crimes are spiking, okay? Right? They're spiking. They're pretty high right now. Higher than they've been, I think, in quite a while in Europe and America. So someone randomly coming up to you in the street saying, "Are you a Jew?" might make you think, "Oh, wait, shit, is there trouble here?" So No, generally speaking, that might be a little bit worrisome. Orthodox Jews ask random people if they're Jewish to convert them. Did this person... Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, that's not true. They don't go up to random people and say, are you a Jew? Like, no, they don't do that. Second of all, if they're Orthodox, you'll know because they look fucking Orthodox.
Judaism, or if you actually had ever been...
Okay, so that apparently provides context to the clip. Okay. Again, you all understand. Sorry, Hamed, you and all of Hassan's community understands this, okay? You're just pretending not to. I'm a Christian, okay, with an Arab name. I've been asked in the past, are you Muslim? Mostly people are just curious. But every now and then, especially post 9/11, post 7/7, some stranger hears your name and says, are you Muslim? Yeah, that makes you a little bit scared. Sometimes, yeah. Because often in the UK, if someone is asking you that for very little reason, then you might think, wait, trouble is about to ensue. Like, okay? So, you understand this. Fuck you. 7/7, July 7th, when the London bombings. All right, so that's the context. Gotcha.
My being perceived as Jewish.
Fucking volume. Whoa.
Orientate myself. I thought something could happen simply for my being perceived as Jewish without actually being Jewish. And this provided me with a window into the fear some Jews are experiencing in the streets of Britain and Europe at the moment. It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random and unprovoked. It literally is, dumbass. It is. If you knew anything about Judaism, or if you actually had ever been around, at least Orthodox.
It's such a red flag now when people say Judaism. Like, when people talk, it's like when people talk about Israel, they're like, oh, Israel does, why are they doing what they're doing in the name of Judaism? It's like, bro, that's not about the, it's such a self-report that you have no fucking idea about any of this. When you say like, oh, why does Israel have to do what they do in the name of Judaism? It's like, that's not what it's about. It's not about the religion of Judaism. Again, most of the early Zionists, the initial Zionists up to 48 and even up to the 60s, they were atheists or they were agnostic. They were not religious Jews, okay? Fuck me.
Jews, you would know that, yes, this is an interaction that does occur, okay?
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
How?
This is the one lady where you're like, don't stay outside. Yeah. Lady, go inside is right. No, you should not touch grass.
I'm going to say the context does not save this in the slightest. It's just Hassan being an obtuse piece of shit because he's probably, I imagine this person is probably right-leaning. Yeah, Telegraph. Yeah, this person's right-leaning. And because she's right-leaning, like, we have to just discount everything that we have to combat everything that she says. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah. It's apparently it's normal to just go up to someone and say, are you a Jew in the street? Bro, no, it fucking isn't. And if you're going to say that, oh, Orthodox Jews do that so they can convert someone, mate, Orthodox Jews, you know that they're Jewish. Like, you can tell why they're asking you. There's no mystery about why they're asking you if they are, which I don't think they do very often. I don't think Orthodox Jews typically go up to people and say, are you Jewish at random? In the fucking UK of all places. Shut up. It's like there was a whole thing about this. When Louis Theroux was meeting the neo-Nazis. Where is it? Hassan later said in the VOD that it happened to him. You are so stupid, Hamid. Fuck, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. Yeah, it's happened to me as well, by the way. Do you know who most likely asks me if I'm a Jew on YouTube, like through the internet on comment sections? It's fucking Nazis, okay? Where is the clip? God, you're so dumb. Oh my fucking God. Did this person say anything about them being Orthodox people who were asking them? Holy shit. Where is the Louis Theroux when they ask him if he's a Jew? I can't find it.
I'm Louis Theroux.
Orthodox Jews do ask, you're such a moron. You're so stupid. I can't, like, you're so dumb. You're so fucking freakishly dumb. Were these people, did this person say anything about them being Orthodox Jews? Oh my God. Let's talk about stats, okay? Let's talk about probability, right? Say I'm on the internet, okay? 99% of the time, if someone asks me if I'm a Jew, it's because they're a Nazi, right? That's how that goes. Most people who randomly ask people if they're Jews are not just like, unless they're literally dressed up the part, it's probably not an Orthodox Jew. Oh well, it's fine. It's okay. It's all memes. People only communicate in memes. They're not serious. They don't really care about they don't care about context. They don't care about the facts. It's just like, let's just defend our team at all costs and attack the other team at all costs, right? It doesn't matter what's true or what's not. It doesn't matter how good faith we're being. It doesn't matter if we're applying double standards. None of that matters. That's not important. It doesn't matter how logical the argument is. Just has to sound good enough. It's so ironic that Fuentes agrees with Hassan here. What, because Fuentes is the kind of person who would ask someone if they're Jewish randomly. Yeah, with no prompt. Yeah, he would do that. Yeah. Now, I am wondering. He did. Where's the Louis Theroux? The ultra-Zionists? No. Racism in South Africa. Pastor, the Boer leader. KK. Where? Does anyone know? There's a clip. He meets some neo-Nazis in America. He's like on their ranch or whatever, and they ask him if he's a Jew. I can't find it. It's very old, so it might be difficult to find.
POV, it's 1943 Amsterdam and someone says, "Are you a Jew?"
Thanks for the $15. Yeah, they're probably trying to convert you. It's normal. It's very normal. Actually, it's unbelievably normal. You have no idea. You're not normal for thinking it's not normal. You can post all the out-of-context clips you like. You showed me the context. It doesn't help, Hamid. You're so dumb. Fuck, mate. Oh, well. Oh, well. Copium.
Did you mean to drag me in?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, hi. Well, I think you already said that the difference here is that the woman in that tweet was talking about two young, like, girls, right?
Yeah.
Like school children or whatever that were doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a thing, that, like, Orthodox, like, kids would be handing out candles, but I live in New York. They do it, like, every holiday season. They hand out street corners candles. And sometimes they're not even dressed like, they're not, like, maybe the guy wearing a yarmulke, but the rest is just, like, business suit or, street clothes. So it's not always super, evident. I don't know. I can kind of see, like, why Hassan's first reaction was like, it's literally true. They literally, because that's what he was probably thinking.
Yeah, but the person who made the tweet even said that, right? The person who made the tweet said that it turned out they were handing out candles. But the problem is, I think they're just trying to communicate is that if a stranger randomly asks you, "Are you a Jew?" in the present environment, that might give you pause to
right.
And you should know this because again, if you fucking grew up Middle Eastern in the West and someone randomly asks you if you're a Muslim, that's a red flag, even if they're just curious. It might mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean you're not going to see it as a red flag. These two things can be true at once.
Okay. I probably shouldn't have even been in the waiting room because you expanded on it, and I don't disagree really anymore. But when I first heard you cover it, I was like, oh, wait, no, this is definitely a thing. Like, this isn't crazy. But no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, well.
All right. But yeah, that's it.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Bye-bye. No, there was more context. Okay, whatever. We went above and beyond. The thing is, if there's more context, you would just say it. You would make a good argument, but you can't, which suggests there's probably fuck all. Okay. Right. Chat. Regarding Louis Theroux. Okay. Don't mind me. Okay. How do I get this? Ah! This is more trouble than it's worth. Watch. Okay. Right. And then go to 3 minutes. 52. This is just him talking about it. Oh, it's this. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Challenge those people, and that we also, when we shape the documentary, it feels like a balanced piece.
Yeah. Good morning. So if I told you I was Jewish, would that create a problem between us?
Well, because you got the camera right now, I'd allow you to stay. If not, I'd probably kick your ass and put you in the street somewhere.
For real?
Pretty much, because a Jew wouldn't be here on my property. Are you Jewish?
Do you mind if I don't answer that?
You were with the camera. Are you?
Is it my turn?
That was so funny.
That's not. I'm not saying yes or no.
Uh-oh.
So you're on the fence.
Uh-oh.
You're on the fence.
I tell you what. I don't want. I'm not a racist, and I don't. I actually think it's wrong to be a racist, and so I feel as though by by saying whether I'm Jewish or not, I'm kind of, in a way, acknowledging the premise that it really matters when I think it shouldn't, and it doesn't. As the afternoon passed, I could almost have convinced myself that I was feeling relaxed. But something was still bothering Skip. How about that?
Louis is a Jew. We already know it. I already know it. You're a Jew.
Oh, God.
That's why you got so much animosity.
Okay.
That's why you have so much.
Say you don't look like a Jew.
Wait. You're a Jew. You're part Jewish.
And don't not say I'm not because you think somebody's gonna beat you up, because it's not like that with us.
Sometimes people assume I'm.
Yeah, they really wanted to know if he was Jewish. They really wanted to. They cared. Maybe they had Hanukkah candles in the drawer. Why is Chud Logic streaming to 11,000 people right now? Jake Weddle and girlfriend crash out breakup. Who are these people? What?
What to do?
I gotta get into the drama scene. Figure out who these people are.
Been super nice to me in DMs, and I think Aiden just got under her skin. Us Jews can get annoying, so I get it.
Because obviously, you know, I've been quite gracious in my time with Hellbent, because I do feel like she was getting treated really fucking badly. So it's just a bit disappointing that this is going on. I just don't want people fighting it out for fucking... Dude, it's so gay. Just do your thing. Just be normal. Just be normal. Just be fucking normal, people. Yes, I get... Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do a bot research stream. What, like pay me to do research? What? What does that mean? Isn't there like a big MAGA fucking fallout right now? Laura Loomer, the President Musk thing. I kind of felt, I feel like I mentioned that this would be likely to happen, but let's see. Chud Logic, normal man. Yeah, the most normal, the most average of blokes. Where is Ms. Loomer? She's suspended from Twitter. Oh no. Wait, I had tweets lined up. Are they gone? Oh, this is still here. Ian Miles Chong, Milo was right about you. Shut up, you stupid fucking foreign plant. You don't even live in my country. You live in Malaysia and you want to influence our discourse so you can get large payouts from X and Elon. You should be forced to register as a foreign agent. I hope the Malaysian Sharia police find you. Holy shit. How much Sharia police is there in Malaysia? Oh no. Bit of trouble in paradise here. This is America. We don't have a monarchy. This is outrageous. Elon admitting retaliation, removing her subscribers. What? So what's the issue here? Laura, who is probably allegedly shagging Trump, and MTD doesn't like her, is falling out with Elon. How is Elon and Trump's relationship, though? How are they doing? Was it Midas Media had a summary? Let's see. Trump's coalition falls apart before day one. Okay.
Donald Trump's entire coalition is falling apart 3 weeks before he even gets into office. What's going to happen next, folks?
Really, the entire coalition? Is Laura Loomer even a politician? Is she even like in Congress or anything? Wait, hang on. What's happening?
It is getting absolutely nasty. On the one hand, you have the tech bro MAGAs, and they're like, Donald, we gave you all this money during the campaign. You got to do what we want. And
what is this? One more Hassan hate watch. Let's go. Fine. Fine, I'll do it.
It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random and unprovoked. It literally is, dumbass. It is.
Yeah, are you Jewish by any chance?
It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random.
Yeah, Fuentes did it. That's a good edit. That's a Pogger's edit. PogChamp. Poggies. Okay.
We want to make sure that we have immigrant labor to fill our tech jobs. You got to expand that H-1B program, Donald. And then you have the far right-wing nationalist MAGAs who are like, Donald, your whole thing is that you don't like immigrants. And you said you were going to bring all these jobs to America. And Americans would fill this job. But now your puppet master Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're out there saying that American culture is mediocre and that Americans are not smart enough to fill these jobs. Donald, you're doing the exact opposite of what you told us you were going to do if you follow these guys. Here's how it's being explained using that meme of the guy mansplaining to the woman at the baseball game. Oh, yeah. Someone goes, so basically there's a huge racial divide between Indians and white Americans in MAGA right now, and it's about H-1B visas. White Trumpers are throwing out Indian slurs and saying they can't get tech jobs. Well, Indian MAGAs are saying American culture is cooked because they value football, jocks, video games, and musicians over inventors and coders. It's Silicon Valley MAGAs versus redneck MAGAs. I've never seen anything like it. Anyway, my name is Jeff. You come to the baseball games often? This right-wing account on Twitter, now ex-Captive Dreamer, says this using a Vivek Ramaswamy photo, because Vivek said something like this. Sorry, kiddo, no baseball practice today. Pulling you out of the un-American pastime for extra math tutoring. You were just at school for 8 hours. That leaves another 7.5 to practice for the spelling bee. And Vivek Ramaswamy in his posts, and he was reposting Elon, and Elon was saying things to the same effect. Vivek Ramaswamy was saying hard truths. These are the hard truths that Americans need to hear. And basically, the hard truths, and I'll read it to you in a little bit, is Vivek Ramaswamy, who's now leading Doge, which is this kind of made-up agency that has a lot of control, though, over the MAGAs in the House.
Elon and Vivek, isn't it?
of Representatives are basically running the show for Donald Trump. Vivek Ramaswamy is like, look, American culture's cooked. Americans are very mediocre. Americans in the 90s spent way too much time watching Saved by the Bell and watching Boy Meets World and all of these dumb shows instead of studying math and learning about engineering. And so Americans can't do these jobs. We need to expand the H-1B visa program and bring in immigrants from India to help fill these tech jobs. Elon Musk saying the same thing. And then the right-wing nationalists are saying, whoa, what are you talking about? That's the exact opposite of what Donald Trump promised right there. Vivek Ramaswamy goes, America first means we want America to win. Playing for second place doesn't cut it. He's responding to Elon Musk's post that says, it comes down to this. Do you want America to win or do you want America to lose? If you force the world's best talent to play for the other side, America will lose. And this guy, Ian Miles Chung, who lives in Malaysia, and one of the far right-wing Trump supporters, but he's apparently taking Vivek and Elon's back now. He goes, they're playing for last place, referring to the other MAGAs. Nativism is just another form of DEI, to which one of the right-wing nationalist MAGAs responds, African, Indian, and a Malaysian, telling Americans how much they need to be replaced. This other right-wing account goes, Vivek is tweeting about how we need Asian immigrants because Americans are bad parents who raise dumb kids. And I'm not sure this guy has a big future in Republican politics. This right-wing account, Dasha, writes the following to Elon Musk. Elon Musk first goes, at a risk of starting the obvious, there are many attention-seeking trolls on all social media platforms trying to yank your chain. They win if you respond. I mean, come on. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are the biggest trolls of them all. Dasha goes, you messed up.
Oh my God, Dasha, the fucking sailor socialist. You messed up, dude. You lied to us and told us you were base. Plus, I think you're personally storing me on the extra revenue. Oh my God.
Due to Elon Musk. You lied and told us you were based. Plus, I think you're personally shorting me on the X revenue. So let's...
Dasha is this person, just so you guys know.
Hi, are you a fan of Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about him?
That he's a socialist.
Why is socialism good?
Are you like, I don't really want to do this. What is this for?
We're asking people why they like Bernie Sanders.
For InfoWars?
Yes, we are InfoWars.
I think he has a lot of integrity. I like his value system. I like what he stands for.
Exactly what values?
Eating the rich.
Eating the rich. Well, are you aware that Bernie Sanders lives in $3 million homes?
No, I was not aware of that.
Yeah. And are you aware? I'm going to ask you something. So if they're about eating the rich, why do you think so many of the 1% support socialism?
Is that true?
It's very true.
Like who?
Well, for example, you know Venezuela, right?
Heard of it.
A majority of the country is currently eating rats while their politicians are drinking champagne on a
That
daily
has nothing to do with the 1%. Okay.
basis.
But that's not the 1%.
The 1% of Venezuela.
I'm talking about America.
Well, I'm saying since if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela's eating rats.
But I just want people to have health care, honey. I don't want like.
Well.
Oh my God.
When he was taking power in Venezuela.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I mean, you're the one who can't answer the question.
What question?
The question is why you support socialism. You can have health care without socialism.
I want people to have free health care.
Why free?
Pays for.
Why would the government pay for it?
Because I think everyone has a right to have health care.
Jeez. And now she's, I don't know what this is, what ideology is going on here.
Get an engineer on that. Laura Loomer says, is Doge a way to cut spending or redirect the spending towards the pet projects of tech bro billionaires? It's looking like the latter, to be honest. Hey, let's convince the peasants that we are saving them money as we enrich ourselves. Then when they find out and speak out, we will, do whatever. Now, she also says the following here. which, it's kind of shots fired. She goes, the elephant in the room is that Elon Musk, who is not MAGA and has never been MAGA, is a total effing drag on the Trump transition. He's a stage 5 clinger who overstayed his welcome at Mar-a-Lago in an effort to become Trump's side piece and be the point man for all of his accomplices in big tech to slither to Mar-a-Lago. So you have Laura Loomer calling Elon Musk Trump's side piece. Another popular right-wing account, DC Drano, goes, how did Doge go from let's cut wasteful government spending to here's why we need to import more immigrants almost overnight? Did I miss something? What's next? Gun control? No more oil drilling? And a lot of this started too when Donald Trump appointed as his special advisor, or senior presidential advisor for AI issues, someone by the name of Sriram Krishnan. Used to work at Twitter, used to work at Yahoo and Snap and Facebook and all of those companies. He then currently was working at the venture capitalist firm Andreessen Horowitz. So he took that job. And then one of his policies that he's going to be looking to do is expand the H-1B program and bring in more talent from India. And that kind of set off this whole thing with the right-wing nationalist side saying to the tech bros, you don't know what you are talking about. Matt Levine says, the clash between the MAGA right and the tech right over skilled immigration is just an appetizer, by the way. The main course is going to be when the MAGA right discovers that most of the tech right leadership are married homosexual men. Vivek Ramaswamy, this was the post that really set off a lot of the right-wing nationalist MAGA. Vivek goes, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 1990s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell over Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact, I know multiple sets of immigrant...
What the fuck, Vivek is... Fucking Saved by the Bell references, man.
Parents in the 1990s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. We need more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions. Fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chillin', more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kind of parents. More normal American kids view those as those kind of kids.
So we're gonna have a night of the long knives. We're gonna have a night of the long tweets before Trump gets into office. It's funny because Trump, I think instinctively, just because of who he is, probably does understand the need for immigration, but like he's obviously pushed rhetoric in the last 8 years that are very, very antithetical to that. So what's he going to do? What is he going to get up to? How's he going to play it?
With scorn. If you grew up aspiring for normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 1990s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. Sounds a lot like being a globalist there, as Donald Trump would say when he was giving those campaign rallies, pretty much against everything I just read for you right there. Laura Loomer goes, hey, at JD...
Vivek has a point though, right? Yeah, if different countries are like overproducing people who are good at STEM or coding or whatever, like then yeah, you're going to want them to immigrate. Yeah, there's like a division of labor around the world when it comes to education. And especially since America has all the big banger jobs, then yeah, you're going to attract a lot of immigrants who are better at what they do than people who live at home, than people who live in America. Yeah. I think it's not just because of like Americans make you watch, like you watch Saved by the Bell and you prefer the mediocre popular kids to the smart nerds. Like it's not like really because of that. I think it's also just because even as an immigrant, if you actually have what it takes to move country, you probably already by default have a higher level of motivation than someone who stays in their country on average, right? Because the effort it takes to move country is huge. If I wanted to move to the United States, do you know how much I would need anything between like 100 and 150K to invest in myself, like to invest in my LLC before moving there. It would be insanely expensive. So even like me making the act of going there would already show that I've kind of like crossed a certain threshold of ability and determination. So yeah, it's not particularly surprising, I don't think. And it's also not to mention the fact that a lot of these countries have like more accessible education. And there is obviously, it's a bit of a stereotype, but it's not made out of nothing, is that culturally, like studying and getting good at your skill is promoted like quite extensively in these areas, right? In China, India, etc.
Vance, if we are serious about actually fighting for the American worker in the second Trump administration, then why is the administration being staffed with big tech executives who want to flood our country with H-1B visa workers and remove caps on H-1B visas instead of creating opportunities for American workers so they can make enough money to afford having a family? These tech billionaires have already replaced American workers. Please don't let them replace MAGA. There really needs to be some guardrails on the big tech at Mar-a-Lago. The optics are very inappropriate, and I say that as a die-hard Trumper. Please fix this before it becomes the biggest mistake ever made. We didn't vote for a Peter Thiel technocracy. The American people didn't give Trump a mandate so they can be replaced by an invasion of technocrats at the gates of Mar-a-Lago. I mean, by the way, Peter Thiel put J.D. Vance in that position. Many believe in exchange for the donations by the tech bro contingent to Donald Trump. Elon Musk also posts, if it comes down to this, do you want America to win or do you want America to lose? If you force the world's best talent to play for the other side, America will lose. End of story. As our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski writes, as I've said many times, all you have to do with these people is substitute me or I for America in their posts to find out what they are really saying. And he's right. I mean, look, Elon Musk and the tech bros want the immigrants that are going to help their company. So they go, we need engineers from India. But they don't want immigrants from other countries that fill jobs in agriculture, hospitality, construction, and other jobs where there are significant shortages. And so what we're basically seeing are all of these Republican donors basically saying, you can go after the other immigrants, just not the ones who help our business. And Donald Trump's promised everybody everything. So now already 3 weeks before Donald Trump even takes office, we're seeing this boil. Ron Filipkowski, our editor-in-chief, also goes, breaking. MAGA has suddenly realized the tech bros are globalists, right? When commentator Ashley Sinclair goes, never cross the base. Never cross the base. So that, in a nutshell, is the fight that we're seeing. You got Laura Loomer saying that Elon Musk is a stage 5 clinger, that the elephant in the room is that he's not MAGA. He's never been. He's an effing drag on the Trump transition. He's slithered in there. You got MAGA going after Vivek Ramaswamy right now. And all
Trump. So Trump hasn't commented on this, if I'm following correctly, right? Trump is currently assessing the situation and strategizing. Is that right?
This is just a major civil war within MAGA. We'll keep you updated on more here, but I wanted to give you the origins of it. Our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, is on the front lines reporting. Oh, I should give you this one too, where Elon Musk, this is what Elon Musk says. So this account goes, there are over 330, right-wing account goes, there are over 330 million people in America. Surely there must be enough among them to build your ultimate team. Why would you deny real Americans that opportunity by bringing foreigners here? Elon Musk goes, your understanding of the situation is upside down and backwards. Of course, my companies and I would prefer to hire Americans, and we do, as that is much easier than going through the incredibly painful and slow work visa process. However, there is a dire shortage of extremely talented and motivated engineers in America. This is not about handing out opportunities from some magical hat.
You know what's interesting is this is probably one of the first times I've seen MAGA actually have an elaborative discussion on policy. This is the first time I've ever heard them talk about policy for more than a sentence.
you don't get it. This is blindingly obvious when looking at NBA teams, as the physical differences are so obvious to see. However, the mental differences between humans are far bigger than the physical differences. To which a right-wing account says, open a school, we have brains. Elon Musk then goes, if you need a school, you've lost already. To which this other right-wing account goes, incredible. At this rate, you're actually going to make me side with the leftists who want you treated like a hostile foreign agent.
Why do people keep posting this shit? It's like, what world do you live in where you're just like, just look at it, okay? Just look at this. Just look at it. It'll all make sense. What am I looking at? Okay. Yeah, that's a plane flying into a building. Okay. Wow. Look at it. You don't even need to add commentary. You're just like, seems curious, right? As someone who knows exactly what a passenger jet is supposed to do when it flies into the World Trade Center. What am I looking for? What's supposed to happen? Take all the time you need. What? There's no explodey stuff in the cockpit. I wish that were me. Okay.
Laura Loomer then attacks Ian Miles Chung, who's defending Elon Musk, and she goes, shut up, you stupid effing foreign plant. You don't even live in my country. You live in Malaysia, and you want to influence our discourse so you can get large payouts on X from Elon. You should be forced to register as a foreign agent. I hope the Malaysian Sharia police find you. I mean, folks, you've got a lot going on there. We'll keep you posted every step of the way, but it's getting sticky right there in MAGA. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 4 million subscribers.
Love this video? Make sure you stay up to date on the latest breaking news and all things Midas by signing up to the Midas Touch newsletter.
Okay. Right. MAGA. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, got a tweet for you guys. Got a tweet for you to examine for approval. By say approval, I've already posted it because it's such a banger. Okay. Okay. Can see why. Can see why they don't do it that often. Okay. What about WoW? Chill. I want to watch Jenk discussing his pivots, perceived or otherwise, with Mark Lamont Hill.
Let's say.
Whoa. Is this a timestamp? No.
Hit like.
Whoa. Hit like. Okay. Whew. Be right back. Okay.
And subscribe. You're watching the Mark Lamont Hill official YouTube channel.
Peace, family. It's your brother, Mark Lamont Hill. Welcome to Night School. Every night here on the Mark Lamont Hill official YouTube channel, we hold Night School, where we break down the most controversial subjects, the most interesting topics, the most contested debates going on in the world today. And tonight is no different. We have what I hope is a really spirited conversation. I see it, Mark, as a debate. It's not really a debate as much as it is a spirited conversation, I hope, with Cenk Uygur. Y'all know him. He's been on the show before. He's a friend of the show. He's also all over the internets for a very long time. He's a YouTube legend. He's the founder and CEO of TYT.com. And he's been getting a lot of backlash for his appearance at Turning Point USA's America Fest, where he joined Charlie Kirk on stage. I talked about this 2 nights ago. I didn't understand it. I didn't like it. I was confused by it. I was frustrated by it. And I said, let me reach out. Let me reach out to my guy and see what he thinks about it. See if he can come on and have a conversation about it. And he did. He's here. Before I bring him on really fast, I just want to show you all once again. And we showed this the other night. I'm going to show you all the clip. They got a lot of people just a bit confused. Here it is.
What I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real
why did they
in
start talking?
fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great. Let's do that.
Man, there's such a there's such a strange pivot happening. First of all, you've got the tanky left, like the communist hardline left, that are finding themselves in bed with Islamic fundamentalists, which I would call a right-wing shift, and dismissing everything about anti-Semitism as idpol or whatever the fuck. And you've got the populist left, the anti-establishment, all running towards like MAGA. It's what the fuck's going on, man?
What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
I wanted to keep that piece in because I know a lot of people have been quoting Cenk out of context and making it seem as if he was just leaning toward the right. And it's very important to note that he also said, for you leftists out there, that he said we need to also have that same energy toward Joe Biden, toward Kamala Harris, so that we can have a true progressive movement, a true left-wing movement. I want to bring him in now so we can talk about what this all means. My friend Cenk, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mark. Appreciate that you had me on so we could talk it through rather than just yelling at each other or talking at each other, etc. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. After you appeared there, and I want to get to the why of that, you said something else. Actually, before we go there, talk to me. What made you go to this thing? Why would you appear there?
Yeah. So I've got to rewind all the way back to about a year ago to explain that. Because if you had asked me a year ago, would you go to AmFest and talk to Charlie Kirk, I'd say, is he ready for what I'm about to do, right? And so what happened? I started being deeply concerned about 15, 16 months ago about Joe Biden. And I was like, this guy's falling apart at the seams. And we got to beat Trump, and there's no way in the world this guy's going to beat Trump. And so both because of his mental decline, but also because of the numbers. The numbers were overwhelming. Anyone who knew politics understood he had no chance of winning. That's why I had strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James Carville and other people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So as you might remember, I ran against Biden in the primary just because I got so desperate. I was trying to bring progressives into the race, and I tried to bring governors into the race. I'm like, somebody's got to beat Trump. And so then when I ran in that act of breaking glass in case of emergency, just to try to push out Biden in any way, shape, or form.
This stream has an audio discrepancy. Mark is louder than Cenk. Oh no. Oh no. What am I going to do? How do I survive? Oh, fuck.
I started going on a lot of shows, and some of them wound up being right-wing shows. And in the beginning, I was just as skeptical as, a lot of folks on the left are now. But slowly I started seeing something. And so, guys, I don't want it to get it twisted. It's not like I started saying, oh my God, the right wing they're all angels and none of them have any bad intent. So no, of course not. That's, any description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption. but they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is grand, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult like getting money out of politics, at some point I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Okay, I mean, the other night here on the show on Night School, I sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people who are saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you've sold out, you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement to give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right
fucking Connor points. It appears my superiority has led to some controversy. Yeah. You know what? I don't think I ever see like Indians or South Asian, wherever this guy's from. I never see Indians like who go to the gym. Like, huh. Apart from now. Okay. Or who get that big.
Or at least the people assembled in that event are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case. But let's start with the booing, because I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You sort of pointed to the Mitch McConnell boos, which I'm always a fan of, and the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue, and that crowd wasn't booing Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell because they represented any particular political vision or because they were part of the establishment. They booed them because they're Trump cult members, and Trump has issues with them. If those people, if Dick Cheney stands up and says, "I'm endorsing Donald Trump," that whole crowd erupts in his favor. So to me, that's not even about a political move against the establishment. It's just good old fashioned cult behavior.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, I disagree. So let me break it down. First of all, I appreciate you not assuming bad intent. Apparently, that's a rarity online.
Very rare.
Yeah. And so number two is, just to be clear with everybody, I did not get paid for that. So I know that there's all these conspiracy theories out there, but no, I don't get paid for any of this. And if it's, and then you, by the way, there's two conspiracy theories, or theories, let's put it that way. One is that I'm doing it for the money, and the other is that, oh, that's it, the Young Turks is going down. Well, you can't have both, right? Either we're going down and we're going to make less money, or we're grifting for the money. So pick one. But no, it has nothing to do with money. So now to the substance of that question, Mark. So look, I think you guys are wrong. So on the one hand, I get it, Mark. So the fact that Trump is against McConnell and Cheney, is that relevant? Of course it's relevant, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. But are they? So look, there's three layers within the right-wing movement, and this is true on the left side too. It's really a hierarchy, right? There's the voters at the bottom, right? And then there's the media figures and politicians in the middle, and then there's the very top leadership, right? So, and that hierarchy also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And for a lot of people, mainstream media would say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the leaders the most. I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are deeply corrupt and have, personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say things to you that'll rock your world, right? And so So but if you say Trump is dishonest, well, of course, right? I mean, he has an enormous track record, right? If you say the politicians are dishonest, of course, overall, of course, right? And right-wing media is where it gets actually a little bit interesting. So, but when I go to go on these right-wing shows, one, there's right-wing media, which we'll come back to in a second, but two, just on their voters first, right? How can I tell? Well, number one, you get the comments in social media, you see it on those posts, etc. Number two, having gone to AmFest and other places, I've now seen and interacted with hundreds of MAGA guys, and they don't all speak for each other, and they don't all speak for the movement, etc. But on top of that, sometimes, the first time I was on Patrick Bet-David's show, or the second time, they did a poll. I pushed for paid family leave, and I try to say, can we start something on this show, left wing, right wing, get agreement, etc. And I explained to them what paid family leave is and how moms get 12 weeks off after they have a baby, and they kind of love it, right? Because that you can see how that could match conservative ideology. So the only one that was a little bit hesitant was the main host, Patrick, right? But all the other hosts were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then they polled their audience, and 75% of them said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it. And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lied to their whole life, first with mainstream media and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave. And when paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that not a conservative idea? We love that idea. And the polling bears that out. 84% of the country wants paid family leave. 74% of Republicans want paid family leave. Okay, so then I started to realize, some of these guys are just misdirected populists. They got pushed out by the Democratic Party that's so authoritarian, so pro-establishment, etc. And then they went in the wrong direction, but some of them have good intent. Now, we can argue over the percentages. But
that was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
Yeah, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like the lost tribe of populists, you're going to be surprised at the number, but I think that might be as high as 15% in the right wing. Okay. I
can accept that. That doesn't shock me. I mean, I don't agree. I think it's lower, but let's say it's 15%. Let's say that that still means that 85%.
No, hold on, Mark. Sorry. Let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. There's, 50, whatever the number is, 50% or so are the old school MAGA that right? And you're familiar.
Where's the GIF of the guy falling off of the wall when he's trying to do the January 6th thing? Is it just this one? Is this the only one? Is it this guy? I'm just trying to think of a GIF or a picture that summarizes January 6th and people being mad about losing the election. Or this one, maybe. Jan 6 falling GIF. It's really just this one, isn't it? Is it this? Fine. Will this go to Twitter? Hey.
So Trump says it, yes.
White nationalists, racist, evangelical, Trump cult supporters.
Yeah, I wouldn't use all those adjectives for the whole 50% at all, right?
Wait, does a GIF not fucking play on Twitter? Does this do a picture? What? Come on. No. Do I have to save it? Oh my God. Whatever.
But I understand. Do some of those folks exist on that end of the spectrum? Of course.
Not some. I mean, some is. It's not some. That is the organizing logics around MAGA were white nationalism, were anti-blackness, were xenophobia. I mean, Make America Great Again, even as a title, even as a label, even as a framework, is about a certain kind of appeal to a certain kind of American narrative. Whether you think it's Make America Great Again like 1800s or whether you mean it as Trump says he means it in the Reagan era. Either way, you're talking about shrinking government, You're talking about, at least the government we care about, expanding, except for, military and police and stuff like that. You're talking about taking away the social safety net. You're talking about stripping away some of the most important institutions like the Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is the core organizing logic around it. And for Trump, it begins really with birtherism, and then it emerges into build a wall. I mean, this is the organizing logic. People who put on those hats believe this stuff. I mean, these aren't just Tea Party members who are just lean conservative.
Yeah, Mark, I think it's more complicated than that. So just to finish the earlier thought, and then I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or 35, 40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are like, they think they mean well, for sure. I mean, look, of course, everybody thinks they mean well, but I mean, like, right, they don't have any kind of white supremacist agenda. They're not necessarily misogynist or something. They might have old stereotypes in their head.
Why do you believe that's true? Again, we're both conjecturing here, but why do you believe that's true?
Yeah, because I've interacted with them. And I think that what we've done is that we've gone into our bubbles, and we both think that each side is so evil that you can't talk to them. And they feel the same way about us, right? But to the point that you were making about, the origin of MAGA. So the reason why I say it's a little bit more complicated than that and nuanced is because what's the origin of the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, not the old one, not the party of Lincoln, et cetera. I actually wrote about this in my book, Justice is Coming. I have a chapter called Why Republicans Suck. So I was not unclear about it, right? And so I explained that when I was a kid, I grew up a Republican because my dad was a small businessman, et cetera, and we believed the story that mainstream media told us about a shining city on a hill and Reagan's speeches about that, right? And then when I realized that the Republican Party the modern Republican Party was built on the Southern strategy, I felt lied to in a big way, a giant way. Like, if I thought the Republican Party was based on racism and hatred and I'm Muslim, why would I support them? That doesn't make any sense, right? And the Southern strategy was so explicit, so clear. We are going to get the racist voters in the South that the Democratic Party left behind when they passed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act under Johnson, right? So that's the basis for the modern Republican Party, along with greed. And so I'm super clear on that. So MAGA is not, the origin you're talking about, 2016, is not that different than what that party was anyway, right? So, yeah, so I get that. But these days, like, that still remains. But if you talk to those people, they don't think that they're racist or sexist at all, right? And so I know that
most racists don't, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So look, I've seen guys who say, "No, I'm not racist. I had a black person in the house the other day, and I even let him use the bathroom."
Exactly.
Like, that's so, like, that way of thinking is so racist, and you don't know it, brother, right? So, like, I got it, right? But now there's a whole heap of people that were just pushed out by the Democratic Party. They hate the establishment. Democrat became more established. But they hate us on the culture wars. And on the culture wars, it gets super messy, because part of the reaction to what happened with the MAGA and making America great again, to your point, Mark, is that there was this feeling of, oh no, we're going to lose power. Now, that doesn't consciously come out as that guy saying, I'm afraid black people are going and brown people are going to take over. That's why I'm supporting white supremacy and et cetera. They don't say that, right? But there's cultural movements. So the cultural movement of white America was like, we're getting over the edge here. We're about to lose the majority. And then we're in a world of hurt, right? And you have this instinctual cultural reaction. And that's kind of what you sense with the beginning of MAGA, right? And then, by the way, but let's be fair, our side, I think, and we can debate this too, I think we went too far. And so we went so maximalist that we lost the majority of Americans. And so Republicans, when they started saying identity politics, that was a trick in the beginning, because what's the Southern strategy? Identity politics, right?
Just so our audience understands, when you say we went too far, what would be an example of going too far?
Yeah. Let's take a couple of things, right? So I'm 100% in favor of trans rights. Every show I go on, and at that event, I knew it was a little risky, but I asked them to say, look, trans people are American citizens, and they should get 100% of the same constitutional rights as we do. and most of the time they agree, so that's great, right? That crowd was a little bit more mixed. It was about 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 agreeing, 1/3, right? And so, but on our end, when we say trans people must play in professional sports, right? The league shouldn't have a choice. But wait a minute, that's not where the American people are. And I don't even agree with that. And so, and then people look at that and go, okay, wait, now you're.
Do you feel like that's a dominant issue of our side, of the left?
No, there's two things that happen there, Mark. So the right attacks first. Let's be clear about that, right? They trans people are minded.
Am I just being? Is my attention span just fucked, or is Cenk not really saying anything? Is he just kind of rambling? Apart from now saying that apparently trans is too big of an issue for the left. Okay.
Their business. Now they maybe culturally they're becoming more and more dominant. Our side is becoming more and more dominant, and it's starting to grate on the right wing, etc. But then the right wing passes laws, right, saying, "Hey, this against trans people, that against trans people."
Right. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. It's like that's a right wing issue. That's a solution in search of a problem. The right started making up all these laws and rules. It's like, oh my god, as if the left.
That's a good quip there. A solution in search of a problem. I like that. Okay.
We're as if that were a priority issue for the left, and then the left speaks a little bit about it, but I don't, and then it becomes the left has gone too far, they're out of control. And it's like, well, no, the right is doing that. It seems like you're almost echoing that right wing talking point.
So look, here's the example I use. So as I said at the AmFest event, I'm what they would consider extreme left on gun control, right? So I don't think guns should even be allowed in a house. If you have a gun in the house, you are much more likely to die from the gun. Okay. But I know that my position cannot pass, right? I'm going to have to convince people a lot more before I could begin to defend that position in a way that's logical. Like I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight. Right. Yeah. So on the trans issues, the right wing is the one that baited us, right? They tried it, banning trans people in the military. That wasn't that popular. They tried the bathrooms. That wasn't that popular. Going after their core constitutional rights wasn't popular at all. And then, so they went all the way to the outer edge, trying to find a place where we'll fall into their trap. So that's where we ran into professional sports. Some of the
sure, these Republican states are going after trans healthcare. A lot of their legislation is against sports, but a lot of it's also against just healthcare. It's not like they're just looking for whatever is the most popular one. Yeah, weird.
Terminology we were using, birthing people, etc. And then gender reassignment surgery, pre-18 years old. These are very unpopular positions. I don't happen to agree with any of those positions, as it turns out. But even if I did,
but they're also not dominant. I just want to be clear; they're also not our dominant positions. Most people aren't. So even as we say it right now, it sounds as if the left has gone too far and the right is just being more reasonable. When the left isn't saying this stuff in general.
No, but Mark, that's the key.
Yeah, the Democrats don't say this. He's talking about crazy people on Twitter who don't vote.
So when the right wing came in and attacked on those issues, and they went further and further out. There's a line where I would have drawn the line, even if I held those positions and said, look, guys, we're not going to win on those. I would say to the right wing or to anyone to make it super clear, we're not going to win on those issues. We got more work to do in convincing the American people to be on our side. But there's no point in debating it because we're not arguing it, right? But we didn't do that. And then when you get to the left, again, the left is not a monolith. The left is gigantic and has a lot of different parts of it. But in this case, a lot of left-wing activists online were like, no, this is, we fight and we die on this hill. Because if you give 1 inch, that means you're surrendering. And no, we always go maximalist. And so you could tell in the reaction, Mark, because when Anna and I said, yeah, we don't agree with those, for example, those 3 things, right? People said, no, you're a right-winger, you're a traitor, some said Nazi, etc. And well, that's not productive or helpful at all. And so then it became, oh my God, the left is digging in even more on this position. And I'm like, get out of the room. That this is not helpful. Not only to forget the Democratic Party, it's not helpful to trans people because you're now walking backwards and you're endangering them more. And here we are. We're back to now debating bathrooms because we lost so badly on that issue. when we didn't need to be in that fight at all. Stop falling into their traps. And I give you the gun example because I want you to I want to show you guys, me too, right? Like, it's not like I wouldn't do it with my own positions. Here, I'll give you another example about my own identity, like Muslims, right? And this one's absurd because nobody asked for this law or anything, but I use it as an extreme example of like if I had done this, right? So I want to protect Muslims, Americans, and our rights 100%. There's no negotiation over it. This whole deporting, denaturalizing nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim ban 200%. There was a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued the grocery store that he was working at because he said, I shouldn't have to handle bacon and pork at the checkout.
Oh, what's he saying?
Like, no, brother, that's your job. Okay.
I don't really know how Mark Lamont Hill can just sit there and listen to this without getting fucking, without snapping. He seems like a really nice guy by everything I've seen of him.
If you got those concerns, go take another job, right? And if we had, let's say, dug in on that position, again, I grant we didn't, that was not a big political issue. But if we had dug in and said, no, maximalist, that's it. Muslims should be allowed to work in the grocery store and not do this. We would have lost. And I would have said, no, don't do that.
Yeah, but you're
my rights backwards. And I don't want you to walk my rights backwards. Do you see
I
what
got
I'm
you.
saying?
But you're taking things that didn't happen and using them as examples to justify something that did happen. You're taking counterfactual, these hypothetical counterfactuals and saying, well, yeah, if we had done this, this would be exactly why this would exactly prove the right's point. But things didn't happen. But let me just take a step back because
no, I'm just saying that even if it affects me, I still have the right. Like I still have the same strategies. My point. That's all.
For sure. So I guess part of there are a few things you said that I think are really interesting. One is both sides are against the establishment, right? That these two issues. I think that the challenge is that argument presumes that the establishment is something other than right wing. We have two right-wing parties that are fighting each other. Now, I'm not pretending that Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. I'm not pretending that the Green Party and the Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two right-wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right that they both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But if and they clapped when you said that. But the difference is, when they say mainstream media, they're thinking CNN and MSNBC. They don't see OANN as establishment media or mainstream media. They don't see News Nation as establishment media or mainstream media. So you two aren't talking about.
I want to see some of his short form, Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill destroys Zionist in debate about the creation of Israel. Destroys Zionist. Okay, nice one. Speaks on the Israel-Hamas war, international law, history. Okay. This one did well. 282K.
Everyone talks about the creation of Israel as a Jewish state, but what we don't talk about is why. What was going on in Europe the previous 5 years where there was a plan to exterminate the Jewish people. So, from my perspective, I don't see a problem with carving out a piece of land that creates a safe haven for people that were literally being burned in ovens and trying to be wiped off of the face of the earth.
I mean, it's a powerful point you're making. Here's what I would say in response to that. The formation of the Jewish state does not begin in 1939, right? At the beginning of World War II. The formation of the Jewish state doesn't even begin during the rise of power of Hitler, which happens almost a decade prior to that. The formation of the Jewish state begins in 1882, long before Hitler rose to power. Long before. Now, again, there were pogroms, there was anti-Semitism. There's been anti-Semitism for centuries. So there's no doubt about that. But we can't make the argument that the Nazi Holocaust was the impetus for the formation of the Jewish state when Zionists argue that in 1917, the Balfour Declaration gave them permission to have a Jewish state. Again, 2 decades prior. So we can't make that case. But there's historically, I would say that's not true. But there's another point I want to make. I want to get your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Interesting.
Let me get your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
The issue for me and most people is not people having a piece of land carved out that keeps them safe. Everybody deserves that. The problem is that piece of land that was carved out was done at the expense of somebody else. Israel didn't just land in an empty place. It landed in a region where there were already people there. And those people got kicked out. And the ones who stayed don't have equal rights.
Why is there such outrage, though, for the Jewish state that is surrounded by, and I know you just mentioned this, but surrounded by several Arab states or Islamic states? why is it the Jewish people that there's outrage that we have a flag with a Jewish star on it when there are, as you know, there are tons of countries that have the Islamic crest, Arab world. Like, you understand?
I want to. I think my last answer answers that question, but I said I want to push you again because you didn't kind of respond to what I said, which is often what happens in these debates, right? People pivot when you make a point about Israel being a settler colonial project. People say, why are we picking on the Jews? I think you're right. We shouldn't just focus on Jewish people. I think you're right. We should focus on settler colonialism in Australia, in the United States, and Canada, everywhere. But the answer to your question is the reason why people are focused on Israel is because it was created at the expense of others. Do you think that it is morally acceptable to create a Jewish state that ends up expelling 700,000 Arabs, Palestinians, and that right now has creates a system of injustice inside the state of Israel for the minority who are identified as Arab? Do you think that's okay?
I don't. But let me just preface one, because you know I lean on the liberal side of things.
Except for Palestine.
Liberal Jews like myself do not support Benjamin Netanyahu. Let me just state that. We don't support a lot of his war tactics right now. What troubles me as Hanukkah starts tomorrow night is that Jewish people in America, in London, in Paris have to worry about paying the price for the actions of a prime minister that we don't even like. It would be like Trump doing something outrageous in America in Shanghai.
They're talking past each other. Yeah.
Has to worry about how he feels walking the streets because of something that their leaders do.
Yeah, that's a powerful point. I mean, one, I would say we should never punish one group of people for the actions of a single person or a small group of people.
Oh, he's doing the thing. He's doing the charmer. When someone says something, you make them feel heard, and you say, that's a good question. That's a really powerful point. Yeah, but I'm also going to shit on everything. Yeah.
I would argue, though, that that's exactly what's happening in Gaza right now. That the actions of Hamas have led to collective punishment, which is a war crime and a violation of international law against the Palestinian people. For every Hamas fighter that's been killed so far, 2 non-Hamas, just regular civilian people have been killed. That's a ratio that is unacceptable. We're talking about tens of thousands of people if we keep going at this rate. And right now it's already between 15 and 20,000 people who have already been killed as an act of collective punishment. But again, I don't disagree with your point that Jewish people shouldn't be. I mean, we shouldn't be closing down Hanukkah celebrations in Williamsburg, Virginia. We shouldn't be threatening or harming Palestinian people or Arab or other brown people or Muslims because of what's happening in Palestine. This should never happen regardless of what's going on. We should never harm any Jewish people. The question here, though, is, again, what is the root cause of this? If we want to fix this. I'm not playing the blame game or anything like that. I'm saying, how do we fix this? And at the root of this is the thing that I feel like respectfully you avoided a little bit, which is, again, although you said you don't agree with it, and that is that Israel is currently and has always been a settler colonial ethno-state that has oppressed and dispossessed Palestinian people. And it's not just inside of Israel. Israel, as you know, controls the West Bank. Israel has effective control over Gaza. Palestinians are catching hell all over the world, and the ones who don't live there are exiled. And so as long as that's happening, it's kind of hard to imagine that people won't resist, that people won't have these kinds of battles. Again, I don't condone what happened on October 7th. I actually don't agree with what happened on October 7th. I'm just trying to figure out how to prevent more October 7th, but I also want to prevent more October 6th. You know what I'm saying? Like, because October 6th, everything wasn't okay. Gaza was bombarded. Gaza was sieged. Gaza was occupied effectively. I want to end that too, bro.
Agree. I'm going to get back to my game now.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the game.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay, that was quick. All right. Hang on. Wait, is this him? Is this the guy? Wait, hang on. His website looks pretty weird. I'm not going crazy. This is his website, right? Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah. It's just his website looks like it was made in 1993. It's like, was this made by a fan? An imposter? 2020. Okay. I might shoot him an email.
The same thing. So even if you're using the same language, you two have very different ideas about what the establishment is. That crowd in that room, if you told them to get rid of establishment media, they'd be okay with Fox News living. While you and I both know that Fox News is establishment media. It's just it's just the ultra right part of it. I'm saying that to say that just because those people in that room say we want to get rid of the establishment, we want to tear down the establishment, they don't want to tear down right-wing anything. They want to tear down the parts of the establishment that allow you and I to exist and allow the most vulnerable people in this country to be safe. So to me, it doesn't feel like a fair or good faith argument to say, well, it's okay for us to come together. It's okay for me to be on stage with them. It's okay for me to be in this space because we both want to get rid of the establishment. No, y'all don't. Not the same way.
Yeah, Mark, I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part, but I largely disagree. So let me break it down. So do they mean mainstream media and establishment politicians, including their own side? Yes, they definitely do. Do they mean Fox News? No, they don't. You're right about that, right? So, but that doesn't. But what I say, first of all, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate, right? We're not going to come in and go, hey, we'd like to tear down Fox News, and they're going to go, yeah, of course not, right? So, but what I do say is, hey, we hate mainstream media. Yes, agreement. And I say, look, and this happens. So Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop, but they're actually the uniparty. Republicans go, yay, totally agree, right? So, by the way, that's a giant agreement. I mean, we're just brushing past an enormous agreement. And then we get to mainstream media, and I go, MSNBC and Fox News play good cop, bad cop. Now, that's the first time they've ever heard that, right? Because they think they've been told their whole lives, Fox News, right-wing media in general, good guys, MSNBC, bad guys, right?
Absolutely.
But remember, our own voters, Democratic voters, think the same way, right? So you find a 74-year-old person watching MSNBC Morning Joe every morning. She thinks MSNBC is the good guys and Fox News is the bad guys. No, it's good cop, bad cop. They're both the bad guys, okay? And so that's something we have to introduce to our voters and to their voters. So by having those conversations, I am in a lot of ways introducing that thought to them for the first time. And that's part of why mainstream media banned me in the first place. I'm banned on CNN and MSNBC because I think and Fox News. I think they got the sense, oh, this guy's going to convince our audience that we're not here to help them. And that's true. They're not here to help them, right? But since the right wing already did a revolt against their establishment, they're actually more open to that idea. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News, probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, no, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look, again, they tell you exactly what they mean, the voters, the MAGA voters. They're not hiding the ball at all. So they really do hate the establishment. Here's another example. Today, a giant fight between the online right-wingers and Dan Crenshaw. And so who's right about that? The online right, which we're like more worried about in some ways, like more hardcore MAGA. But wait a minute, they're right. Dan Crenshaw is wrong. Dan Crenshaw is defending all of his donors, etc. I was on with Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan, and there was Vinny from Patrick Bet-David's show. Very populist right-wing guy. And we ganged up on Dan Crenshaw because he agreed with me more than he agreed with Crenshaw. So these old lines are beginning to break down. And so in a moment like that, that's when we really need to be talking to each other rather than just saying, okay, everybody there is a white supremacist. And for them, everybody on our side is a weirdo, fringe, whatever they think of us.
Would I be hyperbolic to say half the people in that room at that event believe that white people are superior?
Good question.
Yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark.
How about 25%?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but since they don't consciously think that, they're going to be repelled by you saying that. I don't care about it. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about them being repelled. I guess what I struggle with is if you're a white supremacist if you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not a white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part, is in that room. If you get metaphorically speaking, that is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk, who's someone you shared the stage with, would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
No, but let's not do the mainstream media thing. Do you believe he's a white
supremacist? No.
Let's not do the mainstream media thing.
Tell me why.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure. When you say white supremacists, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood and look. Yeah,
but I'm not asking you if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what a white supremacist actually is. And based on what a white supremacist actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word. I'm not going to use it, that phrase. I think we need to get past that kind of phrasing.
Oh, shit.
Because that just puts up a giant wall between us.
Between us and the white supremacists.
Yeah, but Mark, here, let me give you an example. Again, using my own identity, and this time very real, right? So I can go into a room and they can mispronounce my name. I'd say racist, okay? But wait a minute, my name is C, pronounced like a J. How the hell is anybody supposed to know that? Okay, I can go to a room.
Yeah, but these are straw, that's a straw man, Jay. No one is saying that. What they say is when they say Muslims are rapists, when they say Muslims are evil, that's the racist thing that we get outraged by, not them not pronouncing Cenk Uygur right.
No.
If someone says Muslims are rapists, would you then say that they're racist?
So, Mark, it's how am I dealing with that situation is the question, okay? So I started out with the really mild one of my name, right?
Yeah.
But when you go down the gradations of different ways that you could discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims, yeah, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, et cetera, et cetera. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past, and what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, etc. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, so because I've never seen anyone.
He who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah, because I've never seen anyone who engages is on the Israel side that just automatically, reflexively, without even checking any facts, called the other person an anti-Semite, and they didn't think that Muslim lives were worthless, right? So I can't understand that any better than I do, having been the group that is most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had it much worse in this country.
I don't know about the most smeared.
This is so frustrating. It's so frustrating seeing Cenk like completely fumble. He's nothing. He's just whatever. It's all just like vibes. I can't watch it. I can't do it. He's not saying anything. He's not going to say anything. Fuck. All right.
Has become a more complex figure.
This is him talking about Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens has become a more complex figure. She left the Daily Wire. She fell out with Ben Shapiro, another right-wing commentator, over the issue of Israel. Candace Owens had the audacity to challenge the Israeli settler state, to call into question the genocide in Gaza, to actually say that every criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. And so she has been fired from right-wing media jobs. She has her own platform where she's doing well, but she has very excellently. She's kicking my ass, but she is still being attacked by the right. She's also,
it must be hard to navigate this if you're a leftist, because like Candace Owens is obviously anti-Semitic. Like everything she does is because she hates Jews. Like when it comes to Israel, everything she says is it's not out of care for Palestinians. It's about hatred for Jews. And she'll only care about the Palestinians in so much as they help her further her hatred of Jews. That's it. She's like a Holocaust denier and shit. So it must be kind of difficult to navigate that if you find this person saying so many things that you agree with, but for the complete wrong reasons. It's like, do you ever stop and pause, or is it just like you just call her morally lucky? She's just stumbling across the right position, but for the completely wrong reasons, and that's it. You just let it go. Don't know.
Being attacked by particular prominent Zionist figures who are trying to frame her as an anti-Semite, as a monster, as an advocate of violence. They're doing all the things. Well, she and Rabbi Shmuley have been going back and forth for a very long time. I mean, a long
Rabbi Shmuley.
time. And if you don't know Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, Rabbi Shmuley Boteach is a very well-known rabbi who I would argue is an extremist. He is a Islamophobe, certainly an anti-Palestinian voice. He is unreasonable. He supports the genocide in Gaza. He supports the occupation of Palestine. He, to me, is wholly unreasonable. And in every venue where I've seen him speak, he likes to engage in ad hominems. I saw him do it with Norman Finkelstein. I watched him do every debate he's in. He talks about the person and he doesn't talk about the issues. They went on Piers Morgan last night for a showdown.
Even like Ben Shapiro hates Rabbi Shmuley, right? Rabbi Shmuley is very isolated. He like Piers brings him on because he's entertaining, because he's a character. But outside of that, like Rabbi Shmuley is just, he's alone in the sense that like everyone thinks he's a piece of shit. Like, he's an embarrassment, even if you're a Zionist, even if you're like quite a hardline Zionist.
Owens and Rabbi Shmuley, and it was one for the ages. I'm not telling you to watch it. You probably, and I've had some conversations with y'all. It ain't y'all jam. It ain't y'all type of hype, as we used to say. But I last night sat up for an hour. I should have been watching Grey's Anatomy, but I watched an hour of this, the full hour debate, and some interesting moments came out where I gotta say, Candace Owens was owning Shmuley. I'm gonna show you one.
Prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. You know, we kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You can't get me to feel comfortable as a Christian with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me. Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant to me is, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think what's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley. The fact that you would try to say, I am Jewish and this is what I believe, and do and say the things that you are doing. People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now.
Like this is just memeing. She's just meme posting here. This is like slam poetry. Okay.
Is an act of evil. The lies that you are telling, not just on me, but also on my family members, are a good example for the world to see what we are referring to when we call something radical Zionism.
Barks. She went in. I'm going to say a couple things about that. Again, sometimes, you know, blessings come in the packages you don't expect. Sometimes interesting arguments, powerful arguments come from people who you don't normally rock with. When you see a debate between Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley, I know if you like me, you like, oh, couldn't happen the two worst debaters. You know what I mean? In the sense that, you know, Candace and I don't agree on 99% of the world, right? So it's hard to root for her. Rabbi Shmuley is human garbage on so many issues. I've watched him be just awful on. I'm not saying he's human garbage in general. I'm saying he's human garbage on several key issues. And so I'm damn sure not rooting for him on this issue. And so I didn't know what to expect in the debate.
Yeah.
But Candace Owens dog walked Rabbi Shmuley through the entire debate. It got so bad, she was hitting him with points. And then Shmuley one time said, oh, where's your evidence? Where's your source? Now, we're on national TV. I'm giving you a data point and you're asking for my source. So she looks down and says, well, let me find it. Pulls it up and proves that what she said was right. It was about the amount of weaponry and the amount of explosives, I believe, that Israel was using and throughout various moments in history compared to the way they're using it right now in Gaza. He said, what's your source? She pulls up the source and he says, you cheated. You used the computer. And Piers is like,
classic Rabbi Shmuley moment. Okay.
But she was right. He's like, yeah, but we haven't fact checked it yet. She was like, well, here's the source. She's like, then after the debate, he makes like a TikTok or a Instagram video, whatever. It says, Candace Owens brought a computer to a debate. She cheated. he didn't argue that her point was wrong. He didn't say that her fact was inaccurate. He said she only knew the fact after she looked it up. What kind of dumbass argument is that? Yeah, you might have been right, but you didn't know off the top of your head. This ain't a pop quiz. It's a debate, ultimately looking for truth. So she's quoting scripture. He's quoting scripture to Candace Owens, and that's when Candace bounced back with that, woe to he. Ooh, that's the same scripture that Prop Joe used in The Wire. Ooh, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil.
Okay, I'm bored. Oh, I'm very bored. Okay. Okay. He does really like to go ham on the colonial roots.
I understand we see every part of the history of the creation of
Oh
Israel.
my God, it's Brianna
differently.
Wu. Oh no.
I think that Jews were basically chased out of every country on earth since the fall of the Second Temple.
Agreed.
You know, go look at the expulsion of Jews. It's on Wikipedia. It is a terrifying read. And, you know, eventually after the Holocaust, they wanted to create their own homeland. And, you know, to me...
Oh, is he going to take umbrage with that again because of the title? It's not the Holocaust. The Holocaust was kind of why a large number went there afterwards. That's why, like, I think 25% of the IDF in 48 were former DPs. They were people who came out of displaced persons camps, like the concentration camps. About a quarter of the IDF in 1948. So it explains a lot of them, but obviously they were fleeing before that.
Like you talk about the decolonialism, Israel is the most successful decolonialist project in all of human history.
Jesus Christ,
They went
that's
back
such a
to
stupid argument. Fuck me.
their homeland. They put it together. They create, the kibbutzes that they started are one of the few examples of communism working. And yet they built a society when everyone around them was trying to slaughter them. And I think there's so much there that I respect. And, you know, this is maybe getting too personal, Mark, but when after October 7th happened, I really started thinking through my life. And I was thinking when my family disowned me when I came out and I was homeless, and who came to help me? It was Jewish friends. And I was thinking when I was trying to organize Black Lives Matter protests here in Boston, who helped write a check for a lot of the infrastructure, who showed up to help it make it happen. It was a lot of Jewish people here in Massachusetts. When I was having trouble during...
You know, I want to read more about. I know about the Jerusalem riots in 1920. I want to read a bit more about Jewish-Arab relations in Palestine between 1880 and 1881, between that and 1917, before the Balfour Declaration. I want to know what was going on between them. There weren't that many Zionists there at the time. It would have been under Ottoman rule. But I know there was the Jaffa expulsions, but that was largely to do with the Jews being Russian. I wonder where I could learn about that. Probably be Wasserstein who would know about. But it's Ottoman, it's not Mandate period. We'll see.
Gamergate, who reached out and helped me out. It was Jewish friends. So I started thinking through what my life would be like if all those Jewish friends weren't there for me. And it was a very different life. So the thing morally that's motivating me is I think there's a real question for Jewish dignity that just it seems undercounted in the leftist discourse. And it seems really obvious to me, and I'm confused why other people can't see that.
Again, the idea that there's something decolonial about the formation of the state. Again, I even
because my understanding is that between 1880 and the First World War, 1881 and say 1917 onwards, I really would love to know, you'd never get the answer to this, is how much of the land that Zionists settled on, Jews, was unpopulated. Because I think there were about 5,000 families in the 20th century, at least, probably a lot more, that were like evicted after Zionists bought the land. And by 5,000 families, you're talking about like thousands and thousands of people, like maybe 20,000 people over a period of like 3 or 4 decades. But I wonder how much of that was happening at the beginning, if they were mostly, because they were mostly living in the coastal areas from the 1880s till 1917. And these were the empty swamplands. Let's see.
Zionists didn't argue that. They acknowledged that they were colonizers. You made a point, and it may have been a slip of the tongue, but you said sort of after the Holocaust, this idea of forming Israel. The Zionist movement begins not only decades before the Holocaust, it begins decades before Hitler even rises to power.
Yeah,
He's doing
but
the
that's
same
when
point
it got
again.
steam. We both know that.
No,
That's,
but
that's what gave it the push to become into reality, right?
I
Because after 39, then the British White Paper actually went against Zionism. Oh, okay.
That certainly created an intensity, but if the argument is that the Balfour Declaration was what gave them license for a Jewish state, and that was 1917, three decades prior, then we can't have it both ways, right? We can't say, well, that's the impetus, and then say...
Yeah, but Mark Lamont Hill knows about the pogroms, so why does he say that? Why does he say, the point stands that they were running away from something. That's the idea. That's why 1881... That's why it happens to coincide with the assassination of Alexander II in Russia and the pogroms that followed. The 1,300 of them over the space of, 14 years? 40 years? It's weird that he, knows that, but picks up on that particular disagreement, that technicality.
You can say that we got you over the finish line, but we can't make... The reason why I'm not nitpicking again...
Are you arguing the Holocaust was not the reason that a bunch of Jews started buying land in that region and starting
no, Brianna. Okay, she's falling for it now. She doesn't... Oh, God. You can look at Zionist immigration over time. It goes up massively from the 1930s onwards, obviously because of the rise of Nazism and fascism in Europe. But... it was kind of before that where they started.
Move there, that's like after that's the reason a lot of people left Russia to go immigrate to the kibbutzes.
No, what I'm arguing is that Jewish immigration to historic Palestine, both Ottoman Palestine and the British Mandate, began long before the Holocaust began. And if we were to accept the way you narrated it, one would believe that Israel was formed because of the Holocaust, that a Holocaust happened and then Israel was formed.
Obviously an oversimplification, sure.
Right, but it's not just an oversimplification. I'm saying it's not just like overstated something that's generally true. I'm saying had there not been a Holocaust at all, and there was, I'm not saying there wasn't a Holocaust, I'm saying there was one, but I'm saying prior to the Holocaust, there was already a plan for Israel, and for first a Jewish homeland, and then later on an actual state. That was not occasioned by the Holocaust. 1882, we see this happening, long before Hitler rose to power. So I'm just saying we can't make this. It's historically dishonest.
Are you really claiming the Holocaust was not a major factor for there being interest in?
The UN partition, because before 39, right? Well, on 39, in 39, the British position was the fucking white paper to offer it to the Palestinians, to offer it to the Arabs. Pending, I think, Jewish-Arab relations, and after 5 years of Jewish immigration. That was it.
An international goodwill to create a Jewish state. Of course that's a major factor, Mark.
Right, but that again, you just made a different claim. I'm not disagreeing with the claim you just made. I'm disagreeing with your initial claim, which was that, and again, it may seem pedantic, but it's not, because part of how Israel's colonizing project gets erased or gets whitewashed is that we focus on this horrific moment of the Holocaust as the occasion for creating the Zionist movement. And what I'm saying is the Zionist movement happened 5 decades prior to the Holocaust. Modern political Zionism begins 5 decades prior to the Holocaust. And so we have to look at the political lot. Theodore Herzl knew nothing about a Holocaust, right? So we can't say that that's why it started or that's why it happened. Again, I don't disagree that it gave international goodwill. I don't disagree that created a different kind of urgency. I don't disagree that created and really sort of played upon many of the tensions that happened between the British and the early Yishuv or the later Yishuv, right? Right before Israel was formed. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. That would be a straw man. I'm talking about the initial claim, and the only reason I'm pushing back against it is because it's harder to look at Israel as a colonizing project if you say, well, there's a Holocaust and they ran to Palestine.
Well, why though? But if you know about the pogroms, would it not be hard? So it's hard to see it as a colonial project because if they flee because of the Holocaust. But it's not hard to see it as a colonial project when they do it in relation to pogroms. Are pogroms just like you have to just sit through those and like fucking suck it up? What? Why is he? That's a very strange. It shouldn't matter, by the way. If you want to call it colonial, them going as refugees from the Holocaust or as refugees from the pogroms is the same. Because to a Palestinian, they're just strangers from Europe arriving in a place that, for reasons that have nothing to do with you. What's he doing here? That's a really interesting, him just revealing his motive there. It's a very strange thing to do. Because he knows about the pogroms. You mentioned them in the last conversation we watched. So if you're saying the Holocaust makes it harder to... He said the Holocaust makes it harder to call it colonial because it acknowledges that Jews were fleeing something. But they were fleeing something in 1881 as well. So would you struggle to call it colonial if that was acknowledged? If you acknowledged that people went there because of pogroms, then because of the Dreyfus Affair, and then because of the rise of anti-Semitism in World War I onwards, and then the rise of anti-Semitism after the Russian Revolution? And then the rise of fascism and Hitler?
And created Israel. That's not my issue. My issue is long before the Holocaust, they ran to Palestine and dispossessed. And to be very clear, I have no issue with there being a Jewish homeland there. I have no issue with Jews living there. I think every Jew that's there should stay and live and build. I'm simply saying that everyone should have the same rights while they're there, that there should not be an apartheid state or an ethno state. And this idea that the Zionist movement wasn't a colonizing project, I mean, I guess the question I would have for you is, why did Theodore Herzl say it was? Why did Chaim Weizmann say it was? If the people who actually created the Zionist movement say, hey, we're colonizing, why do you feel comfortable saying that they're wrong and that they weren't colonizers when they themselves said, hey, here's what we're doing? I mean, they look. I mean, if you look at, I'm just going to pull this up really fast as one example, right? You know, they had a department of colonization in historic Palestine, and the Zionists themselves had a department of colonization for people who wanted to make what was effectively aliyah, right?
I hear what you're saying. I do think
the correct response to this is a very awkward one. There's two really. One is you can say colonization doesn't necessarily, when they were calling it colonization when most of what they were doing was buying empty land, like swamps. They were already calling it colonization even then. And that's because that's like Elon Musk saying we're going to colonize Mars, right? It's like they saw it as a land that was largely uninhabited. And if it was inhabited, then their resolution wasn't to to fucking Nakba them. It was to pay them to leave. It was to compensate them to compensated evictions. And to buy from willing landowners, like willing nationalist landowners, like the Najashibis and the Husseinis. Like these were people who sold land to Zionists. But obviously people want to just use the word colonialism to just invoke its the shadows around it, right? To bring a cloud over the term, which again, like even the evictions, even if they're compensated, you can still say that's unethical. But these guys have not been fighting for 75 years because of like purchasing land and evicting tenants in a few thousand 75 years ago or 80 or 90 or 100 years ago. That's not why they're still fighting. Like they're not fighting because people bought land and evicted tenants.
It's important to remember this is originally where the Jews came from. If you've seen Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, this is their home. They lost it.
Did you answer that question? You asked me to answer your question.
Sure. Why did that's obviously the shittest response to the question. Okay.
Colonizing and have departments of colonization and openly say we're colonizing if you feel like they didn't.
I
How do you
think
reconcile
that I'm sure someone used that word at some point. I think directionally I have to analyze things as they are. I don't think it's a colonial project. I think they are returning to their homeland. I think it's been massively successful. And I think that this discussion constantly undercounts the amount of terror and violence visited upon Israeli civilians.
Jesus
You didn't actually
Christ.
answer the question.
That's a no wonder this guy's quite self-assured in what he believes, right? Because that response was so bad. What the fuck? That does not answer the question at all.
I'll leave it alone.
No,
You said someone used you said someone probably used that term
someone
sometime.
probably used that word. I don't
No, but
think
this
that
wasn't
is
someone.
evidence.
I'm saying the actual Zionist movement. There was an organization, the World Zionist Organization.
It's like here's what you do. You ask Mark Lamont Hill. Okay, so like there are three things that you can do, right? One is you purchase land that's empty and you drain the swamp and you start farming and you live there, right? The second one is you buy the land and you evict tenant farmers and you compensate them. Then you buy the land and you evict tenant farmers, but you don't compensate them. Then you just take an army and you approach their house and you shoot them or shoot over their heads until they flee. All these are colonization. Are they all morally equal?
Had a department of colonization. They called themselves colonizers. They said we're colonizing. When you read the work of Theodore Herzl, he said we're colonizing. That's not somebody saying it somewhere. That was fundamental to the project itself. I'm asking, and if you feel like you need to come back and circle back and read on that and come.
Can you explain why you're saying the evictions were unethical if the land had been purchased? Because like workers' rights, if you're a tenant farmer, it's not just your land that you're getting kicked out of, it's your house and it's your work. So generally, I think in the modern day, if you are buying land just to fire everyone, I imagine there are some kind of like things that you have to go through before you're allowed to do that. And there's like compensation and things like that.
Come back, I'm fine with that.
No. I'm wondering when the like
fair to say
colonial, like we have this word we use in progressive circles, like colonizer, all of that. I'm wondering at what point that like academia took place, because I would suspect it has a very different interpretation today than it did back then. That would be my initial guess, but you're right. I should probably read more about that.
I was going to say, I don't want you to guess. I spent my career reading and talking about this. So
when did settler colonialism? When did this academic? Yeah.
So in 1902, Theodore Herzl writes a letter.
No, settler colonialism. When did this start becoming like
settler colonialism is a more modern sort
right.
of.
So that's when colonialism kind of takes a darker turn of phrase, right? So
that's when colonialism became recognized as problematic. But it doesn't mean that the act wasn't less problematic. They acknowledged that they were colonizing. When did colonizing not have a negative?
You know what, Mark? Let me invite me back. Why don't we have a discussion on the history of colonialism? This is
being nice about it, but
fair enough. I respect when people just say that. Thank you. Anyway, it's so much fun having you on. I want to bring you on to talk about other stuff too, gaming, all the other stuff. So I want to learn. So and this is called Night School because we learn. It's a global classroom, so we're all learning, we're all developing.
Mark, I genuinely, Destiny said this at the end of your debate with him, and I want to reiterate the same thought. This is such a heated topic, and I felt very respected here. I hope you felt the same. We don't have to agree on this to both be Americans and to both want a Democratic Party that's going to fight harder for Black people and actually enact public policies, which is exactly what I want with queer people as well. So I really, truly enjoyed the conversation.
So did I. Brianna Wu, everybody. Thanks so much.
I like how you're saying this conversation with the word resist on his t-shirt. That's cool.
See you soon. Everybody, that was Brianna Wu. We'll have her back.
I like how they have a really civil conversation. Then he goes, destroys Brianna Wu in the title. That's based. Banger. Hello, Kalinda.
Oh, you pulled me in first. Well, that's nice. I haven't even been in there that long. There's like a debate going on about like Turkey or something up in your waiting room.
Oh, I don't. Bro, who cares about Turkey, eh?
Yeah, I guess. Well, actually, I think it's about.
Are
Turkey
they
and
invading Syria yet, or?
I think it might partly be about that because Turkey just really, I don't know. But yeah, it's between like a couple of people. So if you pull people in, you should pull them both in so that they can argue and give you free content while you play World of Warcraft or something.
Which ones are they?
I think it's Smooth Nectarine and Salty Monkey Man, but don't do it yet. But yeah.
Okay.
Also, first of all, I have two things. How dare you? How dare you be so terribly racist to Sev? He gave you 200 shekels to play Baldur's Gate, and you just refused. Why do you hate Palestinians?
True. I just, bro, these new games, I just don't give a fuck. Like, there's only so many hours in the day. What?
It's a good game, by the way. I mean, there's like a shitload of stuff to it. When I played it, the person that I played it with was like a fucking loot goblin, and he wanted to go everywhere and like discover everything on every map. So now I don't really feel the need to play it again. But it's fun. You could play it with like your friends or people from the stream or your people who have perms to come in. I don't know. It would be entertaining. It's a fun game.
Okay. Listen, I will think about it. That's what I'll do.
Okay. The other thing that do these conversations annoy you? Like where it just becomes like, oh, it's about, like Israel decolonized Palestine and like it was their land first, and like why can't people just agree that both of them have a right to the land or something? It just irritates the fuck out of me so much. Like it's such a stupid conversation that doesn't, even on Twitter when I argue with people and they're like, oh, are you going to say that the Jews have the right to be there because they were there 3,000 years ago? And I'm like, well, no, because it's a fucking stupid argument. I'm going to say that they've been there for 75 years and you shouldn't punish people for the crimes of their ancestors or whatever. But I guess I don't know. Do those conversations, like, is there even any point to having that discussion? Because it feels pointless.
Kind of makes me want to kill myself, but what else are you going to do with your day?
Yeah. The Destiny debate from the other day that you didn't watch kind of made me want to kill myself too. And I listened to the whole thing. That guy doesn't think that Arafat or that the Temple Mount was there. And did you see the clip? Yeah, did you see the clip of him, by the way? He lied about how long he lived in Lebanon. He said that he lived there that he grew up there. And then later on in the debate, he said he lived there for 2 years or a couple years.
There
was a clip on Twitter.
You need to get those. It's all memes. You need to get those brownie points.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, geez. But yeah, no, do it. Bring him in. Salty Monkey Man and Smooth Nectarine.
Yeah, one moment. I just need to. Mark Lamont Hill has like 3 email addresses, and I can't figure out which one. Okay, let's try this one.
I don't know what to think about that guy.
What guy? Mark Lamont Hill or the Breh?
Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah.
It's just a Western leftist. That's all it is, It's honestly, this is like I imagine if you probably go into like Middle East studies and in some universities, that's probably what they teach you, because no one cares, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess like I guess people don't want to have any kind of nuance on this. You have to pick a side or something. No one wants to just be nuanced both sides or whatever. Anyway, hello people. You guys are arguing about Turkey or something in the waiting room. I told them to bring
we're not arguing.
And I need the bathroom, so it's a good idea to have you guys here.
We're not arguing.
Oh.
We just
what we're talking about was
false advertising. Okay.
Yeah.
He asked me
he's
about what I
Israeli,
think.
so I asked him about the buffer zone, going into the buffer zone.
Oh, what, Turkey or Israel?
So
we asked about Israel,
HDS hasn't
and then
indicated.
he said, like, why would who would if HTS were to attack Israel, who would join them? And I said, obviously Turkey.
Well, no, it's because I posed that if in a hypothetical war, and you said Turkey because they supported verbally Hamas, but I said that I
And
don't think they
financially,
would,
not only
considering that
verbally,
there's
but
been yeah, but I said militarily, and I said how Hamas, Turkey's been verbally supporting Hamas and financially, but they've said they're gonna do something, but they haven't over a year. So I said I don't know how much they would actually militarily support HTS in a war with Israel. But
does Turkey like
Smooth said
HTS?
that-
Does HTS like Turkey? I'm genuinely curious. I don't know. Does anyone know the answer to that?
I've seen that they've done a lot of stuff that will help you train, will help you this. I don't know if they like
have
them.
they not have they're not the same as the SNA. The SNA is more Turkey's deal, but I do think they sent them workers and training and stuff. But HTS has said that they want to get all foreign powers out, including Turkey. Like they said, all foreign powers to get out.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll see though.
Yeah.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
That's why I don't think that Turkey would join. But
let's say in a hypothetical war between Syria and Israel, if Turkey were to intervene on Syria's behalf, then Syria would obviously take that and enjoy it, right? And let that foreign power
if
consolidate again.
If Turkey did offer military support, then I would assume.
Oh shit! He
assume.
left. He left the stream. It's our stream now, boys.
But then again, because they've said that they want all foreign powers out. If they offered after let's say they do, all foreign powers do get out. I don't know if they would actually accept foreign. Intervention
I've only seen Turkey being more and more entrenched in Syria ever since HTS took over. So
Okay,
once again, rhetoric and actions.
Is Turkey just afraid about the Kurds who live in was it northeastern Syria?
Well,
because
yeah, the SNA and YPG are fighting the Kurds and the SNA, and the SNA, unlike HTS, they're more or less a puppet state of Turkey.
Okay, but Turkey's problem with it. I don't actually know that much about this, so now I guess it's opportunity to learn. I wondered why
I've seen a lot of videos of Erdogan saying a bunch of stuff how Turkey is the empire and Turkey doesn't only end in Turkey. And he said a bunch of cities in Syria that used to be like the Ottoman Empire. I think he's very expansionist. He's what everyone thinks Israel is.
Does Turkey just hate Kurdish people though? Or are they mad?
Yeah, that's the thing. But I would refer when it comes to Erdogan saying all his stuff, which is it's absurd. Again, actions speak larger than words, and I refer back to Al-Jilani. We should be skeptical of him, but actions speak larger than words. So,
but now isn't there
there has to be credibility? There has to be credibility.
Isn't Turkey and Syria trying to do a maritime kind of treaty with the waters that Greece and Cyprus are very against because it's taking away from their waters too? Or something like that.
Which with HTS?
Yeah, HTS and Turkey are working on some sort of agreement between
treaty?
Yeah, that's apparently with harming the sovereignty of Greek interest in their waters and stuff.
It seems
I saw something. I didn't go too deep into it.
Turkey aims for maritime agreement with Syria. Transport minister says. Erdogan said he would improve ties with Syria. I haven't. It doesn't. None of the articles say that HTS has said anything about actually accepting this.
I mean, they probably gonna need some time before they accept anything. I mean, would they really be doing something that big?
It's like a transitional government, right? A transitional government can't really make any big treaties and stuff before they're not transitional anymore.
What was the name of that? What's the name of that group in in Turkey, there's a group that I guess
The
like that are
PKK?
terrorists. Yeah, the PKK. Do those guys actually have any
Mm-hmm.
association with the Kurds in northeastern Syria, or is that just Turkey being paranoid?
I think
or
it's
something?
just that they all want like a sovereign Kurdish state.
I-
So
Oh,
even if
yeah.
they don't
No, I've
align
heard-
with anything,
I've heard different things. I've heard that the Kurds in like more northern Iraq favor PKK rather than Syrian Kurds, but I could be wrong. I need to brush up on my Kurdish history. So I wouldn't take what I say when it comes to the PKK and YPG's relationship as fact.
yeah, I don't know that much about their relationship. I just know that they both, like all of them, are pretty much advocating for a Kurdish state, and so
Yeah, it's been a while
Turkey
since I
see
looked
that as
into any of this, but that was
just,
my
uh,
understanding.
I do know that any time a terrorist attack committed by a Kurd does happen in Turkey, it's automatically the PKK's fault.
From what I understand, like I have a friend from Turkey that she was talking to me about a while ago. There was a big like PKK attack on like a drone factory, and she told me that from what she understands, like things were moving to much more favorable towards like the Kurdish in Turkey. That the one of the big PKK guys was about to like leave prison or something, and then
Well, I know the
the
PKK
attack happened, and so
I know the
that set
PKK
back
I hate all
everything.
this. There's no point. It's a waste of time.
has said they are more
What the
interested
fuck?
in like staying in Turkey, not being separatist, but having
Like an
more
autonomous
autonomy.
region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that there's a bunch of conspiracy theories in Turkey right now about like if it's actually the Kurds that did that attack on the drone factory, or if it was like an inside job just to stop any normalization or anything with the Kurds. I don't know enough about it. I'm just telling you like the conspiracy theories that I've heard.
Yeah. I need to brush up on my PKK more specifically, and then Kurdish on broadly history.
Okay.
Because
I'm sorry for the false advertising. It sounded like you guys were debating about something when I came in, or
We're
like you were
debating about
talking
like Israel Palestine a bit more heavily than
yeah,
it's just Turkey.
we're more contentious. We're more contentious.
Oh,
So we're on solid
okay.
ground. We both agreed on settlers, when a settler is fair game. We both agreed when they're committing an act of violence, but the act of violence has to be proportional. So if there's like a fist fight between settlers and Palestinians, it should be broken up. But if a settler is burning and harassing civilians, then that's fair game, that's self-defense. But then a 19-year-old from Tel Aviv who's never done anything to a Palestinian's life isn't a target.
Yeah, but also a 19-year-old from
we
Gush
got there.
Etzion that never did any violence shouldn't be a target, right?
Well, that's why I said a settler who's committing acts of violence.
Yeah, but you just had a 19-year-old from Tel Aviv. You know, it's important the distinction that also the
Oh.
violence is the problem, not the
Well,
where
I
they
meant
live.
I meant because you have the Hamas supporters who believe that there's no civilians. That's why I added that.
Owner.
So we found
when
common
you
ground.
said that settler violence, you know, settlers are fair game, in your opinion. Could you elaborate on that?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
I think if you're living in Gush Etzion or I don't think you're fair game just like as a civilian, but probably the infrastructure around you is like they can probably block your road and shit like that because you shouldn't be there. Fuck. Just make that system unsustainable.
So infrastructure violence, okay, but not like human violence.
No, I don't
That's
think
your
I don't think you should target settlers because like settlers are still like under IHL and it makes sense. Like they're still civilians, yeah. But I think the whole like apparatus
Like the
that they
infrastructure.
uphold can probably get fucked off.
Well, because there's two types. I mean, like I don't know if like they went like a Nelson Mandela of targeting infrastructure. Like, that's also a
Yeah,
tactic.
cut off
that
their
they could use.
electricity. Fuck, like cut off their water supply and like block their roads. And
You know what's
shit,
really
yeah,
funny is when you always get you would have caught Nelson Mandela a terrorist, but they never. They think that Nelson Mandela was out here killing 1,200 civilians.
Yeah, but
when they were.
I
They
think that
don't
Nelson
actually know
Mandela
what
was
he was
like
doing.
personally involved in necklacing. You know, he would just necklace everyone for breakfast or some shit.
The ANC out here doing suicide bombings or some shit, I guess.
Exactly. All right, another question.
Lona. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry. Oh, I was going to
About,
say.
Okay, go.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I was gonna say maybe you should do something like. I know you say you don't want to. You haven't really been interested in doing the long form video essays, but if you, I mean, you could do it on a live stream as well. I don't know if you have, but maybe like a video essay on the green red alliance that's popped up post October 7th would be interesting.
I guess
'Cause
that
it-
would
it
be
is quite interesting to
it's
see how
basically
far
left-wing anti-Semitism.
people have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've had really good
Because
takes
I know
that.
some left wing.
You think I've had what, Kalinda?
You've had really good takes on the and like the way you explain it has been really good because you're someone who like is or was or whatever like a leftist, you know, and like you
Mhm.
said, you've been around those people and whatnot.
Well, I got told I had good takes on that, but I don't really know which ones actually stick because I think I have so many different ways that I think I can explain left-wing anti-Semitism, but I just never know which one to go with because I don't know which ones are the most convincing or which one's the easiest to tell. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, but let's dive a bit deeper into the whole left-wing anti-Semitism thing for a second, because I've heard you say multiple times that you don't think Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite, right? You think that he's just enabling
I
anti-Semitism.
mean, like his actions, like he's an anti-Semite in the sense that he like does anti-Semitic things and enables and supports anti-Semitic people and anti-Semitic groups. Like that.
He
So
propagates
by his logic, that would
anti-Semitic
make you an
propaganda.
anti-Semitic. Yeah. By his logic, that would
But
make you an
not by your
anti-Semite, right?
logic?
Like if there's one Nazi at a 10-person table, and one of the 10 people who's not a Nazi is fucking throating the Nazi and comparing him to his favorite anime character. It's probably close enough, but yeah, I don't think he does it with any like internal hatred of Jews. I don't think like he sees it that way at all. Like I don't think he sees himself as
All
someone who
right,
doesn't like Jews.
I disagree, but
What do you disagree with that for?
I think that he's 100% a full-blown anti-Semite.
Whoa.
Internally, externally, everything.
Interesting.
I mean, just the thing that he told Ethan, oh, you should talk to some of my Jew friends that are more understanding, you know, some of my Jews that I
Yeah,
know,
but
like Sam Cedar.
that's because he doesn't. That's because in Hassan's head, he thinks Israel is weaponizing Judaism and like actually making things worse for Jews by existing. And that's he genuinely believes that. Like, and you can map out the logic to why he believes that as well.
Is that they're all in one place?
No, it's
talking
that
point?
they do a bunch of Nazi things apparently, and they attach the Star of David to it. So obviously that makes people anti-Semitic, right? Like that's
Yeah,
how
and then
Hassan sees
everyone
it.
acts all anti-Semitic around the world or whatever, and it's Israel's fault.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
there's
but
the
it's
ones that are
also an
blatantly,
anti-Semitic
and then
point, in my opinion.
Hmm?
I said that in itself is also an anti-Semitic talking point, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Just to
I'm
say
not,
that,
I'm not
oh,
saying they're not anti-Semitic talking points. I'm saying that you can make anti-Semitic talking points, but not actually feel the anti-Semitism yourself. You can stumble into them. You can get into it by mistake.
I think it's
basically.
more than stumbling.
Unknowingly?
Calling everyone inbred and all that shit, you know?
Yeah, don't underestimate denial ever. Like Hassan thinks that he is fighting against anti-Semitism by like, giving voice to the loud the silent majority of Jewish voice for peace, whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, don't underestimate how denial works. Yeah.
I think it's a bit more nefarious than that, but I can understand your point, I guess. Another question, something a bit lighter.
Health warning.
Okay? If you had to pick like a dream team of Israeli leadership and Palestinian leadership that could actually get some form of peace, which
Yeah.
leaders would you pick?
I don't fucking know. Barghouti, Salam Fayyad on one side.
Which Barghouti though?
Marwan.
Not
Depending on what he
the,
believes
the
now.
Pierce. Nazis didn't do that one.
Not the Mustafa. I mean, he's just.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not put him in there as well?
Really?
I mean, he's non-violent, like at least in his practice. Again, you don't need them to be perfect, okay? Menachem Begin made peace, okay?
I didn't
with
expect
Egypt.
anyone to be perfect on our
So-
side or on their side. But I feel like Mustafa fits. That's like saying, oh, you know, Ben-Gvir, he said some stuff, you know, he shouldn't be perfect.
Yeah, but you're pissing in the wind if you think Mustafa Barghouti is the same level of like on the Palestinian Overton window as Ben Gvir is on the Israeli one, right? Like,
I feel like if he had the same power that Ben-Gvir had, he wouldn't be far at all.
do you think he wouldn't be? He would ditch the nonviolence.
Yeah, if he had the means.
Okay, well,
I think Marwan would be a better, I guess, but although I don't know shit about him in the past decade, right? He's just in jail. No one knows what he actually
Wait,
thinks. No,
why do you
what in the
think?
past.
Why do you think that Marwan would be better when he did actual terrorism? Like, has Mustafa ever done any actual terrorism?
Well, first of all, Marwan has a lot more say and a lot more honor from the Palestinian perspective, so he would be more accepted as a leader.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't
Yeah.
go the violent route. Because Mustafa, if he was a leader, I feel like he'd have to go do a lot of violence to get like backing from the people.
I mean,
kind of
like,
are you saying kind of like how, even though he committed terrorism, done terrorist acts, kind of like how you had to negotiate with Yasser Arafat because he also
Like,
committed.
I feel like if he's done enough in the past to give himself legitimacy with his people, right? But that he can pivot and become more peaceful. But someone who never did any violence wouldn't get backing from the people. Just like how I wouldn't want from Israel as someone like who didn't serve in the military to be in charge of like peace negotiations. You know what I mean?
I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I feel like it's very important not only that they can do nonviolence, but that they also have like backing. And let's be honest, no one who has with no military past, be that terrorist or just military, is going to be backed by the people in this conflict.
what's the guy's
On
name?
either
The Israeli labor guy, who I assume Loner would pick for the Israeli
what,
peace
the
person.
current one?
Golan?
Golan, yeah, probably.
Yeah, the guy that you interviewed.
Yeah,
the one
Golan,
who,
yeah.
put on, yeah. I assume that guy would probably be good, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about him, to be honest. But I guess from what I do know, it seems like he could actually get the ball moving towards peace.
And then you just need an American president to kick both of their asses or something.
I think if Olmert and Abbas had more time, they could have come up with something.
I don't know about that.
Or if Abbas
But-
wasn't so shit scared of, or if Abbas just had more of a mandate, I guess. But that's self-defeating.
I think Olmert also wasn't as great as people in the West see him.
Well, he had a shitload of problems,
Like-
but
Yeah, a lot of corruption shit, a lot of he also didn't have too much backing from the Israeli people, right?
he did to
Same as
begin
Abbas
with,
doesn't have too
I
much.
think. But obviously
Yeah,
the
in the very
Lebanon war
beginning.
fucked him up, and
yeah.
Well, he fucked himself in the
Oh,
Lebanon war.
I don't think Olmert would be the best, but I don't know. I wasn't as politically involved back then, I guess. Okay, so you said Barghouti, Salafi, like both Barghoutis on one side and Golan, and who else?
Well, Salam Fayyad on the Palestinian side, because he's like probably the only Palestinian leader who is actually kind of like a liberal, or at least is, yeah, that I know of. I don't know. Ben Ami, he's still alive. Balin, bring them back. Bring back the old
These people
boys.
aren't really in politics, right? Like,
Okay, then I don't know. I don't know who's in politics right now. Like,
in the
yeah,
West.
there's fuck all people in Israeli politics right now for this shit. Like, yeah, maybe Golan. You probably
Like,
need to
what
have
do you
like a
think about
centrist
Abbas?
because you need
Not
people to.
Mahmoud Abbas.
Hmm?
The Arab Abbas that's in the Israeli government right
Well,
now.
Mansour Abbas.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about him, but sure, why not throw him in? Get him in. Lapid. Yeah, you need one of the.
Alright.
You need some decorated fucking general to sign off on it as
What
well,
about
so people
Lapid?
can know that there's not going to be a security failure.
What about Benny Gantz, or is that guy
Yeah,
not?
Gantz.
Is Gantz a decorated general?
Yeah, he was a chief of staff.
Yeah, put him in. You need a chief of staff. Gotta scratch that. Gotta tick that box.
Yes, sir. All right, so let's say Gantz and Golan do a coalition with like Lapid and them, and you think that that's the closest way to actually get something working in the current situation?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay. Anyone else have
Hey,
any?
James.
Another question, if you don't mind me ambushing your stream for a bit.
Uh-huh.
What are your thoughts on Israel-Ireland relations?
I think the Irish are just LARPing a little bit. Like, I don't know. Stupid. It doesn't matter though. Like, what does Israel need Ireland for? What does Ireland need Israel for?
Well, it's
Give Ireland Israel.
It's like
the only thing
Europe,
that
right?
the only nations that matter in any of this in regards to the West is the only nation that matters is America. Yeah, no one else gives a fuck about. No one cares what the UK thinks or fucking France or Germany matters, I guess, because of the arms sales.
Norway.
Yeah,
Norway, when they recognize like that, this.
I personally, like as an Israeli, I have pretty much crossed off all of Europe of the traveling list for the next decade.
Wow.
Right, and I think that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like with the
campus protesters made people into farmer Zionists, did
Amsterdam.
they? Is that what happened?
Well, do you mean the governments or the protesters or both?
Both. Like right now, what happened in Amsterdam, right? With everything just football hooliganism. The biggest sentence that someone got for was 6 months, and another 19-year-old decided to be charged as a child, right, as a minor, and got 100 hours community service. That basically shows us that it's basically okay to attack Jews in Amsterdam, right?
I wouldn't say it's okay, but it shows that you won't get
I mean,
that
if you
much.
give them 100 hours of community service and try them as a minor when they're 19, I feel like that's basically signing off on the attack.
What do you think about the Australian government in relation to Israel?
I think Australia, yeah. Honestly, right now, the only places I feel I could actually go and not have to watch my back every fucking second. Certain parts of the U.S., most of the U.S., Israel, except for like Jerusalem, old city, and maybe Czech Republic, like Prague.
Yeah, well, it's good to know those protesters achieved something, didn't they?
Yeah, they're making it. They're proving to us how important it is that Israel does exist. You know.
Yeah, well.
Just don't go to any American college campuses.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Sorry, I just came in.
No, it's all good. I got two. One short than the other. Have you ever heard of the YouTuber Artoon Shape Films?
No, what's that?
He's he does like video essays as well, but he does a lot of videos about either early colonial America and also the Civil War.
Okay.
He had a whole series, Checkmate Lincolnites, where he played both a Union soldier and a Confederate, and he would basically use it as a platform to go through Confederate talking points about the war, why the war wasn't about slavery and stuff, and debunk them.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, because you said a while ago, a couple of streams ago, something that you don't know much about, like the Civil War and like Reconstruction stuff. So if you maybe want to learn, but he just released like a long video about 2-hour long video about the relationship between Native Americans and nature.
Okay.
I thought.
Is this the idea that they were a lot less friendly to nature than we thought they were?
Yes, in a way, but also he explores that, yeah, comparing them to like hippies is kind of the same as the like noble savage trope. But I like the video because he is exploring that like stereotype, but more so because he asks Native Americans, and he makes the point that even discussing that topic, you have to make a distinction between all of the thousands of different cultures and their relationship. But I don't know. I thought that video, maybe if you wanted to check it out, but it's long as fuck.
Well, send me some links.
It's got a little bit of a modern environmentalism in it.
Yeah, just send me the links
I'll
so I
try and
can
find it.
so I don't forget them.
Yeah. And then my other one, someone else said in the chat their opinions, and I thought maybe you'd have the same. Do you think we could see, if we did see, say, a hypothetical peace in Ukraine where Russia does like take either the land they occupy now or like Donetsk and Luhansk and stuff, do you think we could see Putin pull a Munich agreement and just walk back in?
That's the fear, isn't it? Like you couldn't do that without a security guarantee for Ukraine, like an actual one, which would probably mean NATO or some kind of like very intense intervention. If they could do that for a security guarantee, it might be, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see like if that happened and how Putin sells that achievement to the Russians after they find out how many people died like to achieve it.
Yeah, because that's not just mine, but obviously, a lot of people's concern is where does it stop?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It would, like the point is that everyone knows that it could be a Munich agreement, and that's why they will definitely not agree to anything that allows it to be that. That's my guess.
I just sent you the link to that video, so just check it out whenever you have spare time.
Thanks.
Loner, why are
But
you
I don't even
killing-
know if we would. Sorry, you go.
Oh, Loner, why are you murdering these poor innocent Hillshire farmers? What did they ever do to you?
It's my roots, my colonial roots.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're just is the horde
That's
just going to
fine.
colonize
Tradition.
Hillshire? Is that
Yeah.
what's going on here?
But I don't know where. What the fuck is this? Oh, I thought there was a skull on that cow. Why would I have to kill the cow? Never kill the cow. You kill the farmer. Where
Are
is
you on
farmer?
a PvP server? Can you?
No,
can
I'm on
you
a
run
hardcore
into-
server.
Oh, okay. So you can't run into any Alliance people and fight them like Alliance players.
No, you have to flag yourself. So you can see here, there's PvP disabled, and you want to keep that disabled in hardcore because I do not want to get ganked and have to start again.
Oh yeah,
No
that's
way.
right. Yeah.
Now, where is Farmer Getz though? There's a Farmer Getz here, but I can't see him. He's escaping
Loner.
me. Huh?
What are your thoughts on the current, like how the Lebanon-Israel ceasefire has been playing out, and if it's sustainable, and if it is going to be sustainable, what needs to be done?
I haven't kept up with it, but it looks like Hezbollah are fucked, doesn't it? It looks like they've lost their daddy-o in fucking Syria, and
the supply line.
They're not getting it from HCS. So yeah.
And
Chase
but do you think
James
that like
asked if he could
Israel
come in.
can actually
Yeah.
like trust?
He said he has some questions.
UNIFIL and France that will actually keep their interests in mind as the like overseeing parties?
I don't know. We're probably going to see a lot of conflict between what's left of Hezbollah and the Lebanese army, or just like, I still don't know. The Lebanese army sent 10,000 troops, I think, back down south in the 06 war, and it did nothing because they are still reluctant to fight with Hezbollah. But has that happened yet? Has the Lebanese army actually confronted them? Or I haven't watched the. Wait, it's been what? Like, has it been a month now? It's been a month exactly.
Something like that.
30 out of 60 days.
Yeah.
So for halfway,
It really.
I don't even know how's it looking. How's it?
I mean,
how's it
never
going?
mind me.
Like I think the other day, Mikati, he basically called on France and the U.S. and UNIFIL to say, "Oh, Israel's breaking the ceasefire. We have to blah 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 blah."
Who's saying that?
And I'm Mikati, or Mitaki, what's his name? The Lebanese, not prime minister, president.
I mean, it would be prime minister. I don't think they have a
What's,
president right now.
Okay,
Have they had their
yeah.
elections? Have they had their elections yet? I don't even know.
Not yet, not yet.
No, it's supposed to be
But
January,
like,
isn't it?
I've both basically only seen him and go to like France and UNIFIL and also the UN condemning Israel, and no one, basically not even talked about like the different Hezbollah stuff that are still trying to rebuild South of Litani, but basically anything that Israel does in Lebanon now is like, oh, they breached it, and like Lebanon doesn't breach shit, right? Which
but
I don't believe at all.
The American side note, so the American note on that agreement did say that Israel reserves the right to act if they see Hezbollah moving south and they don't see the Lebanese army or UNIFIL responding to it. So that's like, it's quite technical, but it's never going to sell.
Yeah, but like,
still, that's what's happening.
It seems to me at least that there's no talk about anyone other than Israel enforcing that, and meanwhile everyone's trying to enforce Israel.
Well, I feel like there's talks in the
Like, I don't
Lebanese army. It's
see
just that they're so
UNIFIL or
weak.
France or the US doing anything.
The Lebanese army is just it's too weak and underfunded. So there's talks about them enforcing it, but they just literally can't.
I mean, honestly, it seems like Lebanon hasn't had a proper functioning army since before the Civil War.
Yeah.
So it's kind of insane for Israel to just
fucking dead.
trust the non-functioning army to trust that, no?
What?
So it just seems to me kind of insane that we're supposed to just trust the non-functioning Lebanese army to enforce 1701, which obviously was never enforced in the past.
Speaking of Civil War, what did the Lebanese army even do during the Civil War? Didn't they just break up and their men just joined the various factions, or what even happened with them? Did they just give up?
Not too sure.
Oh, also Loner, and I don't want to derail the conversation, but Salty mentioned the whole topic of left-wing anti-Semitism and the whole green-red alliance, whatever the heck you want to call it. And that kind of reminded me, and again, you said that Hassan isn't knowingly anti-Semitic, and I generally would agree, but I mean, that clip of him saying it's okay to ask people if they're Jewish, like, what the heck was that about?
Hassan is just very fucking retarded. I don't know. He's really stupid.
Yeah.
Never
But they don't
underestimate
he's
the
that stupid, though.
stupidity of a Western leftist person.
Yeah, what's a Druze?
What was that Frogan? Was that Frogan that said that?
Yes.
Yeah. No, her. I think
that
she
is
actually.
just so funny.
I think she is actually. I think she might legitimately just be anti-Semitic though in like a knowing way.
Oh,
I think both are, but only the paranoid Jew, huh?
Then again, if she doesn't know what a Druze is, yeah, isn't she Lebanese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she doesn't know what a Druze is, and she's acting as if she is some like authority on the topic, then I would say she's probably dumb enough to fall for the stumbling into anti-Semitism. But then again,
I mean,
yeah, maybe,
how can you-
but like, I
That's
think
not a
with her
problem,
it's a
bro.
little
That's
bit
a
different
full-on
because of
big
how
drive.
on the nose so much of it is. Like, she did
Didn't
celebrate
they
October 7th.
rank? Yeah, but didn't they also, her and a bunch of other, I don't follow with Twitch stuff, but didn't they like rank
The tier
Middle
list?
Eastern people?
Yes,
And
the
they had,
the
like,
Loves
only
Hummus
Jews
or
in the
Love
F?
Sabra.
No,
Like,
there
the
wasn't.
Jews were in
It
the
wasn't
F
Jews in
tier?
the F. It was like Love Sabra. It was like some stupid fucking thing about how Israelis can't make fucking hummus properly.
And then there was Dennis who said, "Oh, we should make a lower category for Zionists, right?"
Yeah.
That proves that it was never about hummus. But okay.
No, that doesn't prove it was never
yeah,
about
it was-
hummus. Like, she's just saying that like she's a different category for Zionists. Like, it's just, it's still anti-Semitic. It's just that they're talking about the whole thing about the Sabra is that like American leftists, especially like Arab diaspora, like to pretend that Sabra tastes a lot worse than it does because they don't like the idea that Israelis can make hummus properly. That's it. That's all it is.
No, that I
and that's it.
understand.
That is anti-Semitic, but it's not like it's something complex, fucking underlying. Like, oh, we
When they
actually
say
mean
there has to be a
Jew-born
category
Israel
for
or whatever the fuck.
that basically defeats the whole. Oh, we're only ranking hummus on taste, right?
No,
'Cause
it was Arab
Zionists
to
eat hummus.
love Sabra. So obviously, like, Arabs are the good ones, and the people who who like Israel are the bad ones. And a Zionist is obviously someone who likes Israel.
But the fact that she didn't know the fact that she claims to be a Lebanese expert but doesn't know what Druze are. I mean, the Druze, I think, were one of the most pivotal people in creating Lebanon. I think they and the Maronites helped create the Lebanese flag with the seer tree in it. So how
Yeah.
could she? Does she know what? Does she even know what Maronites are? She probably just thinks Maronites are people. She probably just thinks Maronites are people who kill Palestinians and nothing else.
Probably.
Remember she went on a rant about the Iraq War and saying like the American veterans of that, if they get PTSD and kill themselves, that she's okay with that.
But then she also claimed
the
that-
majority of
and she
those
claimed-
soldiers.
And she
Well,
also
walked
claimed
it
that like
back as well.
And she said that like the Americans had committed war crimes in Lebanon, when I'm pretty sure the only time American troops were even in Lebanon in a big way was when they were peacekeepers during the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they got their bombed.
I mean, I'm.
Yeah, they got the shit bombed out of them by
Probably like
Hezbollah.
an incident with
Wait, did they?
Yeah.
Was there one American
I'm
massacre in Lebanon? I can't remember. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure there's maybe
sure
something.
some stuff
I wouldn't.
But not on the
what I
same
found
level as like
interesting
what
was
not on the same level as like what the other groups in Lebanon were doing.
Yeah, but which was there was one
What I-
American one, but I can't remember if it was in Lebanon or was it in Iraq. Civil War.
But what I found interesting was
Yeah.
that most of like the soldiers that post 9/11 signed up wanted to go fight Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, and then they got diverted to Iraq. So it's like most of the soldiers that went to Iraq didn't even want to be there.
Mhm.
Now that isn't saying that when they got there, that a lot of soldiers did terrible, terrible stuff.
Yeah.
But she's acting as if the soldiers themselves wanted to go there.
Well, that's the thing with like crazy far left people like Rogan. They unironically think that the average American soldier is some crazy racist who just wants to kill brown people. Like,
Yeah,
Also, when you're enlisted in military, you don't really get to choose where you're deployed to or not, right? You become
that's why I said
military property.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean is it's ironic because post 9/11, majority of the people that enlisted wanted to go to Afghanistan to fight, but they got diverted to Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like most of the people that were soldiers that were fighting in Iraq didn't even want to be there.
Yeah, they would have thought they were fighting whoever did 9/11 because that seemed to be the point in enlisting after that
It is,
event.
yeah, it is still so just a funny, sad thing that like the whole one of the talking points for invading Iraq was, well, Saddam is sheltering Al Qaeda, even
Mhm.
though like that makes no sense because Saddam that would have threatened his power.
no, they hate each other because Saddam was a secularist.
Yeah, but that's another thing is exactly he was a secularist as well, but it's just and the fact that the chaos after the fall of Saddam's regime brought Al Qaeda, like that's just something that's like comedy.
Isn't Frogan the lady who also called Ludwig a cracker because he wasn't telling his audience to send money to
Yes.
charity or something?
Yeah.
Even though she
Cracker
literally
ass
looks
fake.
like she looks like the whitest person alive. She's like the whitest.
Well,
I mean, no offense, but when I first saw Frogan, I didn't even know she was Lebanese. I thought she was just like a white Muslim convert
Well,
or
that's
something.
more-
I didn't even-
By the way,
Levant,
Loner, you
Levant
live in the UK, right?
yeah. Fucking farmer's dead.
Scotland.
Fuck. I need to.
Is the whole white, black, white, brown thing as big in the UK as it is in the States?
No, because like our racists hate Polish people as well. They hate Poles. They hate Muslims. They it's just
Romanians,
Poles
Irish.
hate
Romanians,
everyone.
yeah, gypsies. Yeah, we like
The whole-
in the UK. It's
The
just very
black
much
is
like
seen as white
immigrants.
slash brown slash black. It's
Yeah,
like
well,
an
in the
American
UK, it's like
thing.
it's obviously there is anti-black racism, but it's like in the UK, it's more just like the immigrants that the Brits see as more. I mean, I guess because we've still got Windrush, and they're like third or fourth generation now, and people still hate them. So
Is anti-Irish
European
racism a
racism-
big thing in UK still?
not really as much. That's largely subsided, I would say.
Yeah, I think Salty was about to mention is how European racism is like way different than American. It's a lot more
Yeah,
like
it's
ethnicity-based.
it's
Is it
yeah,
more
because
specific or
it's just more it's just more advanced. Like it's not black versus white versus Asian type stuff. I don't like this specific group and this specific group, and then that specific group. Like there's also like alliances
So
sort
it's
of
skin color
between
more
two
nationality
groups.
stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Even look at the racism in like Africa, like in Rwanda. Like the Hutus and the Tutsis, they both looked basically identical, but they still had massive conflict.
I mean, brother, come to Israel. A lot of us look the same, you know.
Remember, that reminds me, remember when Gremlo said that because Mudahar is brown, he shouldn't be defending Israel?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mudahar even really defended Israel.
No, he doesn't. He just doesn't like Hamas supporters.
Yeah.
Which is just should be the normal reaction.
Yeah. Oh, and Lonerbox, this reminds me, we were talking. I'm sorry. Did someone else have something else to say?
No, I'm just gonna say that it was nice talking with y'all. I'm gonna head out. Stay safe.
Yeah. Have fun.
I'm gonna drop out of here too. Bye, guys.
Anyway, bye. Have fun.
Have you come
I know,
across
Loner,
ancient Sharpies
we were
or
talking about
Hoffrey?
this in the
Don't
waiting room with
agree
someone
with
else.
all
Can't remember who it was.
this,
How apparently
but I
there's this
hope our
right-wing
advocacy
party
for
in
lefty
Israel that's
tackle
growing right now.
anti-Semitism more
It's not
seriously and not
it's not
just
Utsma
dismiss it doesn't
Yehudit. It's not
totally
that
fall
party. It's a
on
party
deaf
that's apparently
ears.
popular with Russian Israelis, and they're all about.
Oh, that dude. I don't know. He was chatting a lot of. He was kind of annoying. I was trying to have a conversation, and he would just keep on butting, but he was saying crazy shit. So I don't know. Did you hear him?
I heard a little bit of him, but I had to step out for a minute. What did he start going on a rant about how all Palestinians were Hamas or something? What did he do?
No, he wasn't like that. I don't know. He like would rant about one subject and then rant about the other, but wouldn't like formulate a proper like point for each rant. And I was just like, okay, I don't know what you're saying, man. I don't know. Like he started talking about there's a conspiracy about Bosnians pyramids, something about the pyramids, because there's mountain-looking pyramids in Bosnia or something, or that there's pyramids built by the Bosnians in the West Bank. Like he was saying that there was people that believed that. I don't know. I zoned out.
But yeah, I know the right in Israel is very strong right now. Like the far right especially has been making a lot of gains politically, electorally. I don't know which party is polling the strongest right now, but I can't imagine it being any of the left-wing ones.
No.
Yeah. Wasn't Smotrich's party doing pretty well, or am I thinking of someone else's?
Don't think I've seen Smotrich's party doing much better than they were before.
Oh, might have been someone else's
Aren't
party.
him
Maybe
and Ben-Gvir, weren't they fighting recently? I don't even know what over, but
I don't know why. What were they fighting over? Whether or not to take all of Jordan or just half of it?
yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Well,
I mean,
Ben-Gvir.
Is Smotrich Mizrahi or is he Ashkenazi? I can't remember his background.
I think he's Ashkenazi, but I forget.
Oh, and speaking of territorial expansions, Lonerbox, I want to change the subject, but have you heard about Trump wanting to take the Panama Canal?
Nope. Okay. So
Yeah,
he's ditched his
I think-
hopes for Greenland, or is he just adding to Greenland?
He's saying stuff like that. He apparently was talking about about the Panama Canal being controlled by China or something really stupid.
Fucking based. Well, we'll see. We'll see how the MAGA movement is before he gets into office, because they're fighting right now. They're scrapping.
I wanted to ask something about MAGA as well that just popped in my head. Do you like MAGA has to be dead after this, right? Because Trump is the head. He's the whole personality. And
well,
I
like
feel
after
no
this
one
presidency.
Yeah, like no, I feel like no, it might live on, but like I don't think it will have the same power, considering I don't think anyone can match the charisma and the rhetoric as Trump.
Yeah, maybe, but
like
the only thing that I think could save him is like a fucking dynasty, you know? If he just is able to, if he's able to have someone that can replace him that people find convincing, then maybe, and preferably if it's a family member, even though none of his ones really seem to make that cut. Maybe
Well, the
Elon.
thing about
Yeah, I don't
Trump-
know. It's not impossible, but
The thing that about
Yeah,
Trump
that's
was
what-
that
it's what replaces him as well, though. We don't know, because Trump might.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and it's also finding out what happens now, right? With the whole split between, was it Vivek and Loomer and shit? Yeah.
Elon.
Yeah, Elon. Because Elon, he's coming on the pro-immigration side, isn't he? Like for the H1.
Yeah, because
visas.
isn't it something to do? It's yeah, because there's not enough demand for tech.
Yeah, he's hiring
engineers in
migrant workers.
America.
Yeah.
Well, the thing of Trump though is that Trump's whole personality and behavior is very unique. So it'd be hard to find someone who can copy that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is you might have it might live on, and he might find like what he thinks is suitable. But I feel like the majority of people that are either fully MAGA or just voted for him, it's for Trump. I feel like it's majority of it is for Trump. Not really the MAGA movement as a whole, but for Trump. So I feel like it might live on afterwards, but I don't think it'll be as popular. I don't think anyone can match Trump's charisma and volatile nature. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe
This guy's
maybe
name is
like Rona said.
Protocum. What the fuck? Interesting. Okay.
Base name.
Yeah.
Did you see the protests in the buffer zone in Syria? With
people protesting against the Israelis being there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I mentioned it. I thought everyone wanted to get annexed or some shit. I thought that was the meme. But
no,
wow,
there's
turns
been
out I was
another
wrong.
one. Like only like a couple hours ago, there's another one.
Were protests by Druze people?
No, I don't know if it's Druze. When I've seen it's Syrian. It might be also Druze, but it seems to be both Druze and Syrians.
Like just Arabs?
Yeah, just Syrians in those areas.
Not surprising.
Sir Durf is saying in the comments that maybe Trumpism post-Trump will be like Kahanism post-Kahane in Israel. I don't really know.
Someone just died. This person was AoE grinding and they died. They tried to do multiple mobs at once. And they died.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know Kahanism is popular among right-wingers in Israel, but I don't know if it's like how it was before Kahane died. So, and I don't know if it'd be comparable to Trumpism.
Crazy times we live in.
Speaking of, isn't the next Israeli ambassador to the U.S. going to be like a full-on Kahanist too?
Yeah, Huckabee.
No, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S.
Oh yeah, he's fucking mental as well. Yeah.
What's his name again?
Appointment. I can't remember his name.
All right. But yeah, Huckabee's another nutter too, because he's like the evangelical, the Jews must take all of the Holy Land in order to bring about the rapture kind of weirdos.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Such small land, creating so much problems.
But we're also going to see, like, that's going to divide the anti-Semites from the Israel fucking simp boomers and Trump's support base as well.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the really anti-Semitic ones like Nick Fuentes, they already pulled their support because Trump is so obviously pro-Israel. But there are still some who have decided to keep their support behind him anyway, which is funny because I don't know how...
Yeah, because they're hypocrites. Like, they don't give a fuck, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how long Dave Smith lasts when he's trying to defend Trump's actions in Israel. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. They'll probably just do a whataboutism with Biden-Harris. I don't know.
Was it Abby who said that, like... Was it Abby who said that like the Trump administration will be more Zionist than the average Israeli or something?
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, that's quite often the case with American like Christian Zionists. Like this is definitely the most pro-Israel American presidency cabinet ever. I think administration.
But Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris, though.
Yeah, apparently it turns out that once you use the worst word, you forget that things can be worse.
I mean, it's just it gets me so mad. Those kinds of people who think that like because Kamala Harris wasn't going to personally fly to Israel and take out Netanyahu, that meant that she was as bad as Trump or something. It's like what a stupid decision to make with regards to.
I mean, it's all memes. You know, it's all memes.
And again, all these wealthy people like Hassan, all these people who do that, if anything gets bad enough, they'll just leave the country because they're wealthy enough. But they don't care. Like they it's just, but again, they want the rest of the country to suffer because, I don't know, accelerationism will lead to capital. I don't freaking know.
Where's this guy?
Lorna,
He's
you done
fucking
much?
dead. Oh shit.
You
What
done
did you
much
say?
like the ethics of like breeding and veganism and such? Ever like read into that?
Nope. Don't care. I'm probably wrong on whatever my position is on veganism, but come on.
Well, not
No
just
one cares.
veganism. I'm not gonna go into whole thing. No, I was just wondering. From like animal rights as a whole.
I don't know. Not really a big
Yeah.
fan. I can't be really because if you're eating meat, you're probably against all animal rights. Like you don't think they deserve any.
Loner. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It's all good.
I was asking I was going to ask Loner about WoW. One of the first videos I ever saw of you was you talking about how on WoW servers you almost got radicalized into right-wing stuff.
Yeah, 2006 was crazy. There was a lot of overlap between WoW and 4chan as well. So
Didn't even Anders Bering Breivik have like a server on there at one
a
point?
lot of Elliot Roger as well. He was a Warcraft player too.
Or
Or if you-
Asmongold.
Yeah. He's just yet
The
to do his
inferior
mass
culture.
shooting. Yeah.
No, he's too busy shooting at cockroaches in his house.
Yep. Fuck, mate. All right. What's this?
Yeah, it's kind of weird that WoW cultures would have such of an overlap with the right wing stuff. I mean, I don't really know what exactly tied those two together.
Don't know. Immersion making you. There is something when you play a lot of WoW. You, at least this happened to me, is that you start caring a lot less about the outside world.
But that's also just that era of like the internet video games.
Yeah,
was a
it
lot
did
more
just breed
the Wild
people who,
West.
it was like males who failed probably in their careers and stayed at home all day and lived on benefits, and they were the ones who became like the kind of dominant figures on servers and server forums. So yeah, naturally those
And
people are
it-
quite right wing.
And then their girlfriends
I
stopped
kinda
dating
like it
them
'cause I always-
Yeah.
I never like got into MMOs and stuff, and even like now I don't spend that much time on like stuff like Discord and stuff. But I still remember like you would like randomly hear in like some game, like on a COD game in like Black Ops, some dude going on a rant about women or something.
Oh man, Call of Duty
Era.
voice chats, those were the days. Those were the days when you could literally say the most insane stuff. That was
You
quite
still
an era.
can, bro.
True,
You still
true.
can.
Mhm.
You still can. It's just I feel like a lot of people have like grown out of that phase.
Mhm.
Because it's either just 12-year-olds or like 20-year-olds who haven't grown out of that phase. They're still in that very toxic. But I feel like now it's just the woke, like everyone that's like wokeness. They go on about wokeness. That's kind of that era.
Wokeness. Or in the case of Asmongold, he'll suddenly pretend to care about gay people when it gives him an opportunity to brag, to yet rant about Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
That was the crazy.
All right. Listen, guys, I'm probably going to watch some Tim Pool video because apparently he gets railed on a January 6th debate.
Mhm.
So
Good luck, man.
Alrighty.
Don't do it.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Good
It was
chat.
fun.
Bye.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Donos. The fuck? There's plenty of them. Curtis, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Yo, keep up the great content, Boxman. This is great content, okay? And I am keeping it up. Thank you. Grum, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Rasputin, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for your service, Lorderbox. Oh, okay. Yeah. Zach, thanks for the $10. Lorderbox left anti-Semitism is convergent evolution. Like bats and birds both have wings, but not because of a shared gene, because of common purpose. I don't know if I believe that, but okay. Sarah Durf, thanks for the 25 euros. Have you come across Rachel Shabby's book Off-White? I don't agree with all of her takes, but I hope her advocacy for the left to dismantle anti-Semitism more seriously, tackle anti-Semitism more seriously, and not just dismiss it doesn't totally fall on deaf ears. Off-White. I don't know what that... I've never heard that title before, so I should have a look. Okay. Cool. Fuck this fucking Farmer Gates dipshit. Okay. We're still watching Luke Beasley? Yeah, I think we should. It looks like he really gets under Tim Pool's skin, which would be funny to watch. Right. It's this, isn't it? Nick Fuentes nearly assassinated. Okay. Come on.
Discord server where you can hang out with like-minded individuals.
Where do they start talking about J6?
Groups, and we can talk about how they've operated over the past 20 years, a combination of news reports, political studies, and field reporting from my personal experience.
Right.
And I want to talk
haven't
about right-wing
presented
groups.
that
I can do the
data.
exact same thing, as I've done this on the ground as well in many different countries. My question for
God,
you
he's
is...
so up his own ass. Like, why is so much fucking Tim Pool content just him talking about how much of a fucking banger he is? Like, come on. About how much of a cool dude he is. Stop. Just prove yourself by example.
Yours would be the guy on your
how long
leader of your entire movement.
If someone attacked a cop, how long should they go to jail for?
I don't know. A while.
What's a while?
Totally 4 years. Totally depends on the details of the assault.
Okay, so they took a cop's shield from him and bashed him on the head with it.
I'm not going to give you a specific answer. I would have to look into the guidelines prosecutorially. I'd have to look at other
So
cases.
then you literally have no opinion on Trump's pardons then?
What?
What?
I'm saying that
Trump is
shouldn't
pardoning
intervene.
people on January 6th who were violent and attacked cops.
Yep.
Mate, it's so funny these guys pretend to care about like the law and shit like that. When you are rioting and when you're involved in or like a riot that involves trying to subvert the fucking political process and the peaceful transfer of power, they're not just accounting for your individual act in isolation. They're not doing that. They're thinking of you as part of something that was greater than the sum of its parts. They're thinking of you as part of a riot, of a social movement. So that's why, since the dawn of time, basically, or since the dawn of policing at least, when it comes to rioting and social unrest, rioters are dealt with disproportionately to their individual actions, because the idea is that you want to set an example of them. You want to make sure that the wind is taken out of the sails, and you want to be able to prosecute these as quickly and as harshly as possible to kill the momentum of the movement and to not let it happen again. That's why with the left-wing rioters in 2011 in London, Keir Starmer came down on them like a ton of bricks. That's why he did the same thing for the anti-immigrant rioters in the UK just recently. Same person, same guy. He was a prosecutor in 2011 using the same strategy. So naturally, if you bash a cop on the head with a shield whilst you're trying to overthrow the fucking government, then yeah, they're probably going to take that second part into account as well.
And some of them...
They've been in jail for 3 years.
Okay.
How long should they be in prison for?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the individual cases. Some of them wanted to overthrow the government, so that would add...
That would mean you're neutral on Trump's pardon then?
No, because I think that the prosecutors who brought these cases, then brought them in front of a jury and got convictions, should be respected, just like how I don't think that Biden should have pardoned his son, and even though these cases are far more serious, but I think those outcomes should be respected because I respect the justice.
More serious than.
And so my point is this: if you don't have a thought on how long they should be in prison, it's fine to
this
say.
is what you do a lot. Though?
It's fine to say like we don't know how the
Tim Pool's entire strategy is Tim Pool is a debate bro. It's just to ask you for a very hyper-specific answer to hope that you'll probably say something less than what they were given. That's why he just said someone who attacks a cop. He wanted to keep it vague, first of all, to not bring out the context of January 6th, because he's hoping that he'll say a low answer that is much lower than, or maybe multitudes lower than January 6th. Yeah, he's a debate bro. He is everything that like when left-wingers call me a debate bro, this is what they're thinking of. They're thinking of these strategies. Yeah. Foxy, thanks for the €5.
Your argument fails. You're just going to ask hyper-specific slightly irrelevant questions to me.
How is it irrelevant?
Because I don't think it's relevant for me to figure out, because I didn't sit in these courtrooms and listen to the details of every case, exactly how long each one should
How
be.
could you advocate for someone to be in jail if you don't know?
Well, I can tell you.
We say this for every fucking criminal, Tim. How long do you think people should have been jailed for after the Nuremberg trials? Or how long do you think people should have been jailed for after fucking BLM? What, because you don't know the exact fucking answer? How long do you think this person, Stephen, who committed a rape 8 years ago, how long do you think they should be in jail for? Huh? Tim? Oh, so you have no opinion. Oh, so you're neutral on whether or not people get jailed for raping. Huh? Tim, come on.
Trump is saying we should subvert that process because he thinks what they did was patriotic and should then pardon them.
Yeah, probably longer than Trump
Has he specifically said it was patriotic to do that?
Yeah, he
Yeah, he
alludes
did.
to that song they sang every single
Well, like,
rally.
is there a quote where Trump said that January 6th, people who attacked cops was patriotic? I genuinely
Because I
don't
want
know
to be fully honest, I will say I'm almost 100% certain he said that at some point.
that the people who attacked the police and were violent were acting patriotic.
Not in that order, but that the
I'm paraphrasing. I'm saying
January
like in general.
6th, defendant, and then as we
Did
dive
they say
more
those
specific-
exact words? I believe they were. Come on, Tim. He's so mad. He's so angry that he got caught being a fucking stooge for Russia. Allegedly by complete accident, just no questions asked, just a total fool, just walking into the wall, just walking face first on a rake that is on its own in the middle of a field that's surrounded by signs saying, be careful, there's a rake over here.
Specifically into that.
I think if you're on the left or the right and you attack a cop, depending on the severity of the attack, like if we're talking about you're at a riot and you punch a cop or shove them, 6 months to a year is probably good.
NPR just reported on the 12th.
6 months to a year for attacking a cop? And what? Okay.
That President Biden commutes a sentence for 1,500 people. Some say he could do a lot more. 1,500 people.
No, but he already said that was wrong. That's fine.
No, not all those. I was saying Hunter Biden.
Luke, do you feel as though more Democrats were willing to justify the BLM riots than Republican elected officials were to condemn January 6th?
Nope, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Democrats disavowed BLM right, left, and center. Okay? And the BLM riots were a spontaneous response to literally a black guy who got murdered in the fucking street. And everyone saw it on camera. Trump created the inspiration for January 6th out of thin air. It was out of nothing, apart from the fact that he lost an election and wasn't happy about it.
Well, interestingly, I will answer the left wing in a second, but a lot of the Republican politicians just changed their position. So initially, it was like unanimously that was bad. Now, almost all of them apologize for what happened that day. And we all, as I was explaining one of the times here, we all missed the broader danger of trying to block the peaceful transfer of power that led up. January 6th wasn't the whole thing. That was the ending, and that was more individuals. But Trump's effort to prevent Biden from coming to office is what I really take issue with. But no, now a bunch of Republicans apologize for it, which is terrible. And then Democrats.
No, but the question was specifically for the Democrats.
And then I couldn't tell you.
Any Democrats who were
my guess would be
writ large.
that more Republicans have apologized for the violence on January 6th than Democrats. But let me get to the caveat. Then Democrats who apologized for violence during BLM, very limited. They would all say violence is bad, but the cause was.
It's the voice of the unheard, like MLK. Remember?
But then I'd get to, I think it's a fair criticism to say maybe some were too quiet about the violence. Like none of them were out there saying this is fine.
Well, they were taking a knee. They were taking a knee. Many of them, Nancy Pelosi and some Democrats.
That's because there were protests. Those were peaceful protests. You fucking idiot. That you're taking the knee doesn't mean you support rioting. Oh God. Okay, so wait, it's like a 3-on-1 now, isn't it? Why does Tim do this? Why does he have to assemble a fucking posse to debate this? Like, let's face it, Luke is like, how old is he? Like 8, 9? This guy's not.
Leaders, and they
would show up to a peaceful protest, and then as a part of that, people would be exploiting.
Maxine Waters with the whole, you have to go find them in restaurants and you have to get in
up
their
face. Like that's not direct violence, but that's
encouraging.
Here's two phrases for you.
Well.
Respect the diversity of tactics, and snitches
Keep bringing that up.
And snitches get stitches.
What? Okay.
No, but then Kamala Harris also was posting a bail fund for BLM rioters.
Yeah, a bail after. Oh, are we going to mention that she condemned the riots? Are we going to mention that she unequivocally opposed rioting and condemned it? Cash bail fund for cash bail. If someone's getting bail, it's not because Kamala gave money, right? If someone gets bail, it's because a judge said you're eligible for bail. Like you are not deemed threatening enough to not get bail.
And
it's just weird. Y'all are the ones supporting the politicians who say this, like Trump.
Who? Say what?
Who justify violence?
Why did Trump justify violence?
I thought we just went through that.
We didn't. I asked you for examples, and you said, I don't know.
This
just
is
squint
really
at me. Tell me what you think.
No,
It's like whenever you don't have an answer, you just get confused and say, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I'm genuinely confused.
Okay,
that
let's
you're
try
not
this again.
listening to me because
Well, I am, but
obviously, if
I ask you a question and you just don't answer, and then you do go sophistry.
Because I only speak
ad hominem.
I only speak on. I haven't done ad hominem.
Where's the ad hominem? Did Tim Pool just try to think of a debate bro word? Sophistry. Ad hominem. Tu quo que. Beg the question. It's just, he's just saying words. He's just saying random fucking words, Tim. God.
Hominem.
All
guy's
you're
just
doing is saying,
my
you
guy
do this,
now,
you
my
do that,
ally.
you do this. You're not actually giving me substance.
That's that's not an ad hominem, Tim. Oh my God. You think if you tighten that beanie just a little bit more, you'll start to see fucking bits of brain falling out of his ears. What's left of it.
I was saying I was just shocked that you didn't listen to my substance earlier. But yeah, so the January 6th, while I'm only going to speak on things I'm very informed on, so I'm not going to tell you exactly to the month that they should get. I do respect the fact that they were prosecuted in a court of law, and I don't think Trump to send a message to his base that what happened on January 6th was good, which is why he would do such a pardon, should be pardoning folks who were violent. Or
I think 3 years is long enough.
Yeah, and that's a wrong stance, but okay.
How's it wrong?
I just explained it to you.
No. You didn't. You said the court process should play out the way it is. My opinion on the amount of time should be served for a crime is not just wrong because you like courts.
No, I get
you
that.
You need to explain
I'm saying
why the time frame I'm asserting should be longer than 3 years.
Kill Hillsbrad humans for their skulls. Holy shit. Look at this quest. I have to take their skulls? Based. This is barbaric. I'm scalping farmers.
No, I'm saying the default.
I'm a very dangerous
You have to
man.
have overwhelming, compelling evidence that someone has been wrong.
Fuck!
To justify a president stepping in and saying, I'm subverting the justice system outcome. Do you agree with that premise?
No.
That's immoral.
So yeah, you're making a fascist argument.
A fascist argument?
You are making the fascist argument that the hierarchical structure of government is just and should be upheld regardless.
Why? Okay, I'm not going to ask that. This is
right, and so the system we have is
I'm just not loving, and this is a way of celebrating violence. That Trump is celebrating those as far as a pardon, and in his rhetoric and in his national anthem thingy, people who attacked the Capitol. Why did they attack it? Because they believed lies about the election.
There's a variety of reasons why people were violent on January 6th. Largely that they
were incited by the FBI.
Believe
You
the
could
election
just
was
be like,
stolen.
hey, that's bad.
Okay.
You don't have to keep going.
Well, I've called for their arrest and prosecution. Like this is not a shock to my audience.
My reporting is responsible for the arrest of a couple of January
My point
6th
is
rioters.
that if you've got somebody on a misdemeanor charge who's been held without trial, a pardon makes perfect sense, unless you're a fascist, and the system is just. So it's like Benjamin Franklin, who said it is better that 100 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. You've taken the Otto von Bismarck approach of it is better that 10 innocent people suffer than one guilty person escape.
No.
Yeah.
How does the justice system work, Tim? The justice system puts mostly guilty people in jail knowing that probabilistically some of them are going to be fucking innocent. Don't they do that? This happens with the death penalty. Fuck me. That's one of the best arguments against the death penalty because you can't reverse it if it goes wrong.
Well, okay, you have.
No,
right?
I
So
haven't.
you, so
The people
no,
that you
stop.
talk about-
You don't know
Stop,
anything
stop.
about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. You don't know that a man is in Brooklyn right now for 3 years without charge or trial. And when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fucking fascist.
Fucking fascist.
Dude, you've been sitting here with no knowledge of the specifics of some of these cases. There is a man in Brooklyn right now. I'm going to say it again. No charges whatsoever brought. He's been in jail for 3 fucking years.
For you to who is this guy? Someone tell me who this guy is. Brooklyn. Is this someone who has just been in an administrative detention in America as a citizen for 3 fucking years? Oh shit, we're in trouble. I'll save you. I'll protect. Brooklyn. It's not Tario, is it? There's no way. He's gonna do an epic Vosh run. 3 fucking years. Okay. Who is this person in Brooklyn? Ugh. Will he say his name? Brooklyn, J6, 3 years, no trial. Man held for 3 years without trial kills himself. That's in 2015, so it's probably not him. Jan 6. I hope this guy doesn't know that I'm tabbing whilst fighting in hardcore. Jake Lang has been awaiting... Oh, yeah, New York man. Okay, gotcha. This is the guy, Jake Lang. Behind bars for... They know. Nice one. So behind bars for... Don't worry, I'm competent. Behind bars for 1,070 days. Charged with a marathon of violence against the police 3 years ago. I don't regret anything about that day or going into the Capitol, he told the USA Today network. Relatively small pool of defendants who've been held whilst awaiting trial or a plea deal. Out of more than... So he's a small minority, okay. Why is he... So he's the one who's like an exception, first of all. Okay. He was arrested in Newborough 10 days after the melee in Washington, initially set to stand trial last January, 2 years after his arrest, but his trial date got moved twice last year, first to May and then October, put on hold because of a pending Supreme Court appeal. Wait, did he appeal? Why is he in jail? Out of 350 cases after January 6th. Still pending. Okay. Out of 350 cases still pending, only 14 are still in custody because of charges related to a list. Okay. Is this because... It's not because he's appealing, right? That can't be it. He's accused of fighting with the police for more than 2 hours. Okay. So he's probably too dangerous to just release. Okay. He was beating officers with a baseball bat. Nice. Poggers. So does he have charges or... He bragged about his activities on social media. Alarming comments on social media talking about getting the fucking arsenal together for Biden's inauguration. So he's still a threat. No remorse. So this guy's like exceptional, and it looks like he's appealing his own case. So if you appeal, you're probably going to be held for longer. No, this isn't like without charge. It's not like they have no reason for having him there. He hasn't got 3 years. He's in jail because he's awaiting trial because he keeps appealing. How many times has he appealed actually? How many times has Jake Lang appealed? How many times has Jake Jan 6. Doesn't say. At least once, but I don't know if there are more. You can't appeal if you haven't been convicted. So what's this Supreme Court appeal about? Whatever. Oh shit! Head dip! Get out of there! Fuck off. Fucking farmers. Kill it! Hey, come here, come here, come here. I'm tanking! I'm tanking! Banger. So this guy did some pretty bad shit, and he's a pretty exceptional case in January 6th. Okay, and he's kind of proved himself to be a danger even after being arrested. I just don't know why the trial's taking so long then. Is that normal? It's apparently not normal, because it's not normal for January 6th protesters.
Sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism. That is saying the hierarchical system of the courts and the government is just, and the process is all that matters. And I am saying perhaps 3 years is enough, because I actually have moral logic and an understanding of these cases. Hence, my position on January 6th has always been the people have attacked police.
He's postponing it himself. How do you know, though? How do you know he's postponing it himself? I know that he apparently beat the shit out of cops with a baseball bat and fought with them for 2 hours, okay? And bragged about it afterwards, and showed no remorse. So we know why he's exceptional. But how is he postponing it?
Police must go to prison. But 3 years is a fucking long time for assault on an officer. We have seen people on the far left, notably when they were firebombing shit.
Right, hang on. All right. Oh no. Don't die, sir. Don't die, Five Strong. Godspeed. Okay. The performative outrage. Yeah, it's that it's that Russian theater money, isn't it? That's like Surkov. They just want to create a theater. That's the whole strategy. It's like what they do in Russia. It's what they do domestically. All right. Jake Lang, postpone trial Jan 6. This is Scottish stuff coming up. If someone can send me an article on this in stream suggestions, that would really help. Because right now, I have no fucking idea where to read about this. What?
All across Minnesota, 33 people murdered. And how many criminal charges do we get for this? When they firebombed...
Pretty sure we've had thousands of criminal charges for January 6th, no? For BLM riots. No? Was it thousands or was it hundreds? We had a lot. There's one guy who did 3 years or 4 years. No, I think he's still in jail. There's a guy who's still in jail because he put out a fucking social media post saying, there's a riot, come down, bring books and bring bricks. It'll be fun. Like, and I think he got like 12 likes. Yeah, we set examples with rioting. Also with the murder, like, yeah, was that all people, was that just all BLM protesters killing people, or was that people killed by cops, or was that people killed by, what's the stat there? Just one of the 35 people murdered, does that count fucking, like, Kyle Rittenhouse's victims? Like, were they murdered according to Tim Pool? No way. Yeah, it was like 10,000 people arrested. Again, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care.
A police station and forced the police to evacuate. On May 29th, 2020, when thousands of far leftists firebombed the White House grounds and set fire to St. John's Church and injured 100 police officers, how many fucking people went to prison for 3 years? How many of them who never showed up?
Quite a lot, Tim. Quite a lot. Including people who didn't do anything. They just said things. Like, almost like meme level. incitement. And people went, yeah. Remember Trump? He complimented Tim Walz for cracking down on them so hard. Fucking Tim Pool, man. Holy fuck. He's mental. He's so mad. He's so upset that he got caught with Russian money.
On that day are in prison for 20 years. Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th. And you are saying that man who his only...
Enrique Tarrio coordinated the attack. He circulated fucking information about the Capitol building and gave directions to them from away from the building. It's like seditious conspiracy, wasn't it? That's a big crime, Tim.
Crime was, quote, don't leave. That's his only crime. You think he should be in prison for 20 years?
He just said don't leave. Oh my god, he's such a lying fuck. Oh, he's such a liar. Surely Luke knows. Luke knows the answer to this, right? He knows that Tarrio was... This is in the... Is it Jan 6 committee that's about this?
A fascist. You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has...
God, I wish I could see Tim Pool's chat during this. Tim, pop off! Get him! He's already dead! Jesus Christ.
Agreed, you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left.
Yeah.
They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. They view morality as a blanket government stroke of the pen. And every person, regardless of their crime, should...
What do you mean a government stroke of the pen? We decide criminal justice cases in most countries, I think, by a legal system with trials and judges. And for most jail sentences that people get for most crimes, we just kind of like let it happen. We don't say fucking, oh, I don't know about, like, maybe for mandatory minimums we have problems, or for people jailed in marijuana possession, but for trying to overthrow the government, I don't know. I think we kind of just let the judges and the jury decide on that one, unless obviously it's a coup that you kind of support or are sympathetic to.
Should be in prison for decades. I reject it outright. The people who fought cops should go to prison. They did. It's been 3 years. But when you've got people who are on misdemeanor charges for having walked into a building at 4 p.m. after the riot, and I know some of these people, they walked into a building for 2 minutes and walked out, and they got 18 months for that. I don't see you defending the innocent people who walked onto a public grass at a public building after a riot had been completed. You don't know.
Okay, Tim, then just say you disagree with all forms of rioting-related policing and law enforcement for the last 100 years of like any liberal democracy. Just say you disagree with it. Just say you disagree with the approach that every fucking country takes towards people who engage in like collective mob violence. Wondered. I know it's so innocent. The way he talks about BLM versus the way he talks about fucking January 6th is just, hey, yeah, they just kind of strolled in, you know, like totally innocent. They just happened to walk past the knocked over barricades and the shattered glass and the fucking doors that were knocked open, and past all the screaming and the cops and shit like that. Just be like, I don't know. And look, the door's open. There's a hole in the window. There's a hole where the window should be. No problem.
You don't care.
This is fine.
You've taken a tribal position and people are suffering because of it. Now you say that Donald Trump saying the injustice that we've seen warrants commutation or pardons. You say that means he's advocating for violence. This is the ultimate problem. Then you cite a press release from Maryland saying, but the right's more violent. There is a distinction between a white supremacist as a right-wing group and a run-of-the-mill Christian conservative who showed up on that day not to protest. Let's talk about Brandon Strzok. He never went in the building. He was on the...
All right, let's see. He gets a trial delay as he angles for a Trump pardon. This is the guy, Jake Lang, representing himself. Initially busted on January 16, 2021. Reluctantly put off the trial. Hmm. So he got his trial pushed back because he argued that Trump could pardon him. Okay. He delayed his own trial. And he's decided to represent himself and argued to delay his trial. And now Tim Pool is upset that his trial got delayed. Tim, you're so tense. Tim, you're so stupid. Fuck me. He's not stupid. He's this is the Russian money. That's what it does to your brain. This is all the donors he gets from the fucking angry Trump supporters. It's worth it.
The other side of the building, there was a permitted protest. He walked up the stairs and he was yelling. They put this guy in prison. There is Owen Schroyer, who was at a permitted rally, who was yelling death to communists. They put him in prison and specifically cited his speech. My dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's fine. I get it. We try to be polite. We try to be nice. But
we try to be polite. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Oh my God. It's like, it's so abusive. He's acting like he's the one who's been fucking wronged here when he's just rambling off a bunch of fucking lies. Acting as if someone's saying death to communists. Again, people in BLM got 3, 4, 5-year jail sentences for speech. Not too different from what you just said, Tim. And that's assuming that's all they did. I'm just taking his word for that, even though he's basically bullshitted about Jake Lang and Tario. How the... all Tario said was don't leave. Is that all he... Fuck me! Oh, God.
But there are so many young liberals who sit here and say, the corporate press told me that these people are bad, and the machine state government has decreed it by pen.
You should look up why he wasn't in D.C. on January 6th. Wasn't it because he was coordinating the fucking riot? Am I wrong? Did I just say that? Is it worse? Why was Tario... Was he arrested on January 5th? Conspired, led the advance, remained in contact with the Proud Boys during their breach. Yeah, because there was the Proud Boys plan. The Proud Boys plan was literally to fucking break down the barricades between the Ellipse and the Capitol building. It was to break down the barricades so that when the people marching from the Ellipse, from Trump's speech to the Capitol building, saw that the barricades had already been pushed down, and that would facilitate them being able to just like direct the mob forwards. Like that was the whole idea. They planned that. They planned that ahead of time. And Tario was one of the leading conspirators on that. Yeah. So he was... Okay. Apparently, he was kept from participating at the Capitol riot because he pled guilty to stealing and burning a BLM banner that was hanging from a DC church, and for bringing a gun into the district, a high-capacity magazine. So, ammunition. And on condition of his release, he was told to stay out of Washington. Okay. So he might have actually gone there.
So I don't care what crime they committed. I don't care what the jury said. I don't care who was on the jury. Enrique Tario...
I know you don't. I know you don't, Tim. You don't give a fuck about any of those things.
Was not there should be in prison for 2 decades. Tell me this now. Why is Enrique Tario in prison?
Yeah, so they uncovered with him.
Wait, yes, the
his
answer.
plot to overthrow the government.
What plot?
Enrique Tario?
Yeah, and his organization.
What plot?
What plot?
Who's they?
Who's they?
Give me some
prosecutors.
Give me some fucking data. Stop squinting at me and saying the prosecutors did a thing. You didn't know. You didn't read it. You didn't read the court.
What data? Why would you bring in data? He's such a fucking debate bro. Oh my God, give me some fucking data. Jesus Christ. This is a debate bro, by the way. This is what a debate bro is. He's doing this because he's trying to throw Luke off. That's it. He's just speaking to his audience now. He's not actually speaking to Luke Beasley at all. He's speaking to his audience.
Papers. All you know is the fascist machine state told you he should be in prison, and you're saying yes to them. Tell me why. Give me the data.
I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time that I agree with, that if it's proven that you had a plan and you wanted to act on it, and then days after, the proof is
say the proof.
By prosecutors.
Say it.
Communications between...
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Are you? Is this
Fuck,
serious?
that's a high
Are you
level.
going to tell me why you think Enrique Tarrio should be in prison for 20 years, or are you going to say the government decreed it?
I just explained to you.
The government decreed it. Oh god, he's so fucking retarded, bro. These aren't even good lies. This isn't even good lying, bro. I'm gonna. Okay, it is. Sorry, it is because he's speaking to his audience, and his audience is really stupid. Okay, fuck me. Am I gonna get killed by mountain lions? Oh no, I did not know these guys were level 32. Get me out of here. The government decreed it. That's not how that works. You. Oh, he knows. He knows. That's fine.
So the government said so. Is that it?
It's usually law
That guy
enforcement,
could kill
which I
me.
guess is a part
This
of the
lion
government.
could kill me.
Yep. Law
So you can't
enforcement
say why.
that uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he
Please don't kill me.
crafted and sent to his organization
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
detailed
Saying what?
each
What?
institution of government
What
that
did
they
it
were
say?
going to try to overthrow. Then just days later,
What did it say? What did it say? Paragraph 2, section, paragraph 2, third sentence. What did it say? Tell me. What did it say?
his organization is at the Capitol.
I don't think we can even pull up Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite sure that there's any evidence of that
He's on the-
sort.
He didn't. He's on the Wikipedia. He's on the Wikipedia. Oh no. And now he's going to interrogate the Wikipedia. He's going to oh my god. Oh, don't do that. That's the wrong button. What? He doesn't know. This is the biggest. Remember how we see Hassan saying his shit? Bro, this is so much worse, actually. It's like, this is the biggest political commentator, like, streamer. He's the biggest one on YouTube, isn't he? Like, the biggest self-employed fucking alt media person. You don't know the facts. Hang on, hold on. Let me get the Wikipedia up there. Oh wait, you actually know things about this trial? He was hoping the guy didn't know. Damn, absolutely fucking annihilated, Tim. Look at him. This is him lost. He's done.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this.
Yeah, yeah.
The idea
Why
that
is he
Enrique
just-
Tarrio crafted a memo outlining,
Yeah.
or they
Now he's just making up as he goes along because he's on the.
3 months featured witness evidence issued at Tarrio and co-defense included videos, thousands of messages in encrypted chat groups, as well as a public message on Parler. On or before January 6th, Tarrio convened a Ministry of Self-Defense to coordinate Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. The chat showed that Tarrio, stationed in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. Let's figure out what that encouragement was.
He's just doing this on the spot. He has no idea. Now what he's going to do is he's just going to pretend the evidence isn't good enough. That's what he's going to do. He's going to just pretend the evidence isn't good enough. He'll find a way as well. Remember, there's always a way. It doesn't matter how wrong you are. You will find a way. That's how propagandists work. They're, like the shamelessness that these guys have, they will always find a way. Guarantee.
Are they going to actually say in the article? So here's a citation. Proud Boy and 3 other members of the far-right groups were convicted Thursday in a plot to attack the Capitol. A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing dozens of witnesses. Jurors cleared a 5th defendant, Dominic Pizzola, on a citizen charge, and a significant milestone of the Justice Department, which is now secured a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. They will never stop. Okay, that's interesting. Wikipedia asserts that they did this, but there's actually nothing in the news article that actually states that is true. Well, now we got a problem. Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary.
Do you think there are fucking exhibits in a newspaper article about the result of the case? This story is saying that he got found guilty by a jury. That's how you report that. If someone gets found guilty of it, like, I'm sorry, if I find a newspaper article about Ted Bundy found guilty, are they going to present all the fucking exhibits and the blood and the fingertips and everything all in just one headline or one article? What? What's he reading? Yeah, they were convicted. This is showing you that they were convicted. Okay. Does he want the... What does he want? Does he want the exhibits? Does he want the indictment? Why wouldn't you just... Okay.
States that is true. Well, now we got a problem.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Let's try this again. Let's try a
Tim
second.
Pool is pretending to be media illiterate. He knows that he's just like fucked. He actually just gambled so hard on Luke Beasley not knowing about Enrique Tarrio. Oh, shit.
Secondary source. Let's see. There it is.
A second. What's secondary source? What the fuck does that mean? A secondary source? Does he mean another source? What do we mean a secondary source? Right. Oh, apparently this article that shows that they were found guilty doesn't actually show you the video of them doing the thing. Like, fuck me. This is the thing. It's the same people who deny October 7th rapes, right? First, it's like no first-hand testimony. Oh, there is. Oh, shit. Well, there's no witness testimony. Okay, well, there is. Oh, shit. Wait, there's no forensics. Oh, no. Okay, there's no... Yeah, because that's normal. It's normal to get forensics. It's normal to swap someone, a fucking corpse, after a massacre in a war. That's normal. That happens all the time. Oh, there's also no video evidence. I can't find it on fucking Pornhub. Like, Jesus Christ. It's the same thing. It's the same, just like constantly elevate the standard of evidence until you get what you want. Thinking secondary equals second. Yeah, maybe. It's secondary source. What the fuck? It sounds smarter though when you say second source. Second source sounds shit. Let's find something else. Let me see. If you wanted to find this out, it's a federal indictment. Is it? It was a federal indictment. Just go to justice.gov, justice.goon. Leader of Proud Boys. This is a press release. Where's the indictment? Is this the court indictment? Look, there it is. 30 pages. Let's find a second thought. Even if I just look... It doesn't let you control F. These fucking documents. Oh my god. Okay, it's not here. Let's go to a secondary page. This is them talking about the results, Civil War, da 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 da. Oh, he's just Tim Pool's language. 1776. Encrypted messaging group for leaders to communicate. Where's the memo? The conspiracy. This is how they carried out the conspiracy. Encouraging people to attend to stop the peaceful protests, using websites, social media to raise funds and support travel and equipment purchases, obtaining paramilitary gear and supplies, including concealed tactical vests, protective equipment, and radio equipment. Okay. Okay, but do they have photographs of them? Do they have videos of them putting on the vests? Oh, fuck. Dismantling barricades, storming past barricades, destroying property. Acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. Encrypted message group. I'm assuming most of the protests will be at the Capitol building, given what's going on inside. Proposed a video chat, da 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 da. Second tier leadership, so he's organizing the fucking leadership structure. Yeah, it's all here, Tim. This is what you would look for. If you're upset about the if you want a primary source, that's the good one, right? Secondary sources are gay and retarded. Okay, you want the they do have videos of them stocking up in a hotel room with guns. Listen, don't worry about that, okay? Don't tell Tim that. Tim doesn't know that. And he will weaponize the fact that he doesn't know that. I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah, that's your primary source. That's a fucking federal indictment. Not like this gay, retarded secondary source or threcondary source, which is Wikipedia. That's a threcondary source. You don't like those. They're bad.
evidence that Tarrio discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings in a scheme they called 1776 Returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. In a message, he said, make no mistake, we did this, do what must be done, and he directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture,
so are you gonna at all
He's
acknowledge?
just gonna completely wing something now. He's just like, okay. So I was completely fucking wrong about all of that. I was literally screaming at you for not knowing about it, even though I have no fucking idea what this guy did, and I had to learn about it on the spot from Wikipedia. And I have no shame because I just got caught taking fucking $400,000. Was it a month from fucking Russia? Unwittingly, according to me, as a fucking moron, an investigative journalist who just allowed Russian fucking influence to go past me. So all that's just happened. All right, so listen, let me tell you what's what, okay? Like, just not like it's nothing. Fuck me, bro. Go and hide in a closet for the next 40 fucking years, and maybe you'll feel like some of the shame go away. Maybe.
do what must be done, and he directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture...
Yeah, Tarrio literally, he was like, fucking... Oh, God. Whatever, let's see what he's saying.
So are you going to at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly?
I don't think...
Oh, he said that so politely as well.
I think you cited it fairly.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow a government. That's kind of
that's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
Mate, fucking Undertaker's retarded little fucking dwarf brother over here. Like, you didn't know anything about this either. That's why you're just winging it. Like, yeah, you can read 3 sentences of the Wikipedia and ignore all the other evidence and not read the indictment and say, oh no, there's no evidence here. Well, yeah, obviously, if you only read 3 fucking sentences, you fucking idiot. Like, come on. Oh, God.
Y'all don't seem to be that informed.
Wait, look, respectfully, I cover a lot of protests and riots. A lot of people try to...
Yes. Come in after watching your other 3, or is it 2 guys now? Or yeah, watching your fucking 3 buddies get their fucking shit pushed in by a guy who needed a fucking note to get out of gym class just to show up on this podcast. After watching that, just come in and be like, listen, son, let me tell you what's what, okay? as a man of experience here. Come on, what are we gonna say?
Protest and riot and occupy government buildings. Do you think that qualifies as trying to, overthrow your government?
Well, if you're doing it to try and keep an incumbent president in power after he lost an election, yeah.
No.
Okay, good. So, I mean...
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an actual plan, this was the least...
I know him! I met him! I met him in Florida. This guy. He's a friend of a friend of a friend. Huh. Yeah, he's conservative as fuck. Huh, okay. Nice one. Wait, how many people are on this show against Luke? It's the guy who Listen Up Son. There's the Undertaker in dwarf form. There's this guy. And there's Tim Pool. So it's at 4. And there's probably the sound guy's gonna chime in as well. And the person who makes the tea and coffee, they're gonna appear in shot. It's like, it feels like it feels like this. Is it do they have this clip? The lineup scene. I don't know if they have it. They do, don't they? Yeah. It's like this scene.
Who wants to know?
New York Police Department. Shit. Freeze! Hold it!
Sure you brought enough guys?
That's it. That's what Luke Beasley is right now. You sure you brought enough guys?
That's
Or
the
he'll take
most
over the government?
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol. I mean, the level of political prosecution.
What the fuck does that? God, why they have so many fucking stories? Do I even want? I don't even need to look this up. Okay, what does that mean? They have Lego sets about breaking into the Capitol. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, that's like saying like, oh, what threat are these people in the Second World War? They're just playing like a big fucking game of battleships, because that's effectively what they were doing, pushing shit around with sticks on the table, playing fucking board games, when what they're actually doing is trying to coordinate attacks to sink German U-boats. Like, these people are seen as combatants because all they're doing is playing battleships. Like, fuck off. Playing a very elaborate battleships game. For the fuck me. That guy, combatant, he's just got a headset on. Meanwhile, he's giving fucking orders. Like, what? The Lego set was taken as evidence for a guy that fought with the police. Interesting. Like, I'm sorry, if you're stupid enough to if you build the Capitol out of Lego and use it to tell people how to attack the building, for example, that could be part of the crime. Like, it's like, I don't think the Lego set in itself is going to be a particularly important fucking part of the crime, but let's see. Hang on. Lego set Capitol Hill. Eichmann just wrote down some numbers, bro. Capitol Hill, riots, arrest. U.S. Capitol model, Lego model seized from the home of alleged insurrectionists. Robert Moss. Multiple federal charges, one of which is violating the American law, the very well-known one, federal law, actually, of building the Capitol out of Lego. They seized it, helped orchestrate the most intense and prolonged clashes, used his entire body to push against rioters in front of him as the group tried to use the shields to push back officers guarding the door. Morse can be heard calling out, "Hey, everyone with a shield, back up and organize. Make a shield wall. Organize right now and make a shield wall. Where are those fucking shields?" This is playing video games, you know? He just got confused. Bring kit and body armor. Bring assault rifle, pen, paper, water, 4 magazines. Bro, stop! Why are they doing this to me? They're making me... It's so depressing. It's so depressing, these people. Why are they allowed to... How are you able to get up and fucking dress yourself and have these positions? It's mental. And make a job out of it, bro.
Would you even admit that there was some level of politics when it came to the prosecution of the J6ers? Would you say politics?
Oh my God. What, really? The guys who tried to fucking overthrow a governmental process and prevent the peaceful transfer of power because of the result of an election that they didn't like. You don't think that's a kind of a political thing to arrest those people? What? Oh, that guy who murdered a fucking poll booth worker, a polling station worker. You don't think it's a bit political to arrest that person? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Played a role in this.
Engaging with this as thoughtfully as possible, not trying to grandstand. Of course, often, for very justifiable reasons, prosecutors will try to make an example of someone who, for example, tried to overthrow the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. I see why such a thing.
Personally, I reject
categorized as...
Yeah, personally, I don't think that's really what happened. Fuck off, man. Just let the guy... They don't even let him talk. They're just taking turns. They're just taking turns and trying to cut this kid off. It's so fucking grim. And they're still losing. God.
Sedition
overthrow the government
would be uniquely bad to prosecutors. And political in that this all involved politics, right?
No!
And thus...
I'm sorry, I have to say
has to be
this.
sent.
The
Yeah?
Wikipedia article making those claims is not citing any actual proof that they said those things.
Oh, that's the last refuge of the fucking broken conspiracy theorist. How do you know? How do you know World War II happened? Tim, there's an indictment, okay? There's a trial. There's him literally admitting to these things. Tim. Oh my God. But is there evidence of the government decreeing it by pen? Okay. Were you there? Were you there? How do you know Joseph Smith didn't communicate with God with the fucking stones? Bub. Maybe you need more secondary sources there, Tim. Oh, what a fucking moron. What a stain on all that is good and holy. What am I doing here, man? What am I doing in this job? I'm trying to think, like, what's a job where I can kind of do this, but like not deal with this? What jobs are on the market, you know? Like, what would be preferable to dealing with this shit day in, day out? And watching the amount that these people get rewarded for this fucking shameless behavior. Shining shoes? It's quite therapeutic, probably. It's probably quite nice seeing your reflection appear in the dirty shoe, in the once dirty shoe. Yeah, there's that. And you could do, if you're shining shoes and you do other shit, you can cut keys. You could be like Mr. Timpson in the little workshop, cutting keys. That's probably quite satisfying. Researcher for a syndicate. No. Like go and work for Israeli Intel and give them actually make reports that have proper citations and hyperlinks instead of just brackets Facebook 2003. Bebo. Hamas Bebo. SDF fighter? Like military intel. Yeah. Yeah, maybe do some yeah, you know, being like an Arab in the British military is probably fucking based, right? Like, I'm sure people love that. What other? I could just become unemployed for a year. Could teach yoga. Go to Ukraine? Yeah, because if I go to Ukraine, I don't know how that's supposed to help me escape the discourse, but actually it could, right? To escape this. Because if I go to Ukraine, like, there's a chance I'll die. There's a chance I'll get drone struck. And, you know, maybe that's maybe that's not as bad as this. I don't know. It would probably hurt for a bit. You'd want it to be a clean strike. I don't want to get maimed. Fuck that. I want it to be a clean headshot. Bag groceries? Yeah, sounds nice, you know? Bag fills up. Be a sniper. I don't know. Sniping seems... It seems kind of boring, right? Like... A marksman would be quite intense, but if you're like a sniper, you're just sitting there in the fucking woods for days, like, dressed up as a. But you get to dress up like a tree, right? And if I feel bad about whatever I'm doing, like, you know, It's like the British military, and they're like, "Oh, go and kill like a bunch of 4-year-olds." Like I'm like, okay, wow, horrible, and steal their land. I'll be like, I'll just pretend to miss, you know, feign some incompetence. I could make beanies. I don't know.
Because we're harping on these pardons. Pardons are obviously an interesting political, constitutional quirk that presidents are able to do that. It really does undermine the law in our country. But Biden's getting a lot of pushback for clemency that he granted for the Cash for Kids judge who was responsible for sending something like 2,000 children into a Pennsylvania jail, a private prison that he was getting kickbacks for. Do you think that was worse than any pardon Donald Trump could give?
There's a power vacuum in Lebanon right now. Hezbollah are gone. There's maybe something you can do with that, right? Go in and become a tyrant, like King of Lebanon. Yeah. Monarchies are stable in the Middle East. They're more stable than republics. Or secular dictatorships, whatever you call them. So I become a Shia.
Give to any January 6th rider?
What?
Have you heard of this judge that Joe Biden granted clemency for? A judge who was responsible for sending thousands of teenagers to prison for, otherwise misdemeanor charges while he was getting kickbacks for. Joe Biden was getting a lot of pushback for this because
I've been agreeing with a lot.
So have you heard?
I'm not going to make
this guy specifically.
I've heard of that, but I'm not as read in on it as I should be to speak on it. But
I wonder if
I was more focused on.
Yeah, the individual stories that these guys get interested in is so fucking bizarre. Enrique Tarrio, like one of the highest profile fucking arrestees of the January 6th protests, one of the leading figures. Now, we don't really care about what he did, we're just going to assume that he was put in, he's doing 22 years for a tweet or something. Sure. But meanwhile, oh God.
On just because it was the big story and I wanted to, again, advocate principle, his Hunter Biden pardon, which has been the topic of discussion pardon-wise for us mostly.
Yeah, it was funny because you were telling us a little bit pre-show that you actually had a first-hand experience with Hunter Biden. I don't know, can you tell us anything about your experience firsthand with
just at the holiday
the
party.
myth, the legend? Yeah?
Yeah, I knew somebody at the White House who invited me to the White House party, the holiday party. Hunter Biden was there. I found it kind of strange.
I feel like,
what was it? I'm sorry, what was his reception?
Right, dude, who cares? There's a saying that if you're not liberal when you're young, you have no heart, and if you're not conservative when you're old, you have no head. But the interesting thing about
wow, well done, Tim. And what happens? Which vital organ are you missing when you accidentally take $400,000 a month from fucking Russia to do propaganda? Whilst screaming at a fucking child with 5 guys on your side in the same room about one of the highest profile cases of January 6th and getting exposed for having no fucking idea about what happened and who was and what they did, despite you being the one bringing it up, Tim, after just being caught having to scour through Wikipedia and cling on to fucking straws. What vital organ is missing there?
it is like what we define as conservative or liberal are amorphous, right? So, like, what does it mean to be conservative? Who wants to try and explain what conservative
God,
is?
it's so okay. Wow. If you don't mind, let's just escape this Enrico Tarrio January 6th discussion as quickly as possible because I just made myself look like a fucking moron in front of all my friends and my fans. God. And had to resort to saying, well, the Wikipedia doesn't actually show that this happened. Oh, God. Where are the goddamn spiders, man? I need moss creepers. I can't, man. I just can't with this man. I'm probably gonna go gym after I kill this spider. So we're just gonna wind down, okay? It's just me and you guys. I don't want to hear these 4, 5, however many guys there are in this defeat the 21-year-old in a politics discussion squad whilst we run one of the biggest fucking political media channels on the planet. I don't want to watch these guys fucking autofillate about what it means to be a conservative or a liberal. I don't know. I don't need that in my life. We were promised Stalingrad. Well, maybe tonight. Maybe when I get back. Maybe I'll do a double stream. Where it's just gaming and Stalingrad. The people in the comments believe that Tim schooled him. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I know. It's like... It's a mess. It's all just because they probably just were so fucking elated. They were so high on fumes. Their balls were ready to fucking implode with a fucking cum build-up. Because they were watching Tim shout at that guy saying, "You don't know the facts," even though it turned, and then by the time it turned out that Tim didn't know the facts, they were probably just like on such a come down that they fell asleep. So, what's your split, big gup? Still deciding. Today I'll probably just go for a pull, like just a full-on pull routine. Back and bicep. It's like most of the pull stuff, isn't it? Maybe deadlifts. I don't know if I want to do deadlifts just yet. It turns out that you get quite a lot done in like half an hour if you just go fast, though. Hurts, but... Bro, why is this guy not dropping the creepy Iker, though? God. It's taken quite a while. I hope I haven't just left it. What? Shadow Jam? On a spider? That's bizarre. You like dumbbell bench press? I prefer barbell. Bench press. Supersets. Oh, and if I was doing like a back chest in one day and then shoulders arms, that's like quite, you can superset everything if you do that, but I don't know. It's hard to superset in a gym though because you're going between machines that people might want to use and abandoning one for the other one. Come on. Oh! Finally, eh? Show me some fucking data. God, I love when Tim says, "Show me some fucking data," when he has no idea what he's talking about. It's really funny. Hang on. Huh. Oh, that music. Intense. Okay. Oh, Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. I can finally donate now that it's a gaming stream. Stay alive, Wowbox. True. Big facts. Give me some fucking numbers. What is it? This guy whacked a cop with a baseball bat. All right, show me the fucking stats. To be fair, that's kind of just how I laugh, isn't it? Okay. Talk to Lyndon, except return to Thunderbluff? Okay. No, he's doing work. He's working. Ooh. Okay. Talk to Darthalia. Sell junk.
Be quick about your business.
Okay. Rambling boots. Okay. I need all of this, pretty much. This is all important. Items. Okay.
Beware the living.
Talk to Ott and buy a broad-bladed knife. There's no way that's going to be going. Have you had a reply from OnlyFangs yet? No, but I don't know where I'm supposed to see the reply. Did I give them an email? Because it was like one of those things where you don't send them an email or anything, you just fill out a thing. I could just be bold and message one of the members.
What do you need?
If you join OnlyFangs, you'll have to start over. Is that true? Oh, because they want to, like, watch your fucking journey or some shit. I've heard of, like, people cheating, like, by taking help from people and stuff like that is apparently cheating. But, I don't know. I would. I'd do it. God damn. Message soda. There's Shobek, level 40. He's the guy who is a RP dude. You can't get help from outside the guild. What, even for group quests? Oh no. Ugh. It's okay, I'd start again. Go from scratch. And then I get to put OnlyFangs in my Twitch title and go absolutely ham. Let's see, what's this guy doing?
Like I'm barely even playing.
Okay. All right. Okay. What's this? Okay. Nice performing tweet. Okay. Yeah. There's someone called the Jewish War. Oh shit. What the fuck? All right. Good luck with your game. I hope you win. Whoa, thanks, bro. All right. Fucking. Oh, wah, 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 wah. Fucking. Oh, what's this? Oh. Hmm. Oh. Editing stuff. Okay, okay. Huh. My advice is never go full force. What do you mean? In game? Whatever, bro. I am going to go gym. I will see you all when I see you. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? All right. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.